What would happen if you woke up one day and found yourself as a background character in the very world you created? That's exactly what happened to our protagonist. He was a novelist. The world he crafted in this story was about to face the apocalypse. Towers and dungeons appeared out of thin air, spawning monsters. They attacked humanity, pushing the world toward extinction. South Korea became infamous for being the hotspot where these towers and dungeons constantly emerged. It was dubbed Hell because the monsters there were more savage than anywhere else on Earth, ruthlessly claiming thousands of innocent lives. But out of the darkness, a brilliant light emerged. In this world, those rays of light were called heroes. Thanks to their power, South Korea was able to fight back against the monsters, gradually bringing the towers and dungeons under control. By using the industry built around the disaster as a springboard, they recovered from the crisis. As time passed, South Korea became a global powerhouse, competing with the United States. It also became a beacon where heroes from all over the world gathered. It served as the ultimate shield, preventing the spread of monsters and dungeons. They even established a hero academy, a hub for magic arts and magical engineering, known as Cube. Cube gathered aspiring heroes from all over the world who had passed the academy's impossible selection criteria. It was also the place where the hero who would save the world in the novel would coexist with his greatest rival. That was the core premise of the story that the author created. Among the freshman recruits at this top-tier academy was Kim Soo-ho, the main character of this very novel. Every student admitted to Cube this year was incredibly elite, but even among them, Kim Soo-ho was beyond anything you'd expect from a 17-year-old. Then again, he is the protagonist, so it's only natural for the author to make him overpowered. Kim Soo-ho would be the one to lead in a chaotic era dominated by heroes and monsters. He possessed the qualities of a righteous hero, driven by kindness and justice, while simultaneously hiding a secret from everyone else's eyes. Where there is a hero, there is a rival. Where there is a protagonist, there is an antagonist. The one who would oppose Kim Soo-ho was ranked second among the cadets, a guy named Shin Jong-hak, the fourth generation of the Chae Jin-yong conglomerate. He had the potential to challenge the protagonist, but in the future, he would become a villain and a loyal follower of the essence of the straight doctrine. For now, Shin Jong-hak might just be a cadet, but later in the novel, he would turn to evil due to his inferiority complex toward Kim Soo-ho. Light and shadow would clash once again. Those were the two main characters at the heart of the world the author created. But ironically, life played a cruel joke on the father of this novel. Usually, if you transmigrate, you'd at least be a main character or a supporting role. Who would have guessed our guy would be doomed to transmigrate into a background character? Aside from his plain-as-day name, Kim Hajin, there was no background information, no history, and not even a recognizable face, just a giant question mark where his identity should be. The author really hit the jackpot in the worst way. He was unlucky enough to become a character that hadn't even been fully fleshed out in his own work. He had no defined appearance and a totally outdated name. His presence was smaller than a grain of sand, an incredibly average character, completely disconnected from the main duo. It felt like this guy was just created to fill a quota, a side character who couldn't be any more bland. Everything started on a fine day. The author of the novel, Kim Hajin, received a strange email which requested him to remake his novel, The Hero Returns, to satisfy the sender's own tastes. But because he was suffering from writer's block, Kim Hajin had already dropped the series. Usually, dropped works don't get much attention. That's why this remake request left Kim Hajin feeling confused. He wrote a polite email back, declining the offer, never knowing that it would become the catalyst for everything that followed. It had been 2 weeks since Kim Hajin transmigrated into the novel as Kim Hajin. That big question mark was still hovering over his face, as his features were still unrecognizable, but at least he had started to get used to it. This really wasn't a dream, it was the actual world Kim Hajin had written, and Kim Hajin was just one of the countless background characters in it. Over the past 2 weeks, Hajin had tried many ways to figure out how he ended up here, who brought him here, and why. It looked like he would have to stay in this world for a very long time, maybe 1 year, 2 years, or if he followed the plot, about 10 years. Spending 10 years inside a novel with a giant question mark for a face just thinking about it made Kim Hajin shudder and feel absolutely hopeless. Real life out there was fun, happy, full of convenience, and so beautiful. Hajin really didn't want to bury his life and just scrape by in this discontinued novel. Thinking about it felt helpless, but right now, he didn't have a choice. He had no choice but to try and stick to the main plot to find a way to escape this world. If he could reach the middle of the story, everything after that was uncharted territory because the series was dropped. There was no other way but to live through it. And to be able to do that in the world of The Hero Returns, The first step Kim Hajin needed to take was to attend school. Cube was actually an artificial island located in the East Sea, home to about 50,000 people, including aspiring heroes. It was a city gathering talented people in magic and production from all over. And Cube, the academy, for hero training, was one of the reasons South Korea was called a powerful nation. It was the core of the city and the main stage of the novel. Cube's admission standards were extremely high and strict. Among the candidates with special abilities and talents, only a small fraction could become cadets at Cube. Even though he was a background character, the owner of this body, Kim Hajin, was also a Cube cadet. So he wasn't exactly a nobody, it's just that Kim Hajin still didn't know what his specific ability was. Today he went to class. Kim Hajin opened the door and stepped inside. This was the center of all the events in Cube, the place that housed the villain, the rival, the partner, the enemy, and the main character of this novel. Each group of characters will soon split up and face a ton of challenges. Just thinking about spending the next 10 years with these people, plus not even having a decent face to show, had Kim Hajin feeling incredibly drained. When he returned to the dorms that evening, he was so exhausted, he barely remembered how the day had even gone. Suddenly, he spotted a strange package from Cooper Deliveries sitting on Chae Na-yoon's desk. Curious, Hajin peeled back the tape to see what it was, and he was in for a huge surprise. Inside was the very same laptop he used back in the real world. Kim Hajin picked it up, completely baffled as to why it was here. All of a sudden, the screen lit up with a message. Synchronization starting. The glow was so blindingly bright that Hajin had to drop the laptop in shock. The screen kept displaying the synchronization process with Kim Hajin. Looking at the command prompts and control panels popping up, he couldn't believe his eyes. It was the original manuscript he had written. Hajin wondered who on earth could have sent this to him. He reached out to check it, and right at that moment, the synchronization neared completion. The screen abruptly went black, then a control panel appeared, granting him the admin privilege to change settings. Hajin felt as if his body were shattering into pieces. The light gradually faded, and the system displayed. Synchronization successful. Kim Hajin has transitioned into Kim Hajin. All data will be synchronized. Hajin slowly opened the laptop, and the reflection on the screen left him stunned. Is this not my real face? Hajin stared, bewildered, at the virtual screens floating all around him, wondering, what is going on? What are these things? He muttered to himself. Don't tell me. Before he could finish, the virtual screen flashed. Synchronization complete. Hajin felt a sense of doubt, followed by a sudden awakening. An awakening occurs when a person pushes past their own limits. In this world, they call it enlightenment. Once awakened, they can see talents, skills, abilities, and various other stats. They can also grow stronger through much more efficient methods. Simply put, they can see their status window. At that same moment, the system screen displayed Kim Hajin's status. Current scenario points, 100. Name changed from Kim Hajin to Kim Hajin. Synchronization complete. Kim Hajin's initial state converted to 10 points. Stats include fluctuating stats, strength, 1.2, stamina, 1.3, agility, 1.5. Talents include observation and analysis. Both proficiency and setting are at 0.3. Out of curiosity, Hajin clicked on the talent tab. Observation and analysis. Observation allows you to observe anyone within your line of sight. Analysis allows you to analyze the laptop settings at any time without needing an intermediary. Proficiency, setting, and stats are all 0.3. Fluctuating stats. Strength, 1.2. Stamina, 1.3. Agility, 1.5. Vitality, 1.3. Magic, 1. Fixed stats. Intelligence, 4.1. Perseverance, 5.01. Luck, 6.33. Charisma, 4.13. The long stream of information caught him off guard. Whoa, Hajin muttered while scrolling through the system board. For now, I'll just keep checking these regularly. Looking at the confirmation that the synchronization from Kim Hajin to Kim Hajin was complete, Kim Hajin's initial status had been converted into 10 points. He thought, with growing interest, the parts that catch my attention most are synchronization and initialization. Hajin pondered coldly. I don't know what they are, but they're definitely the reason my face isn't a question mark anymore and is back to normal. My stats dropped compared to Kim Hajin's, but at least I got these points. With that in mind, he immediately scanned the system board. The next thing he needed to note was the admin intervention settings, which had just appeared on the system board. Unique authority. You can use scenario points to write or edit any inanimate object. You can use scenario points to write or edit stats, talents, proficiency, and set limits for the target. Kim Hajin. Scenario points. The more important Kim Hajin is to the world, the more scenario points you will receive. He read it again. The more important Kim Hajin is to the world, the more scenario points you will receive. You can convert 1 point into 1,000 scenario points. As a newcomer, you can learn a talent by spending 10,000 scenario points. Seeing that, Hajin felt a bit dizzy and muttered, "What the hell is this?" Glancing at the final lines, he was speechless and whispered, "I don't remember writing this ability. The more important Kim Hajin is to the world." Hajin stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened in shock. Does this mean I have to increase my own importance within the novel? Recalling the dangers he had already faced, Hajin slowly realized the issue. The reason he was given the laptop and this strange ability was to intervene in the world's main plot. He grumbled and cursed at the unrealistic premise. However, right at that moment, a blinding light appeared behind him. It turned out to be a system notification. Locked information will be unlocked when the plot ends. Looking at the text, Hajin's eye twitched in annoyance. So, you're saying if I want a hint on how to get back to my old world, I need to shut up and intervene? He pulled out a chair and sat down at his desk. As he typed on the laptop, he thought, exactly. There's no guarantee I'll be sent back to my original world just by waiting until the point where I stopped uploading. The images of the characters from the novel flashed in his mind, making his theory feel even more certain. Even if the unlocked information isn't the hint I wanted, I might accidentally stumble upon clues on how to escape this world if I get involved with the main characters. Hajin told himself seriously. To do that, just then, the system screen popped up, allowing him to spend points on stats. No, he didn't hesitate for a second to move the cursor to luck. I need to become strong enough to change the main plot. In my novel, there's no leveling up mechanism. Basically, because one cannot increase their stats based on their own desire, the only way to do it is through points, a truly precious resource. And if I want to gather as many points as possible, I need to invest in luck. Thinking about it, the word luck seemed to dance around in Hajin's head. He stroked his chin in thought. Luck isn't limited to just finding hidden treasures in dungeons. Luck creates opportunities for making money, bonus stats, multi-dimensional relationships, and so on. It's a cheat stat that applies to every aspect of life. As he thought this, his eyes caught the line. You can convert 1 point into 1,000 scenario points. Hajin asked himself coldly. Of course, a fixed stat like luck cannot be increased with points, right? But maybe it's possible if I convert these points into products. Without another thought, he immediately started tapping the keyboard. Might as well give it a try, right? The system immediately popped up a notification. You have converted 10 points into 10,000 products. Then, a series of stats appeared. He invested 9,000 products into luck. Fixed stats. Intelligence 410,000. Perseverance 5,110. Agility 6,310. Wait, changing to agility 6,310. Charm was 400, 13,510, seemingly tapped out. But right then, a system window with a deep purple hue appeared in the center of the screen. A mystical stroke of luck had arrived. Kim Hajin was caught off guard by this sudden alert. Oh, and then the system threw up another line. A mystical stroke of luck has occurred. Changing luck to 9.1. He pondered as he stared at the notification. Does luck affect itself? Kim Hajin fell into deep thought. The protagonist, Kim Suho, has a magic stat of 9.0. Not a bad result at all. With that in mind, Kim Hajin frantically typed on the keyboard, calculating how to dump the remaining products into Perseverance. After all, I have to survive Fang's brutal training course. And just like that, the system displayed another congratulatory message. A massive stroke of luck occurred. Perseverance increased from 6.6 to 7,207. Seeing that, he chuckled awkwardly, thinking, luck really is king. However, right at that moment, the information screen suddenly glitched. Immediately after, a warning popped up on the Che Nayun screen. An error has been detected that could negatively affect the plot. This sight immediately startled Kim Hajin, making him shout. Following his sharp cry, another ominous notification was sent. From now on, fixed stats cannot be altered using products. Staring at the screen, Kim Hajin's mood plummeted to rock bottom. He clenched his fists, grumbling in frustration. That's not fair at all. After a few minutes of muttering, Kim Hajin leaned his head back and sighed in defeat. I guess even cheating has its limits. I thought everything was going too smoothly, but at least I managed to change my luck and perseverance. At that thought, an idea clicked in his head. Recalling the previous status line, Kim Hajin murmured, I still have 10-ish other products from the beginner bonus. As he spoke, he went completely numb. lost in thoughts about life. After weighing his options, Kim Hajin finally let out a helpless sigh and whispered, "I should probably think this through before using them." The next morning, a booming voice echoed through the classroom. "You all worked hard during this morning's training." Kim Hajin sat slumped, chin in his hand, listening to the man's introduction. "Now, I will introduce myself." The instructor began to recite his background. "My name is Kim Soo-hyuk. I will be your homeroom teacher for the coming year." Kim Soo-hyuk's monotone voice continued. Ranked 3,850, 9,737th in the world. The students below were buzzing at this information. Ranked 9,000? Che Na-yoon, he's got over 2 million, he's amazing. I've never seen him before. Ignoring the noise, the teacher continued slowly. As for the comprehensive grade, it's high tier, level 5. After the brief introduction, Kim Soo-hyuk scanned the room and spoke up. That is the end of the introduction. Now, let's get down to business. He began his lecture. Cube is not the magical place you might expect. You will be ranked entirely based on your scores. If you cannot perform properly, you will be held back. In reality, less than half of the cadets graduate without being held back. Below him, Rachel Elizabeth Louis was still listening intently. This place is a factory for forging heroes. You will be evaluated by Che Na-yoon based on precise and rigorous standards. At this point, Kim Soo-hyuk became more intense than ever. He ordered loudly, "Now, everyone stand up and follow me." And so began the first part of the schedule. Weapon selection. A moment later, in a dark room illuminated only by the faint light of the console scanning hands, the door in front of them suddenly opened after a few seconds, leaving the students and Kim Hajin momentarily stunned. Before their eyes lay a vast room filled with all sorts of weapons, from sharp, gleaming swords neatly stored in cabinets to weapons requiring immense strength like spears and polearms. Witnessing this, quiet gasps of awe echoed through the room. While they were still marveling at the scale of the armory, everyone jumped at the instructor's loud shout. "I didn't give you time to just gawk. Choose your weapons quickly." Everyone hurried to pick the weapons that interested them. At the same time, Kim So-hyuk kept rambling on. "Once you choose your primary weapon, you cannot change it for at least 6 months, so choose wisely." While everyone else was racking their brains, Kim Soo-ho had already grabbed the jet black sword from earlier. He seemed extremely satisfied with this primary weapon. Elsewhere in the room, a bow laid on red velvet was being raised and aimed. It turned out to be Che Na-yoon. It seemed she was very excited about this long-range weapon. Meanwhile, Rachel Elizabeth Louis had also selected her favorite, focused on admiring the sword in her hand. All around, the students had found their favorites. Yoo Yeon-ha casually picked up a set of whips. Kim Hajin stood to the side, observing everything with a cold, thoughtful gaze. The protagonists had chosen their weapons easily, and he immediately lowered his head to inspect the weapon rack near his hands. Now it was his turn. Kim Hajin kept drifting between the countless weapons, silently reminding himself to be careful. Looking at those 2 sharp blades, he felt a bit of regret. His stats were too low to master the weapons used by the other cadets. Kim Hajin's gaze shifted elsewhere with a sigh. Even if he increased his stats to try using them, the result would be far lower than the effort invested, so there were some fixed conditions for his weapon selection. He paced around, observing the weapons and thinking a weapon he had used in his old world, a weapon that took little time to get used to. Then, Kim Hajin's steps halted, and he felt a thrill in his heart. This is it. At that moment, another student noticed his actions. After a few seconds of shock, the student turned to gossip. "Hey, look at him." Following his gaze, everyone started whispering in surprise. "What the hell? Is he kidding?" This commotion quickly drew Kim Soo-hyuk's attention. By the time the teacher saw the scene with his own eyes, a look of horror flashed across Kim Soo-hyuk's face. After a moment, he hesitated and spoke. "Kim Hajin?" Looking at the gun in his hand, and his innocent expression, Kim Soo-hyuk asked with a speechless expression, "That's the weapon you chose?" Everyone else had already finished choosing their weapons, and was waiting to be called. The instructor scanned through the files he'd been sent, and suddenly called out, "Kim Hajin, I remember you using a sword at the military academy." Gripping his gun firmly, he replied nonchalantly, "I've made my decision." The instructor asked again, clearly skeptical. "Even after coming to Cuba?" He answered with unwavering confidence, "Yes." Even though he was full of doubt, Kim Soo-hyuk had no choice but to go along with it. "Fine. Every decision made at Cuba is the cadet's responsibility." Suddenly, he shouted, "Whether your decision is right or wrong, the cadets will bear full responsibility. Never forget that." Hajin seemed to be listening very intently. Suddenly, the noise from the other cadets caught his attention. The crowd started whispering about the weapon he'd chosen. Is he crazy? Why would he even come to Cuber if he's picking a gun? I don't know if I should beat them up during the practical test. Is he just some fame seeker? Still, their words didn't really affect his decision. He thought to himself, magic guns are still powerful weapons in this world, especially for commoners who can't resist magic. The most commonly used ammo is magic bullets, which are packed with mana and have much greater destructive power than regular metal bullets. Despite their strengths, the reason magic guns are avoided here is because just as a bullet with terrifying power was fired, it was immediately blocked. A red-haired cadet lunged like a beast, shattering the bullet that had just been fired. Its limitations were clear. After a series of actions, the instructor on the other side shouted, "Cadet Kim Horak, pass." The class continued to explain the difficulties. The first reason is that, no matter how skilled the user is, the destructive power of a gun is limited. And the second reason is that guns have a short history. In this world, myths and legends become reality. Mythical and legendary artifacts are used as real weapons, and the more illustrious the origin of the item, and the deeper its history, the higher the weapon's rank. Because of this, cadets usually choose older weapons instead of modern ones, trusting not just in magic bullets but also in their own skills. Even if they reach their limits, they can still use the power of these artifacts to go a step further. After a brief overview of guns, Hajin felt they were truly a hassle, brushing off all the responsibility. Of course, that had nothing to do with him. As he walked past Naun in the hallway, he was lost in thought, acting like the protagonist of a manhwa. I haven't even held a sword before, so how can I compare to the other cadets? Gazing at the suitcase he was clutching, he couldn't help but have his own thoughts. A gun might not be a bad choice. It's something I can use immediately. And by using it, I can stand out enough to get support. Hajin's face suddenly turned serious, as if he were preparing to step into a new battle. Hajin thought to himself, since I've chosen the weapon, now it's time to choose a talent. To explain, a talent is a special ability. A swordsman, thanks to their talent, can easily slice through a giant boulder. He continued, explaining that each person can only receive one talent, but there are some exceptions. There are passive talents and active talents. The owner of the Holy Sword. The next name called was Kim Suho. A young man, upon hearing his name, quickly ran to the front. The person who called him was a girl. Seeing that, he asked, Naun, are you training here too? The girl quickly complained about Kim Suho's question in response. Why else would I be at the training center? He was at the top of the class. He replied a bit foolishly. There aren't many people here after class, so I came. After chatting for a while, he suddenly remembered something and leaned in to ask Naun. I remembered something when I saw you. We all have another marksman in the class. Hearing him ask that, she tried to remember. Marksman? Kim Hajin or something? After hesitating for a long time, she said, oh, right. That guy. Suddenly, Naun's expression changed unusually, her eyebrows knitting together in annoyance. Seeing that, he asked, what's with that reaction? She quickly shot back, that Kim Hajin guy or whatever, I can't accept him. You can't call him a marksman when his shooting range is less than 1 kilometer. Suddenly, she sighed and said, as if that were a given. He probably gave up on becoming a hero because he can't drop out of school, so if he asks for early retirement, he's just trying to hang on a little longer. Suddenly, Naim interrupted her. You can't talk about him giving up so easily. He said it very intently. Naun looked back at him, confused, like he was some strange, alien creature. Even so, Kim Suho still smiled back at her gaze like a well-behaved cat waiting to be petted. Suddenly, she shouted angrily at his face. Don't tell me what to do. Kim Suho was suddenly on the receiving end of her anger, but still awkwardly replied. I'm sorry. Naun's shout echoed throughout the practice room. If you're not going to practice, get out of here. Cutting back to Hajin, who had just been talked about behind his back. He had the feeling his ears were itching. He rubbed his ear, thinking to himself, is someone talking about me? I think I might add, talking behind someone's back to my support list. He calmly stared at the computer screen, lost in thought. In any case, since the protagonist can become the greatest hero with his talent, talents are that important. And because I get 10,000 support points when I write the first talent, I can't pass up this opportunity. On the computer screen, a notification appeared. Permission settings intervention enabled. Adjustments possible. Write skills or items to adjust. Write stats or talents. Use authority to consume support points when creating the first talent. 10,000 support points will be provided. Immediately after, Hajin got straight to work. I should write something simple first, right? After editing for a while, the text on the computer changed. Talent. Master Marksman. Highly skilled in using long-range weapons. After he pressed confirm, another notification popped up immediately. You have used 10,000 support points to write a talent. Watching the computer screen change continuously, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He exclaimed to himself, "So it will automatically be edited like that." The system board was immediately modified. Master Marksman, Low Mid Rank, Dark Element, Evolved Skill, 10 points. Proficiency, 0%, Time Bullet. During the 4-hour match, you'll be granted a total of 3 seconds of Time Bullet, allowing you to train as a Master Sharpshooter. You'll also master all long-range weapon skills, and the 1,000-mile eye. You can perceive events from far away and predict a target's movements with pinpoint accuracy. Looking at the results in front of him, he felt incredibly satisfied. All these long-range weapon skills are super useful. It's not just guns, I could even use bows in the future. Above all, the variable talent is a bit of a shame, but if I can develop it further, it'll be a huge advantage. Thinking long-term is better. After mulling it over, he finally made his decision. Alright, I'll go with this one. After finishing a series of actions, Hajin sat back in his chair, feeling pleased, while Naun cheered with joy. Now I feel a lot more prepared. Just thinking about all those talents was exhausting. Now I just have to survive with this one. Until the main plot concludes, the streets outside the city are bustling with people. Inside the Great Hall, the professor is still passionately explaining about dungeons. Small questions like this aren't usually allowed, but you all need to understand the attack patterns of towers and dungeons. Down below, Hajin listens intently, jotting down essential information. He marveled to himself, thinking how just a few lines of description could create an entire book. If the characters knew, they'd be green with envy. But thanks to my observation and searching talent, I can easily breeze through this class. Over at Naun's table, the professor is still lecturing about the new era, the name of the tower that the Saint Apostol attacked, and the reward they received. The system also updated with some new intel. Saint Apostol attacked the Tower of Floods and obtained the Sea Stone. He kept thinking, just as the name suggests, with observation and searching, I can observe every character within my sights. Hajin recalled what everyone around him was saying. Is that guy really that good? He just relies on his talent. If I had a better talent, I'd be finished with this quickly. Isn't Kim Suho getting a bit popular? The scene shifts back to Kim Hajin. His laptop is currently displaying all the necessary information about this world. He calculated to himself that even without any gear, he could search for the timeline settings using the notes from Naun's eyeballs. The professor's voice echoed, "Remember what you learned today. You all know the essay competition isn't far off, right?" Looking around the classroom, he noticed Naun was also attending. Jumping at the chance, she dropped all pretense and shouted in the middle of class, "Why do I have to learn stuff like this? Don't I just need to show my skills in real combat?" The door suddenly flew open, cutting Naun off mid-sentence. Another cadet stepped in to make a loud announcement for everyone to hear. "Veritas Squad. You are to report to the square in 20 minutes. Hearing this, Naun's face immediately lit up like a cat spotting its prey. In another corner of the classroom, Shin Jonghak and Yu Yonha also noticed the announcement. A voice called out, "It's time for practical combat training." Unlike the others' excited expressions, Hajin's face seemed to darken. He thought gloomily, "It's finally here." Outside, in the square, a clear, ringing voice spoke up. "I hope everyone knows what this session is about. Without further ado, I will announce the team formations. Each team will have a total of 4 members. The formation will consist of 2 warriors, 1 sharpshooter, and 1 support. Unless special circumstances arise, these teams will remain until the midterm exam. The distribution will be fair, with both low-ranking and high-ranking cadets placed on the same team. Remember what I said to avoid any confusion. You can go and check your teams now." Kim Soo-hyuk stood to the side, clearly reciting the rules for this test. Everyone turned to look at the pairing board. Hajin's pupils suddenly constricted. He was shocked by the team assignments. The notice board showing the 2 teams was displayed. He screamed internally, "No way! I'm in the same squad as him?" Hajin's brow furrowed. He couldn't believe this was happening. The notice board read, Team 5, Kim Hajin, Yu Yonha. His eyes were glued to the board, stunned into silence. Yu Yonha is on my team? He recalled that, like in all novels, characters near the protagonist always have interactions or conflicts to drive the plot forward. There were many members in the main cast, but among them, Yu Yonha was certainly the most special. She is the primary heir to Korea's #1 guild, the epitome of integrity, and the successor to a prosperous family. Early in the novel, she plays the role of Kim Soo-ho's rival, but gradually she is influenced and becomes one of his dependent allies. Hajin kept his eyes fixed on Yu Yonha. He thought to himself, but this connection with Yu Yonha is crucial, because the more involved I am in the story, the more help I can gain. In today's practice, I will definitely find a way to grab Yu Yonha's attention. The scene shifts to Yonha's side. A voice quickly caught her attention. Hello. Two people walked up to greet her. We're on the same team, right? One was Jin Hosung from Veritas, and the other was Hazuki from Veritas. She scanned them for a moment, silently assessing them. Teammates, right? Don't ignore them. As soon as she identified her targets, Yu Yonha did a complete 180, beaming with a smile as she greeted them. That's right. Please take care of me. Jin Hosung and Hazuki were overwhelmed by her sudden display of this fake kindness. Hosung thought to himself, we're the same age, so why is she using honorifics? Looking around, seeing only 3 people, Yu Yonha asked, where is the last member of our team? Hajin walked up, cutting her off. That's me. She stared intently at the disheveled man in front of her and asked skeptically, you're? Facing someone like Yu Yonha, he carefully reminded himself. Don't stutter. Yu Yonha hates unconfident people the most. Before he could even speak, the other 2 jumped in to introduce themselves. You're the one who chose the gun during the weapon selection, right? You're famous among all the freshmen. While they were busy chatting, they didn't notice Kim Soo-hyuk's silhouette approaching. Do you people have time for idle chatter? This sudden appearance by the instructor nearly scared the life out of all 3 of them. He shouted, urging them, I've already sent the locations of the monsters each team needs to face. Move out. Quickly. They scrambled to respond, not daring to delay. The scene shifts to the blue, pristine beach. The 3 of them dashed across the sand. They headed straight for the marker in the middle of the sea ahead. Yu Yonha spoke to the others. It looks like we'll be there soon. Stay alert. Once we arrive, we'll be able to gather info on the monster. Far behind, Kim Hajin seemed to be falling behind. You shuffle forward, step by sluggish step, thinking to yourself, I'm a goner. Your stamina is already below that of an average person. And honestly, struggling to keep up this closely is the best you can do. You silently marvel at the others as they sprint ahead without a hint of hesitation. This is the standard procedure for the Cube Asia military cadets. Suddenly, Yu Yonha stops and says to those around her, we've arrived. At the number 8 beach training area, out at sea, a ship is drifting aimlessly. All of a sudden, a tentacle erupts from the water, followed by a massive sea creature, the cursed monster, the black bump octopus. They tear the drifting ship to pieces. The 4 of them stare at the horrific scene, frozen and unable to act. Yu Yonha breaks the silence. Let's start the mission plan. It's an intermediate monster, the black bump octopus. Its direct attack power isn't that high, but the real problem is that bump, Che Nayun, on its head. When it senses danger, the black bump octopus fires its offspring from that bump to attack enemies. Not only does it spray dozens of blood-filled baby octopuses at once, each one is so dangerous that it can turn a normal person into a shriveled husk in a single second. Hosung cuts in, interrupting Yu Yonha. Then, when the battle starts, we should prioritize wiping out the baby octopuses first. Hazuki chimes in from the side. We need to deal with them quickly, so the gunner, not letting her finish her sentence, Yu Yonha snaps. No. I will confront the octopus. The warriors will stay in the rear and conserve their magical power. The black bump octopus regenerates extremely quickly, so we need to excise the bump in one single strike. The people around her gasp at what she just said. Kim Hajin can't believe his ears. He's stunned. Wait, is she trying to cut me out of the training exercise? Yu Yonha steps forward, commanding the rest of them. Is everyone ready? Her face turns serious as she shouts, let's begin the mission. Watching her like this, you feel incredibly annoyed, thinking, this woman, the ship Che Nayun is on, is crumbling, breaking into pieces instantly under the force of the tentacles. A loud crash echoes out, drawing the monster's attention. Back on the shore, Hosung is relentlessly slamming his axe into the rocks to provoke the octopus. His expression grows anxious. He thinks to himself, first, I have to lure it to the Che Nayun sea surface. The monster's pupils begin to fluctuate, and it dives back into the water with a massive splash, sending pillars of water rising to obscure the view. It rockets toward him like a missile, then suddenly erupts from the surface. It immediately lunges for Hosung. Team 5 is training for monster subjugation, with everyone having a role. Hosung is the bait, Hazuki is the sword user, Hajin is the long-range attacker, and Yu Yonha is the main damage dealer. Begin. This black bump octopus is indeed a tough opponent. It hasn't been taken down yet and continues to launch its bumps at them. In a brief moment, a violent explosion echoes right at Che Nayun's head, startling even Hosung from far away. Yet, instead of being scared, he feels a strange surge of excitement. Did it explode? Jin Hosung retreats to keep his distance, his hand already gripping the axe at his Che Nayun back. Before long, the Black Bump octopus fires its smaller clones to attack him. Facing such an overwhelming swarm of octopuses, Hosung isn't foolish enough to charge in. He immediately turns and runs for his life. But when he sees them closing in on his heels, his face turns deathly pale. Just when it looks like Hosung is about to be finished off right there, a powerful slash from Yu Yonha saves him from the brink of disaster. You have to admit, Yu Yonha is truly amazing. Her matrix-like slash carved out a path to safety for him. Under her terrifying destructive power, the baby octopuses explode like fireworks, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. After wiping them all out, Yu Yonha stands tall and proud, completely unflinching in the face of the Black Bump octopus. After this damsel saves the hero moment, Hosung can't help but admire her. What incredible strength. The image of Yu Yunha is etched into his eyes, looking so powerful and brave. Ranked 7th among the cadets, Cooper Yu Yunha. After she saves him from the Reaper's scythe, he is extremely grateful. Thanks a lot. You'd think the Black Bump octopus was defeated, but it stubbornly prepares one final, decisive strike. Dream on. Yu Yunha won't give it another chance. She snaps her whip forward. Her eyes are sharp, while the monster's body tenses up, radiating killing intent. It's clear the Black Bump octopus has chosen to fight to the bitter end against Yu Yunha. Neither side is willing to yield. In an instant, its flexible tentacles slam into the ground, coiling and weaving like snakes, launching a fierce attack at her. In that tense moment, Yu Yunha manages to spring high into the air to dodge the dangerous tentacles. But it doesn't stop there. The Black Bump octopus launches a part of its own body at her, intending to use its razor-sharp teeth to strike Yu Yunha. Seeing the danger lurking, Hazuki screams a warning. "Miss Yu Yunha, look out!" Hearing the frantic shout, Yu Yunha suddenly startles and turns around, but it seems too late, as it's only a hair's breadth away from her. Unexpectedly, in that split second between life and death, a bullet flies in from nowhere and destroys it in a flash. It seems someone used a gun to provide cover for Yu Yunha from below, and that person is none other than Hajin. Even though he hasn't contributed much, he always shows up at the most crucial moments. Hajin's swift and timely action helps the team pin down the Black Bump octopus. Yu Yonha, never expecting him to be the one to step in, is left gaping in total shock. Kim Hajin, after working in sync with the others to take down the monster, he feels extremely satisfied. The products he can exchange for data points will increase every time Kim Hajin's role in this world becomes more important. Sounds easy enough. But reaching that point is a long, arduous journey, and it's quite difficult for someone like me. As a background character, to have a major role, from the start, means I only have one choice: jump into the events that the protagonist must experience, and that recent action was all part of your plan. Seeing Hajin appear here, Hazuki's eyes and mouth go wide. Hosung is no exception, looking at him with a bewildered, slack-jawed expression. Kim Hajin? Yu Yunha, in particular, feels incredibly annoyed by your presence here. I told you to stay out of this. But while they're still bickering and haven't formed up, the short-tempered Black Bump octopus aggressively surges forward. It seems it just can't wait anymore. What's more, it immediately started spewing out smaller versions of itself to gang up on them. Faced with such an endless swarm, Yu Yunha winced like someone who'd just bitten into a hot chili pepper. What the hell? While the others were still trying to figure out what to do, Hajin just sat there, dead still. The only things the enemy was targeting were the squads. But that wasn't getting them anywhere either. They had low intelligence and predictable movement patterns. The one moment he could truly shine, the moment he realized it was his time to step, Kim Hajin snapped into a state of hyperfocus. Now was the time. In a split second, his eyes flew open, sharp as blades. A murderous aura surged up, accompanied by a powerful, brilliant blue energy radiating from him. Bolts of light tore through the wind as he unleashed bullet time, the attack exploding with such terrifying speed and force that it felt like space itself was warping. The real highlight of Hajin's ability was his speed, a talent he'd written for himself called bullet time. When activated, time itself slowed down for 3 seconds. And thanks to this, he could pretty much dominate when facing them head-on. It meant that for those 3 seconds, he could see their every movement with ease. That's how Hajin managed to take them down before they even had a chance to react. The rest was simple. He just had to keep firing at them. By now, he was totally outclassing them and firmly in control. In the final second, Hajin quickly planted a bullet in each one, taking them out instantly. Their movements froze, and this was his perfect opening to take them all on by himself. There was no room for hesitation. With only 27 seconds left, he poured every ounce of speed into firing his remaining rounds at them. Every spare second Hajin had, he spent reloading with lightning speed. He aimed true, straight ahead, because there would be no second chances to fix any mistakes. With only 2 measly seconds left, the ones near Yu Yonha started dropping one by one. And when the 3-second countdown ended, the slow-motion state dissipated, and time returned to normal. Before the monsters could even touch a hair on their heads, Hajin had wiped them all out. Yu Yonha hadn't even had the chance to swing her whip before every last one of them had exploded. With her sharp reflexes, she suddenly realized this was the perfect moment to take down the black tumor octopus. The creature's head hadn't recovered from its losses yet, so it was safe to say this was its most vulnerable moment. Yu Yonha didn't hesitate for a second. She swung her whip right at it. Now, the black tumor octopus's head was completely ensnared by her whip. There was no escape. As Yu Yonha held the whip taut, she shouted for everyone to seize the opportunity and attack. It was like they'd been waiting for this exact moment forever. They immediately launched themselves into the air toward it. Hosung wore a gleeful grin, knowing they were finally going to end this. Right alongside him was Hazuki, bracing herself to pour every ounce of her strength into the final, magic-releasing blow. With their weapons drawn, no one hesitated to dive toward the top of the octopus's head. To make sure they finished it off quickly, Yu Yonha did her best to hold it down as long as she could. Finally, they did it. A clean, decisive strike was delivered. In the blink of an eye, the black tumor octopus was defeated. Seawater came gushing out in a massive torrent. No matter how fearsome the black tumor octopus was, it couldn't stand a chance against their perfect teamwork. The moment it collapsed, water splashed everywhere, cooling the air against the sweltering heat. Kim Hajin, having exhausted all his skills, started to feel the fatigue setting in. Did we kill it? Yu Yonha, as cold as ever, didn't answer him, just sinking into silence. Now that everything was settled, he finally let himself lie back and relax. That was tough. Calculating the 5th team's results, they had successfully removed the tumor from the octopus and restored it to normal. The final result was well worth all their hard work. The 5th team's total time was 58 minutes and 58 seconds, landing them in 16th place. Having cleared the monsters, Hajin lay on the ground, staring up at the sky with exhaustion, but at least he'd gotten it done today. The update board refreshed instantly, showing the results. Total time wasted, 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Ranking, 16,100. But one thing was notable. Their ranking had skyrocketed in an impressive way. You'd think they'd be satisfied with that result. But Yu Yonha stood rooted to the spot, completely disappointed. The combat footage was recorded by drones. I'll send it to your smartwatch so you can analyze it yourself. It seemed her expectations were far higher, and this result was just something Yu Yonha couldn't accept. She was trembling with sheer frustration. Only 16th? I know individual performance is graded separately, and the person she was glaring at with envious, laser-focused eyes was Che Naun. She was ranked even higher than her. At the top, the second team, Che Naun and the other 3, were ranked 4,100. She felt absolutely helpless that all her efforts had come to nothing. I decided I was going to put some distance between my team and Che Naun's. I tried so hard to win, and this is all I get? Meanwhile, Shin Jonghak, sitting right next to her, was busy stealing glances at Che Naun. Even though Yu Yonha was standing between them, he was staring at her with pure infatuation. After thinking it over, Yu Yonha still felt unsatisfied, and a wave of annoyance bubbled up inside her. She couldn't take it anymore, and slammed her hand hard against the table. Then, with a murderous look in her eyes, Yu Yonha stormed over toward Che Naun. She stopped right behind her. The atmosphere turned heavy. You'd think Yu Yonha was about to get physical with Che Naun, but instead, she did a total 180 and acted all friendly. Hey, Che Naun. The two of them started chatting about their training. How's training going? You doing all right? As you can see, I only got 6th. It's so embarrassing. What about you? Even though Yu Yonha wanted to tear her apart, she held it together on the surface. I got 16th. Instead of feeling sorry for her, Che Naun actually seemed impressed by Yu Yonha. You got 16th with that gunman? That's amazing. It would have been a lot better if he hadn't dragged you down. Suddenly, hearing Che Naun mention Kim Hajin, she realized what she meant by drag down. Yeah, they had spent 50 minutes on a 10-minute route just because of that guy. But on the flip side, his contribution in the fight against the trailing monsters had been high. Even if he was a bit of a mess at the start, he wasn't half bad later on. Yu Yonha, of course, couldn't forget that insane moment. The dozens of squids the monster had fired were completely wiped out by his bullets before they even hit the ground. After that mission together, she started seeing Hajin in a completely different light. Could he really pull something like that off with just ordinary magic bullets? A seed of doubt began to grow in her heart. Who exactly is this guy? After that struggle with the black-spotted octopus, Hajin definitely needed some serious recovery time. After an intense training session, he collapsed onto the training ground floor, gasping for air. Suddenly, right then and there, Hajin remembered something extremely important. I got so caught up in training I forgot to check the watch. I wonder how much it's increased. His luck stat had been triggered thanks to targeting low-level monsters. Accuracy has increased significantly. All attacks successful. Proficiency up by 20%. Knowledge up by 0.03. Luck triggered. Your eyes and ears seem to have become sharper. Productivity up by 27. Everything was ultimately going according to the plan Hajin had mapped out. It seems his luck was triggered exactly during today's training, just as he predicted. And his product count went up a bit more too. Getting in Yu Yonha's way was definitely worth it. The stat increases from training were also quite substantial. Thanks to the workout, strength, stamina, and vitality, each increased by 0.02%. It was amazing how the mana seeping into his muscle cells caused it. Strength, stamina, and vitality increased by 0.03%. All of this thanks to the help of enlightenment and energy flow. Feeling that he had made significant progress for the day, he decided to give himself a break. That's enough of an increase for today. I'll stop here. But just a few seconds later, he started wondering if he should just start all over again. That night, as the darkness of night blanketed everything, lights were still glowing from Yu Yonha's room. Inside her small space, she wasn't asleep yet because there was still work to do. Yu Yonha sat in her chair with her arms crossed, looking incredibly serious, her eyes glued to the screen. It turned out she was re-watching the video of Hajin's shooting scene. Yu Yonha wanted to see exactly how he managed to take all of them down in such a short amount of time. When she noticed something unusual in his attacking method, she immediately hit pause. It seemed like Yu Yonha had watched this clip so many times that she could pick up on even the smallest detail. From 2.78 seconds to here, he fired 60 shots in the blink of an eye. She made a gun shape with her hand, pointed it forward, and did some quick calculations. Is it really possible to pull the trigger 20 times in 1 second? Or does that trigger finger have some kind of automatic firing button? Yu Yonha was determined to find out exactly what enabled him to do that. His agility was truly extraordinary. Yet, his vitality was weak compared to the other cadets. And the way he suddenly switched weapons, there were just too many suspicious points. Suddenly, while she was deep in thought, a notification popped up. Why don't I remember meeting him at the Cube Academy? For whatever reason, late at night, Shin Jonghak sent her a message. What are you doing? When she read that line from him, her maiden heart began to flutter. Yu Yonha didn't hesitate to reply. Analyzing my video, she's doing some boring stuff again. Shin Jonghak was standing in the middle of some ruins while texting back and forth with her. If I were preparing to take over the guild, I'd need to recruit some talent first. Your team has talent? It's all trash. But what about that guy holding the gun? Yu Yonha read that and broke into a faint smile. Whether she was sincere or just faking it, she laughed and gave Hajin a compliment. He acts like he doesn't care about anything, but he actually cares more than I thought. Sometimes he's even kind of cute. Shin Jonghak also held Hajin's ability in high regard. I guess he's all right. His skill is ranked 934th. Didn't he just get lucky to get into that group? After chatting with Shin Jonghak, Yu Yonha switched back into professional mode to meet Yun Sung-ah. On a beautiful morning at the guild headquarters, Yun Sung-ah's secretary was reviewing her schedule. Vice Guild Master. The visit is scheduled for Friday, 2 weeks from today. But at that moment, there was something else that caught her attention more. Oh right, this is more important. Look at this. The image being displayed on Yun Sung-ah's large screen was none other than Kim Soo-ho. Isn't Kim Soo-ho just amazing? His poise and impressive skills left her completely captivated. His movements were fluid like water, and his sword style didn't resemble any modern swordsmanship at all. Yun Sung-ah was deeply drawn to Kim Soo-ho's fresh fighting style. It looked as if he were dancing with his sword. She highly valued and recognized the artistic quality of Kim Soo-ho's movements. Just look at his unnatural cutting force. It was like he wasn't just slashing through a monster, but merely brushing through empty space. Yun Sung-ah just kept singing his praises to the high heavens. The nature of the sea, the desolate moon, the silence of the servant. I can sort of understand why all the big guilds in Seoul are targeting him. After raving endlessly about Soo-ho's talent, Yun Sung-ah made up her mind to recruit him at any cost. No matter what, I have to bring him over to my side. And so, the next cadet appeared on her screen, followed by many other prominent names. After scrolling back and forth, her eyes landed on someone. Wait a minute. So the next person who made Yun Sung-ah feel a sense of novelty was Hajin, the cadet who uses a gun? With everything she had heard through the grapevine, the secretary started telling her, yes, he's been quite the talk of the guild community lately. It seems many people have watched this video because he's on a team with Yu Yunha. Without an automatic rifle, he managed to fire 60 rounds in just 3 seconds. Of those shots, he hit his target 59 times. Even if someone pulls the trigger with incredible speed, a typical gunman couldn't do that. It seemed Hajin's flashy performance had caught a lot of people's attention. She had thought he was a name that wouldn't get much notice, but things were different now. With a low-grade product, to put on a show like that, Kim Hajin's skills could be called a heresy within the group. Furthermore, they rumored that he had switched from a sword to a gun after entering the cube. Hearing this, Yun Sung-ah started to get the picture, so he reached enlightenment. Enlightenment is the phenomenon where a person discovers their talent, their special ability. Before enlightenment, people don't know the talent they possess. That is the reason why, in some cases, if the weapon they use doesn't match their talent after enlightenment, they might change their primary weapon. But since they would have wasted 3 years or more if this happens, the Cube Academy actively encourages cadets to use a variety of weapons. Even though Yun Sung-ah found Hajin remarkable, she didn't rate him very highly. Enlightenment at just 17? That's pretty fast, I guess, but it's still limited to just guns. Nothing too impressive. Regardless, we should keep an eye on him. Do we have any scouts available? Based on her grasp of the situation, the secretary replied, none, because this shipment is very special. Everyone is pushed to their absolute limits. Yun Sung-ah then decided to keep an eye on Hajin a little longer to test his talent. Let's just leave him be. If he's truly a diamond in the rough, he'll shine sooner or later. Whether the nickname heretic is too harsh or not will reveal itself in time. Yun Sung-ah didn't want to interfere, choosing to stand back and observe quietly to let things play out naturally. Wednesday finally arrived. Today is the day for the cadets to spar and show what they're made of. Everyone they've met will face off to improve their physical strength and train their minds. Today is the day for anti-personality training. Everyone is taking it seriously, giving it their all to win. The procedure is very well organized, with anti-personality training conducted in pairs. Everyone uses training weapons during practice. That way, it's easier to evaluate performance and reduce the pain. But for Hajin, this is a living nightmare. But for rank 934, Kim Hajin, you'd have to be incredibly lucky to end up in a spot like that. Everyone else is paired with a classmate, but he's the only one with this special treatment. Get up, quickly. Why am I the only one who has to fight the professor? It's as if he read Hajin's deepest thoughts and immediately explained. If you're curious, I'll explain. Because the training weapons aren't finished being forged yet, and using real weapons for anti-personality training would cause too many dangerous accidents. So, in my capacity as professor, I will train you separately. But Hajin is far from thrilled about this special treatment. I can't keep going. I give up. But with his competitive spirit, how could the professor ever accept that? In real combat, there's no such thing as giving up. Not letting Hajin retort, the professor threw a punch straight at him. Defend yourself. In that split second, Kim Hajin triggered his high-end skill. You might think he's just goofing off, but once he gets serious, he can dodge the professor's punches as easily as eating cake. Even the professor was a bit surprised that Kim Hajin could flash step like that. But he couldn't stop yet. He had to stay highly focused, not letting his guard down for even a second, because the professor would still take advantage of any opening Hajin left to attack. He kept throwing earth-shattering punches, but Hajin dodged them all. At this point, the professor realized something truly special about the kid. This brat, his form might not be perfect, but he can keep up with my speed with his eyes. Hajin's incredibly superhuman reflex speed made him stand out from the rest. And it's not by accident that he achieved that godlike speed. It's all thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. You can see far and predict the general movement of your target. With the help of that skill, Hajin has become the king of speed. Of course, the skill shows everything. All you have to do is dodge it yourself. While he was training with the professor, the people around him started teasing him. Hey, look at him. That guy is literally jumping around like a monkey. Hearing the whispers about him, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Do those guys really think it's that easy? The product count went up by 40. After a long day of stretching his stiff muscles, Hajin treated himself to a cold can of Coke. He slumped down next to the vending machine and sighed, feeling as blue as a dragonfly. It seemed Hajin was completely drained. Then, he cast a glance with his pale, bloodless face forward. It turns out, the person Hajin was watching was Yu Yunha. She walked past him looking less than pleased. Yu Yonha stared at him with eyes full of hostility and contempt. Hajin didn't say a word to her, just followed her back with his eyes. Suddenly, seeing her again, Hajin remembered something. I'm probably the only one who didn't write her a letter. But her personality is just he was afraid if he hesitated too long, Yu Yonha would be gone, so Hajin quickly pressed the button. Should I try it? While she hadn't gone too far yet, Hajin managed to call her back. Yu Yonha. He called her to stop, but it wasn't for anything important, he just wanted to give her a can of Coke. Although Yu Yonha was a bit confused and baffled, she took the Coke. Even though Hajin was showing goodwill, she thought the worst of him. Do you want to fight? What are you talking about? A moment later, he quickly came up with a reasonable excuse. I was helped quite a bit during the previous training session. Consider this a drink to help us get along. A simple test. If just following the flow is enough to get 40 points, then how much will I get if I talk to one of the main characters? Faced with Hajin's sincerity, Yu Yunha kept her cold, executive demeanor. No need. Drink it yourself. And no one can beat her at being cold-hearted. Yu Yunha actually threw the Coke back at him. It turns out one of the things that annoyed her about him was the way he addressed her. I haven't given you permission to drop the formalities with me. That's your first warning. After putting on a cool display in front of Hajin, Yu Yunha flipped her hair and walked away. She clutched Che Nayun's bag tightly and walked forward very confidently. But not long after, Yu Yunha felt that something was wrong. The way her hand felt on the bag seemed to have changed. It felt a bit heavier, didn't it? To be sure, she opened the bag to see what it was. Surprise! Surprise! Even though Yu Yunha had given it back, he had deliberately stuffed it back in. This idiot, I hate him. She raised it up high, intending to vent her frustration on it, but after thinking about it for a moment, Yu Yunha decided to lower her hand. It wouldn't be right to waste a drink just because of Hajin, so she put it back inside the bag. Fine, the Coca-Cola is innocent. Hajin was so persistent because he knew she loved sweets. Yu Yunha. She loved fast food like soda, ramen, and hamburgers. But because of her own reputation, she couldn't buy those things herself. That's her character setting. Hajin started to sink into his thoughts. Even though I can push the character settings that only I know, but if it's just a short conversation, I won't get many points. Of course, I have to force myself into the main plot. That means the next part of the main plot is about to start. This is it. And the event Hajin is referring to is the attack on the National Weapon Museum. And who are they? Why would those people do something like that? Jane. Those who have signed a contract with the devil. They have traded their souls for immense power. They have become the right-hand men working for the devil, and their numbers are growing. This incident occurs with the motive of assassinating a certain individual at the National Weapon Museum. According to what Hajin remembers, the protagonist's sudden arrival at the museum to view the exhibition caused Jane's group's plan to fail. The protagonist, Kim Soo-ho, attracted the attention of several key characters through this episode. Yet, even so, the situation didn't shift too much. Although the two main characters, Kim Soo-ho and Che Na-yoon, appeared, since it's still early on, Jane isn't in any serious danger. After thinking it over carefully, he makes a decision. Alright, I can blend into this episode. Now I need to find a way to get inside the museum. Suddenly, a guard approaches and asks him to leave. Hey cadet, class is over. Why aren't you heading back to the dorms? What are you still doing here? Hey, you, give me your student ID number right now. To avoid the hassle, Hajin doesn't argue and just picks up his laptop to leave. Sorry, I'll report it right away, sir. The laptop screen displays garbled characters and distorted code lines, as if an invisible force is trying to pierce the boundary between the digital world and reality. Then, a glitching envelope icon appears, hinting at an email containing system errors or malware. At Cube, there are core curriculum activities. You could consider them small organizations formed by the cadets, such as academic clubs, martial arts, first-time experiences, hobbies, and so on. The established setting includes about 100 clubs covering every field at Cube. Furthermore, aside from self-improvement, these clubs serve as a social foundation among the cadets that is the voice of Kim Hajin. That is what the club I'm joining today adheres to Cube Portal. Another voice suddenly rings out. Oh, hello. Thank you for joining the travel club today. That is the voice of Oh Han-hyun, the president of the Healing Rain Travel Club. He continues, saying there are many incredible people among this year's new members. Suddenly, Oh Han-hyun becomes gloomy. When I received the pile of application forms, I doubted if it was even real. The students behind him, seeing him like that, start to encourage him. Senior Oh Han-hyun takes a deep breath. Then he continues. Anyway, let me explain a bit about our travel club, Healing Rain. Oh Han-hyun explains that the main goal of our club is to rest. We will use the teleportation gates to visit outside of Cube once or twice a month. Kim Hajin is also here. He is listening intently to the announcement. We are planning a visit to a nearby location for our group's social activity today. We're going to soon. Oh, Han-hyun is incredibly excited as he blurts that out. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin looks quite indifferent. He is thinking about the trip to Soon, where everyone can freely do whatever they want by splitting into groups of 2. It's exactly as I wrote in the novel. Kim Hajin plans for his goal today to be the Soon Weapon Museum, where the first main plot kicks off. I will follow the protagonists there and infiltrate the main storyline. Oh, Han-hyun's voice is still echoing. Now, let's split into groups and draw lots, everyone. This catches Kim Hajin by surprise. Is the club lottery set up like that? Even if I'm paired with someone, can't I just go on my own? While he's thinking that, his name is suddenly called from a piece of paper. Kim Hajin. Yoo Yeon-ha has picked his name. Not only is she frozen, but even Kim Hajin is struck dumb. At this moment, Yoo Yeon-ha radiates a very intense aura as she speaks. We go our separate ways. Kim Hajin replies with a hint of indifference. Yeah, fine. Yoo Yeon-ha turns to walk away, then suddenly says, Oh, one more thing. Yoo Yeon-ha looks irritated. I told you not to speak so bluntly to me. This is the second warning. There won't be a third. Faced with this, Kim Hajin just gives a forced smile and goes along with her. Ah, yes, my lady. The weather is cool, and warm rays of sunlight are covering everything here. It's very crowded with visitors inside. This is the International Weapon Museum, holding the largest collection of replica weapons on display in South Korea. Amidst the crowd, the figure of Kim Hajin appears, walking alone. Suddenly, he accidentally spots Chae Na-yoon with bright eyes, admiring a bow on display. Chae Na-yoon is over there. Kim Hajin immediately realizes that he is not far away. Just as he thought, he sees the target he was looking for. The one intently observing the treasure in front of him is Kim Soo-ho, the protagonist of this novel. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho spots Kim Hajin approaching him. Kim Hajin walks over and asks, Are you looking at the 7-star sword? Kim Soo-ho seems hesitant, just saying, yeah, and then introduces himself. I'm Kim Hajin. Hearing that, Kim Soo-ho breaks into a very warm smile. Right. Sorry, I forgot. He asks Kim Hajin. You're the one who chose the gun, right? So, you joined the travel club too. Kim Hajin doesn't seem enthusiastic about Kim Soo-ho's comment. He just glances at him and thinks, he's strong, good-looking, and I've taken enough heat from readers because the protagonist was too stubborn. Kim Soo-ho continues. I think there's a gun exhibit over there. Want to go see it? I heard Napoleon's rifle is there too. Kim Hajin coldly replies. I'm fine. Do you think we have the time? Suddenly, the whole museum starts shaking violently. The visitors inside are extremely curious, not knowing what is happening. The PA system immediately blares an announcement. Warning. Monsters have appeared outside the museum. The warning sound keeps ringing. The people here immediately become terrified, their faces turning pale. The sound of the announcement echoes into every corner of the museum. Monsters have appeared outside. Everyone is terrified, screaming out loud. They panic and run. Where's the exit? The scene of them scrambling over each other is incredibly chaotic. Don't push. Get out of the way, I said. Get out of the way. So many adults shoving each other has caused a little girl to almost fall to the ground. At that moment, a sound of a fist smashing into glass causes it to shatter. It was Chae Na-yoon who did that, and thanks to that, everyone's focus shifts toward her. Everyone witnessing this scene freezes, an expression of astonishment and surprise clearly visible. Kim Soo-ho, having caught the little girl who was about to fall, is also stunned by the situation. Chae Na-yoon speaks up clearly. Calm down. The heroes in charge of the museum will be here soon. She reaches her hand into the glass case to grab the bow while saying, if you run away in this situation, you'll just become food for the monsters. At the same time, the museum's system voice echoes, the display case was shattered, and the thief had triggered the anti-theft shutters. In an instant, the entire area was placed under lockdown. As the steel door slammed shut, alarms blared, and red laser beams crisscrossed the room. Chae Na-yoon turned sharply to Kim Soo-ho, snapping, grab something. We need to hold the line until the heroes get here. Kim Soo-ho looked stunned. Right. Suddenly, the sound of chilling footsteps echoed through the hall. Chae Na-yoon picked up on it immediately. A crimson aura flared before her, and Chae Na-yoon instinctively reached for the bow on her back. The footsteps were growing louder, closer. At the same moment, Tomer's voice rang out. Looks like one slipped inside. Standing to the side, Kim Hajin watched closely and recognized the demi-human immediately. It was Lucius's dog, a villain used as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth. Tomer lashed out, his hand transforming into sharp, jagged claws. He lunged toward Che Na-yun, ready to strike with all his might. Just as Tomer was about to unleash his attack, Kim Soo-ho suddenly appeared behind him with a massive greatsword. Without a second of hesitation, he prepared a lethal blow. Watching from the sidelines, Kim Hajin thought to himself, just like in the novel. In the story, Kim Soo-ho should have easily defeated him, but unlike the plot Kim Hajin knew, Tomer swatted Kim Soo-ho away with one hand. His raw power was terrifying, slamming Soo-ho hard against the wall. Soo-ho crumpled to the ground right behind Kim Hajin, leaving him completely shocked. Wait, what? After that devastating blow from Tomer, Kim Soo-ho collapsed to the floor. The wall behind him was deeply dented, and the laser system reactivated, filling the room with traps. Kim Hajin turned pale with fear, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questioned himself. Something's wrong. The story I wrote, it isn't supposed to go like this. In the original, they might have been pinned down for a moment, but it quickly turned into a battle where Kim Soo-ho unleashed his true strength and overwhelmed his opponent. Che Na-yun was also becoming frantic, muttering in confusion. "Hey, Kim Soo-ho!" she screamed. That powerful shout snapped him back to reality. Soo-ho gasped, jolting awake as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kim Hajin rushed over, asking anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" Soo-ho struggled to stand, his body trembling uncontrollably as he managed to choke out, I'm not." Che Na-yun stepped forward, thinking deeply. His condition wasn't good, he needed time to recover. But just as she prepared to rush forward, a bad feeling washed over her. She spun around just in time to see Tomer lunging toward her, murderous intent radiating from the magical energy in his hands. She reacted instinctively, pulling 2 arrows from her quiver, watching her opponent with intense focus. Without hesitation, Che Na-yun let them fly. All 3 arrows streaked toward the approaching enemy, but he didn't even bother to dodge. He let the sharp arrows pierce his body, a mocking sneer curling his lips. Che Na-yun was stunned by his nonchalance. She had no choice but to keep firing. Once again, more arrows slammed into Tomer's body. He just stood there calmly, as if he felt no pain, his smile growing even more arrogant. At this point, Che Na-yun was pale with fright, standing frozen in shock, her face filled with undeniable terror and confusion. She gripped her bow tight, her body trembling with rage. She refused to give up, continuing to fire arrows, though panic was setting in deep. It's not a special ability, and it's not healing either. That bastard. This time, as soon as she fired, her arrow was snapped clean in midair. He stood there, swatting away her endless volley with a look of pure contempt. It was just as it seemed. Tomer easily used his strength to rip the arrows from his own body, neutralizing her attacks entirely. Che Na-yun's face was twisted with a mix of defiance and fear. Tomer narrowed his eyes, flashing a wicked, twisted smile. Kim Hajin snapped out of his trance and shouted at the top of his lungs, "No! Run, Na-yun!" But Tomer was already charging at her with lightning speed. He aimed his demonic claws straight at her. Che Na-yun watched in horror as those sharp blades moved closer to her face. At the critical second, Kim Hajin dove in. He leaped into the air, throwing a punch that knocked Tomer away from his teammate. Then he quickly turned to Che Na-yun, asking frantically, "Che Na-yun, are you okay?" She quickly reached for more arrows, snapping back, "Watch out for yourself." Before she could finish, the enemy was already charging at them both again in a flash. Kim Hajin tried to block the giant demonic arm with his sword, his arms trembling as he struggled to hold him back. Suddenly, a massive mouth gaped open from within, the black smoke right in front of his blade. Its eyes glowed with a sharp, lethal light. Controlled by Tomer, the beast made of black smoke bit down fiercely on Hajin's holy sword, its eyes filled with killing intent. Its master grinned, teeth bared in amusement. Kim Hajin stared in shock at the spirit beast, wondering, did his body change? The monster launched a relentless assault, forcing Hajin to retreat as he couldn't keep up. Tomer seized the momentum, ruthlessly knocking Hajin to the floor and raising his fist. He was using the monster to keep Hajin pinned down. When the sharp fang pierced his neck, blood began to drip, and Hajin groaned in pain. Just then, countless arrows imbued with spiritual power pierced Tomer's back, forcing him to wince in agony and instantly stop his cruel assault. It was Che Na-yun, her expression grim as she saved her comrade from the brink of death. Tomer spun his head around, glaring at her. His wounds healed instantly, and in the next second, he didn't hesitate to launch his massive demonic claws toward Che Na-yun, leaving her no time to react. Only when it was right in front of her did she realize what was happening, letting out a stunned cry. "Ah!" In a blink, she was sent flying into the wall, the impact echoing loudly. Kim Hajin watched the scene with growing dread, seeing history repeat itself just like with Soo-ho. Damn it, he thought. At this rate, Someone's going to die. Hajin's face darkened, and he shouted to the others, "Everyone, run!" Remembering Che Na-yun was still struggling and fighting back with everything she had, he tried to hold off Tomer's crushing pressure himself, feeling completely bewildered. "I'm the one who wrote this novel, so why is the story unfolding like this?" Hajin tried to steady himself, his hands shaking as he pulled out his laptop. "Calm down. I need to do what I can. Right now." His body wouldn't stop trembling as he desperately dumped silver bullets out of a box. Clutching the bullets in his hand, Hajin cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Mana bullets. Non-elemental. Destructive power, 2,510. Concentrated mana bullets. These bullets couldn't even scratch that monster, let alone, even if I boost the destructive power, I can't inflict a fatal wound. But if I'm inside my own novel, the system settings shouldn't have changed. Thinking this, Kim Hajin didn't hesitate. He started tapping away at his keyboard like a madman. The ordinary bullet from before transformed in an instant. The system notified him that the mana bullet settings were being adjusted. The mana element had changed, and the destructive power had been bumped up to 6. This requires 104 points. Do you want to proceed? Hajin grabbed his gun immediately, thinking, it worked. He skillfully loaded the clip, realizing why this world needed so many heroes. Hajin had rushed forward because elements and astrology could bridge the gap in raw strength, allowing an individual to unleash far greater power. Before his eyes, Tomer and Kim Suho were locked in a fierce battle. Hajin raised his gun, aiming carefully. That demon-like bastard must be a dark element, he thought. His fingers slowly moved to the safety catch. After all, the only thing that dispels darkness is light. No question about it. Hajin suddenly shouted. Kim Suho steeled himself, unleashing a powerful burst of mana with a blinding glow. Hajin roared, "Die!" The system displayed, Light Bullet. Elemental Light. Destructive Power, 610. It is condensed with the essence of light. It often triggers a secondary explosion inside the body. Hajin fired the bullet in a flash. It landed exactly on Tomer's shoulder while he was still stunned, unable to grasp what was happening. Boom! The bullet detonated instantly, releasing a blinding, intense light. One of Tomer's arms was pulverized instantly, the shockwave forcing everyone nearby to recoil. The explosion from the light bullet radiated a searing glare, making everyone wary of the blast. Tomer had been hit. One of his arms was severed right before his very eyes, leaving him in total shock. Only when he realized the situation did he let out a furious, agonizing scream. Che Na-yun, who had been held captive, finally went limp as the pressure lifted. Once he dropped his guard, she slowly sank to the ground. Kim Hajin stood there, his whole body trembling had he pushed himself past his limits. Tomer, heavily wounded, was shaking as he clutched his shoulder. Kim Suho seized the opportunity, sword leveled at him. Kim Hajin collapsed to the floor, looking completely panicked, his gun slipping from his hands as he gasped for air. Once he regained his senses a little, he reflexively looked up. Kim Suho was releasing a violent surge of mana, his expression full of resolve, eyes flashing with killing intent as he stared down the enemy. The next second, his holy sword, wreathed in powerful spiritual energy, swung down slowly. Only now did Tomer realize his plight, his expression one of stunned shock as he watched the ethereal light glowing before him. Kim Suho calmly caressed his blade, the mana output growing stronger by the second. The power of the Saint's sword, capable of cutting through anything, was finally brought to bear. Kim Suho decisively cleaved Tomer in two with a single strike in the blink of an eye. In his final moments, Tomer only managed a few pained groans before his life force was completely drained. He collapsed to the floor. Kim Suho landed slowly, stabbing his holy sword into the ground to steady himself, ending the attack. Sweat poured down his face, and his breathing became heavy and rapid. Che Na-yun wasn't doing much better. She was curled up on the ground, her whole body shivering from sheer terror. Kim Suho hurried over, reaching out to comfort her, asking softly, "Are you okay?" But Che Na-yun immediately swatted his hand away, cold as ice. Kim Suho stared blankly at his rejected hand, momentarily speechless. Right then, Kim Hajin wandered over, acting carefree as he said, "Just leave her be. Her brother will be here to comfort her soon enough," he thought to himself. That's how it happened in the novel. Anyway, getting no response, Hajin looked up. Both Kim Suho and Che Na-yun were staring at him with wide, dumbfounded expressions. She looked at him, bewildered and trembling, and asked, What did you just say?" As she finished, she collapsed from exhaustion, causing Kim Suho to shout in panic, "Che Na-yun!" Outside, the spiky lizards were aggressively charging forward, spitting fire. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted in midair. The next second, the lizards were impaled by countless blades, falling to the ground in agony. Once they were out, a pair of boots with red soles walked in calmly. Was it Yoon Sung-ah? She walked into the middle of the battlefield, dual blades in hand, asking casually, "Is it over yet?" An ambulance arrived quickly. Someone inside hopped out, shouting loudly, "Vice Leader, the emergency outside the museum has been resolved." Yoon Sung-ah let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. What about inside the museum? A demon appeared, but it was dealt with immediately. There were 3 cadet heroes there at the time. Yoon Sung-ah looked impressed and asked curiously, "Oh, that's commendable. Who were they?" Her subordinate replied thoughtfully. It was Chae Na-yoon, Kim Soo-ho, and hearing those names, her eyes lit up. Yoon Sung-ah rushed off excitedly, leaving behind her confused subordinate, who called out, "Wait, where are you going, Vice Leader?" Yoon Sung-ah couldn't hide her joy. Chae Na-yoon, she thought to herself. Thank goodness. I never expected to have the chance to interact with Kim Soo-ho in a place like this. She quickly ran toward the museum entrance, her heart still debating what she should say first. Suddenly, Kim Hajin caught her eye. Yoon Sung-ah looked like she'd struck gold. Perfect timing. To his surprise, she didn't hesitate to approach. Yoon Sung-ah suddenly appeared right in front of Hajin at close range, saying excitedly, "Hello." She hurriedly asked him, "You're a cadet hero, right? Do you know?" Before she could finish, Hajin cut her off. Move aside," he said calmly, continuing on. "Kim Soo-ho is inside." Yoon Sung-ah politely moved away, replying, "Oh, thank you." She walked inside happily, without a second thought. But after a few steps, Yoon Sung-ah froze, calling out in suspicion, "Wait a minute. How did you know I was looking for Kim Soo-ho?" By this time, Hajin was sitting wearily against a chair in the plaza, sighing dejectedly. He opened his laptop, deep in thought. Yoon Sung-ah, talking to me out of nowhere really freaked me out. Is this situation related to the changes in the story? I need to check. Let's get straight to the point. A foreign character named Kim Hajin had gotten involved in the story, but his role was still very much in the shadows. So far, everything was proceeding without any issues. So, surely he wasn't important enough to alter the plot. Thinking this, Hajin went stiff. He remembered something, and exclaimed in a daze, I completely forgot. This novel had a co-author. This world is a remake of the novel I wrote. If this world is based on what was written by this other author, then it makes sense that things are happening that I didn't foresee. If that's the case, my predictions based on my own novel might be useless now. This hypothesis left Kim Hajin in shock, completely frozen in place. A sudden sound rang out, making his stiff body jump. Hajin stared in confusion at the glowing computer screen. A new message in my inbox, he thought. When he opened it, it was a system notification about a plot hole. The protagonist and those around him were never supposed to be in real danger. If the danger keeps up, readers will get tired of the repetitive, boring tropes, he muttered. The protagonist is supposed to come and save the day. Hajin's fingers twitched as he stared at the screen, his face darkening. He stammered, "What? What are you talking about? There's an alternative plan starting now. The threat level will be increased, even if it leads to total chaos." As the sky turned blood red and dusk fell, Instructor Yu approached, waving to call his students, Kim Soo-ho and Kim Hajin. He walked over to them and said cautiously, "I've heard about what happened. I'll ask for details later. For now, just head back." Suddenly, Kim Soo-ho asked, "What about Chae Na-yoon?" Kim Soo-hyuk replied nonchalantly, "She's taking sick leave and has gone to be with her family. You two should head back to your dorms too." With that, he turned and left, leaving the two of them staring blankly at his retreating back. Just then, Kim Soo-ho unexpectedly called out to Hajin, making him jump. Soo-ho looked at him with suspicion, and hesitated. "About earlier, why did you say that to Chae Na-yoon?" Hajin put on an innocent face and asked back, "Say what?" Soo-ho replied bluntly, "The thing about her brother." It wasn't until then that Kim Hajin remembered, and he replied seriously, "Well, it's because her brother is wait." He remembered the message about the plot hole earlier. He tried to pull himself together, asking Soo-ho in a panic, "What about her brother?" Soo-ho looked at him skeptically, questioning sharply, "Are you pretending you don't know?" Hajin explained, feeling flustered. "What do you mean?" "No, I'm really." Just then, a sharp pain shot through Kim Soo-ho's head, causing his face to turn pale, and he finally decided to let it go. "Whatever. We'll talk later." Previously, he was ranked 4th at the Military Agent Academy and is now enrolled in the Cube Hero Training School. Her family relations, Chae Shin-hyuk is her father, and Chae Jin-yoon is her brother. Kim Hajin sat in front of the screen, reading it over and over, feeling confused and muttering, "It's still the exact same setting I wrote." So what was that reaction about? Suddenly, he noticed something and gasped. Huh? Caught in Kim Hajin's gaze was a large headline. Breaking news. Chae Shin-hyuk's son, Chae Jin-yoon, is in critical condition following a monster attack. Below were countless articles about the event. The spark operation had succeeded. New hero Chae Jin-yoon is currently in a coma. Hero Chae Jin-yoon successfully rescued 3 comrades during the monster attack and has been confirmed to be in a vegetative state. Hajin stood frozen in shock, blurting out, "What is this? The spark monster suppression operation?" That was supposed to be the first victory that helped the protagonist, Chae Jin-yoon, succeed. Chae Na-yoon, only 13 at the time, had been incredibly proud of her brother, who had become a hero. Or at least, that was what I had written. While he was still confused, the computer screen lit up again with a new message. Those messages again, Hajin thought. When he clicked the dialog box, the system immediately displayed a notice. This message will be sent after the target, Kim Hajin, realizes the settings have been changed for the first time. In the spark battle, Chae Na-yoon lay passed out in a pool of blood. Her comrades were desperately screaming, "Chae Jin-yoon, wake up! Chae Jin-yoon!" His eyes opened slightly but were soon blurred with tears. The protagonist had been judged to have too many supporters. The settings were immediately changed to the lines below the change points. 4 years ago, after being appointed as a hero, Chae Jin-yoon had an accident during his first deployment. He received a devil's thorn and became a devil type. Reading these lines, Kim Hajin was completely stunned. His eyes went wide as he stammered in confusion. What? From the hospital room, the news was playing. Around 1 p.m. today, a group of monsters appeared in the center of the capital, Seoul. This sudden appearance of monsters has left about 50 civilians injured and 7 others dead. Leading the suppression effort is Yoon Sung-ah, the vice leader of the Essence of the Straight Guild. Suddenly, a hand reached out and turned off the speaker. The hospital room was dim. Someone was sitting in the middle of the room, hugging themselves and looking lonely, creating a gloomy atmosphere. She squeezed her body, pulled the blanket over herself, and hung her head in despair. Suddenly, Chae Shin-hyuk rushed in with a doctor, shouting in a panic. Chae Na-yoon jumped in surprise and sat up, exclaiming, "Father!" She asked her father worriedly, "What's wrong, father? And what about your work?" He comforted her gently. "Do you think work is important right now? How are you? Are you feeling any better?" "Yes, I'm fine, father." Chae Shin-hyuk was still unable to hide his worry, asking carefully, "Are you really okay? Did you get a detailed checkup?" "I can tell the doctor," but Na-yoon quickly brushed it off, saying cheerfully, "Ah, it's fine, really. There's nothing wrong at all. Why did you come all the way here?" He hesitated and replied, "Because I was worried about you." "Oh?" She felt a bit guilty and sighed. "I'm really okay." Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon called out again, "Father?" She curled up, feeling pitiful and sad as she asked, "Can I visit my brother before I'm discharged?" Chae Shin-hyuk was stunned for a moment, looking at his daughter with a pained expression, unable to speak. He gently held Chae Na-yoon's hand and immediately agreed. "Of course, you can." Devil type. A higher form of monster that can take over a human being by turning them into a devil type. Those turned into devil types enter an incubation stage until they sprout and bloom into powerful monsters. Kim Hajin thought deeply. According to his original setting, such an incubation period lasts about 5 to 6 years, so half of it had already passed. On the other side, Chae Na-yoon had changed into her casual clothes and was standing in front of someone's hospital room. The sign clearly read, "Room 803, Chae Jin-yoon." There was only one way to solve this messy situation, and it had to be done as quickly as possible. Before the monster inside Chae Jin-yoon bloomed, he had to be killed. Kim Hajin fell into a panic again. But how? And who would do it? I can't just hand this off to anyone. No mercenary would accept a request to kill the 4th-generation heir of a wealthy family. And because there was no way to measure this blooming process, there was no way to propose a countermeasure either. Kim Soo-ho couldn't defeat a fully bloomed monster. Even if all current hero forces were mobilized, it would be impossible to avoid a few casualties. That was why he couldn't let it all happen. All of those people had to become helpers for him in the later parts of the story. Just then, Chae Na-yoon sat by the hospital bed and called out, "Brother." Kim Hajin, on the other side, became extremely tense, his whole body trembling. Chae Na-yoon looked at her brother with a heavy heart, her voice trembling as she whispered, "I'm here now." Hajin, however, was trapped with only one choice. As he stared at his computer screen, he realized, "I have to kill him." Meanwhile, Chae Na-yoon was recounting her experience to Chae Jin-yoon. "That was my first time seeing a monster like that, and I almost died. Can you believe it? I mean, how is a normal cadet supposed to stand a chance against a monster like that?" But as the gunman's name came to her lips, she suddenly froze. Che Nayun couldn't bring herself to finish, muttering under her breath, "Forget it, let's not talk about that." A knock at the door signaled that visiting hours were over. Che Nayun responded instinctively, "Oh, right." She smoothed out her brother's blanket, bidding him a lingering farewell. "I'll be back soon." As her brother closed the door, she walked out into the hallway, head bowed, her steps heavy and silent. But after a few paces, she stopped dead in her tracks. Lost in her own thoughts, a memory from the other day resurfaced. Hajin's indifferent voice saying, "Just leave her alone." He had looked at her with such icy detachment. His words were so confusing. Surely, her brother would come to comfort her soon enough. At the thought, Che Nayun bit her lip, her expression turning terrifyingly dark. A flicker of killing intent burned in her eyes as she growled softly to herself. Over at the Hero Tower, the lights were still on in the archives. A voice cut through the quiet. "Vice President? Are you serious?" Jiren stood guard anxiously, trying to warn her. Accessing files on a national organization without authorization is against the rules. What if you get caught? Yoon Sung-ah kept digging, brushing him off with a wave of her hand. "Don't worry about it. I just need to take a quick look at the museum attack from earlier today." Jiren started to panic. But that's exactly the problem. Yoon Sung-ah continued her analysis. "Look at this photo. We found traces of light attribute mana on the monster Che Nayun fought. That means one of the people who defeated that monster is capable of using this element." Her eyes sparked with excitement, a fire of determination igniting within her. Yoon Sung-ah clutched her fists, practically vibrating with energy. Someone who can wield the light element is a massive threat to those monsters. We have to find them and recruit them, no matter what. Jiren could only sigh in defeat, thinking, she's going crazy over talent scouting again. Suddenly, Yoon Sung-ah turned to him. The monster was defeated by 3 cadets who just happened to be at the exhibition, right? Jiren nodded firmly. One of them must be it. Right. Someone who can use the light element. She began listing names. Kim Suho Che Nayun. We've had our eyes on them for a while. Then, a question popped into her head. She voiced her confusion. But I've never heard of this third person. Rank Chameleon 3-4 at Cube Kim Hajin? Elsewhere, Kim Hajin sat typing on his laptop, lost in thought. It was something he had only recently realized. He felt a flicker of joy, but it seemed the others couldn't see this computer at all. This meant he could freely tweak the settings without worrying about other characters noticing. Hajin thought to himself, now that I know this, I've added a few new features to the system. Suddenly, the referee's voice cut through his train of thought. The winner is Jejo. The system began reflecting the setting changes. A notification popped up. Character Damien's confidence has dropped significantly compared to the original settings. He collapsed to the ground, weeping, as the point gap between him and Rachel Elizabeth Louis became too vast. Someone, please change my training partner. Kim Hajin smiled. This was exactly the feature he had introduced. I'll get a notification if anything within a 30-meter radius of me deviates from the novel I wrote, Hajin thought, feeling a surge of confidence. This has to be more effective. Messages from his co-author only arrived when he realized something important, but just then, a shadow appeared behind him. She stood there, eyes full of killing intent. Why won't you spar with me? Kim Hajin looked at her in silence. When he bluntly refused, Che Nayun snapped back. What? Are you scared? After talking about someone else's family like that, the other cadets training nearby began to whisper, clearly flustered. Are they fighting? Kim Hajin didn't show any anger at the mockery. He replied calmly. Because this is a live-fire drill, I have to be careful. I don't want to get in trouble for hurting a fellow student. Che Nayun, feeling disrespected, gritted her teeth in fury. You jerk! Just then, a professor walked over and barked. What do you think you're doing? The teacher reminded them. Cadet Hajin cannot spar with other cadets yet, because he hasn't completed his weapons training. Return to your posts, Che Nayun. Frustrated, she turned away. Che Nayun stopped caring about Kim Hajin and stormed off. He glanced at her back, suddenly realizing he hadn't apologized. Had he? But Kim Hajin quickly dismissed the thought. I have a fundamental goal. I'm working myself to death right now to become stronger. He was driven by one singular purpose, to kill her brother. Hajin reflected, even if I tried to fix our relationship, in the future, she'd only feel more betrayed. In another building, room 305 was packed with people. A voice echoed, Is everyone here? Jun Hyun introduced himself. Welcome to the Truth Club orientation. I'm the club president, Jun Hyun. He dove straight into the main content. Our club's main activity is researching monsters and combat tactics. We hold weekly meetings to discuss our findings. Jun Hyun continued his speech. As people read through the flyers they'd handed out, the male and female cadets alike were visibly blushing at his charm. Kim Hajin analyzed his handsome looks and his uncanny ability to captivate the audience. It's definitely the power of a succubus, he concluded firmly. Hajin recalled the Cube arc, a major stage in the early part of the novel, where quite a few incidents occurred, like cadet kidnappings and monster infiltrations. Jun Hyun was the villain who orchestrated those events. Hajin thought back to Jun Hyun's true identity. He possessed the charm ability of a Lilim demon. Hajin suspected his true objective. He was certain that this suspicion was the reason he had joined this academic club. Meanwhile, Yu Yunha was also sitting there, listening to the orientation. She sat with her arms crossed, watching the front coldly. Jun Hyun gently turned on the screen. Since this is our first orientation, why don't we keep things light? A 3D hologram of a monster appeared, and he introduced it. This is a mid to high tier monster, the Mountain Tyrant. It first appeared 50 years ago during the Great Summoning, so it has quite a history. Jun Haehan revealed a cold truth. Both inside and outside of Cube, information on high tier monsters is incredibly valuable, and info regarding their weaknesses can be worth millions of dollars, if not more. He posed the question to the room. So, what do you all think the weakness of a Mountain Tyrant is? Cadet Yu Yonha didn't hesitate. She looked him in the eye and said bluntly, I heard no weaknesses have ever been officially discovered for it. Jun Hyun nodded in agreement. Exactly. Discussing cases like this is one of the main perks of an academic club like ours. Then, he extended an invitation. Anyone who wants to share their thoughts, feel free to join the gathering coming up. Just then, Kim Hajin called out, You're going too? Young lady Yu Yunha didn't even care, just walking right past him. Feeling ignored, Kim Hajin raised his voice to repeat himself. Was Yu Yunha actually planning to join the gathering too? Only then did she answer, sounding reluctant. Yeah, I might pick up some useful information. Kim Hajin stood there, stunned, thinking, how is info on monsters going to be useful for you? You're voicing your speculations. Are you planning to share them with your guild's attack team? Yu Yunha, whose secret motive had been laid bare, glared at him. That guild was the definition of despair. It was founded 50 years ago during the Great Summoning, with Yu Yunha's family at its core. Currently, they are one of the most influential major guilds in South Korea. Then, Kim Hajin said bluntly, but I've heard that lately, the support for the vice guild leader has been so strong that you, the legitimate heir, are being threatened. He exposed Yu Yunha's true intentions. That was why she had come to the gathering, in a way totally unlike her. Wanting that intel, she brushed off the comment and asked straight up, So, what are you trying to say? Kim Hajin proposed, I'll tell you the weak point of the high-rank Mountain Tyrant. Yu Yunha couldn't believe her ears and stammered, Wait, what? Kim Hajin said it nonchalantly. Look, if you want to inherit the guild without any trouble, you need to make a solid contribution, right? He then began pointing out the small mark on its heel. If you hit that spot, you can completely immobilize the Mountain Tyrant. Kim Hajin added, But I'm not giving you this info for free. Your guild is organizing an armory, right? He stated his terms. I want you to buy a Desert Eagle from them. Yu Yunha remained silent for a long time. She asked skeptically, And the proof? Do you have evidence to back up that claim? Kim Hajin smirked confidently and gave a ridiculous answer. Nope, none. This response left both of them in a state of confusion. Yu Yunha looked at him, feeling helpless. She gritted her teeth and turned away. What a waste of time. Kim Hajin didn't stop her, simply saying, I'm telling you, if you don't trust me, you're going to miss out big time. He calmly analyzed the situation. If Yu Yunha decided to ignore him, this million-dollar piece of intel would be wasted. He considered other, better possibilities, but if she trusted him, he would have a powerful ally on the other side. Yu Yunha was already contacting her team. Hello? Secretary Jin? Can you pass this message to the Mountain Tyrant attack team? She gave instructions, her face flushing. When you attack, Yu Yunha repeated the weak point Kim Hajin had indicated, the blue mark on its heel that might be its weak spot, so make sure to target that. Kim Hajin was certain that she was an ally who would one day be known as the Queen of Soon. A notification screen popped up with the words, Debt Contract. Creditor, Cooper Bank. Debtor, Kim Hajin. Loan amount, $300,000. The creditor, Cooper Bank, would be referred to as the client, and the debtor, Kim Hajin, as the borrower. Both parties agreed to the following terms. Seeing the debt amount displayed clearly, Kim Hajin broke into a cold sweat, stammering, $300,000? In case you didn't know, the maximum loan amount for a C-rank cadet is $300,000. Kim Hajin speculated inwardly. He used the debt, took all the money he could, and then ran off. He cursed angrily. That jerk Kim Hajin? What the hell is he doing? Suddenly, Kim Hajin remembered something. and hurriedly opened his digital watch to check. What about my bank account? The watch screen showed a balance of $3,000. Kim Hajin felt helpless. No way. If this keeps up, I won't just be sent back to my original world. He imagined debt collectors chasing him down, brandishing a contract signed by Che Naun. Selastomer, can't you pay your debt anymore? Don't worry. He thought of a life adrift at sea, Che Naun working hard to pay off his debts. Kim Hajin imagined the worst-case scenario. He might have to spend his whole life paying this off. He swore under his breath and told himself, looks like I'll have to do something to make money. Kim Hajin analyzed his options. Currently, he had 2 legal ways to make a lot of money. He thought of 2 plans. One was stocks. Kim Hajin recalled the world setting. In this world, towers and dungeons constantly appeared. The guilds that discovered and conquered them were essentially like corporations, and all the guilds were present on the stock market, having their own guild stocks. However, he hit a major snag. Even though I know which guilds will successfully list on the stock market, I don't have any money to invest right now, so let's put the stock idea on hold. Kim Hajin decided to choose the other option. Maybe I should start by hitting the hunting grounds. His second choice was the hunting grounds. To explain, hunting grounds are dangerous areas occupied by monsters. They are quite different from towers and dungeons. The difficulty varies wildly, and you can quickly make money by selling monster remains. Kim Hajin felt a bit hesitant. I've only just barely passed the average stats for a male recently. Is this enough to go hunting? He looked at the stats on the screen. Strength 1,735. Endurance 1,745. Agility 215. Intelligence 2,605. Stamina 165. Magic power 13. Kim Hajin thought of a solution. It would be a waste to use products to enhance this handgun. There must be another way. Suddenly, a knock on the door cut through his thoughts. The delivery person called out, Kim Hajin, you have a package from Cadet Yu Yonha. Kim Hajin was a bit puzzled. From Yu Yonha, he opened the door to find a package left outside. Kim Hajin opened the box with his hands, and seeing what was inside, he exclaimed in surprise, this is. The scene shifted to the Wu area, Gangguo province, in the hunting grounds. The female staff member smiled and said, thank you for using the portal, Kim Hajin. Have a happy hunt. He felt a bit flustered. She was so friendly just because he was a cadet. Kim Hajin stepped out of the gate, where there were many people passing by. Suddenly, he paused and scanned his surroundings. Here was some information. The Gangwu province area had a relatively low-danger hunting ground, so even foreigners from all over the world came here to hunt. This made the city a known international metropolis. A young man called out loudly, I'm looking for a team, he shouted. We're serving a mage who wants to go to the vicinity of Chiak Mountain to sell medicinal herbs from the blood-drenched plains. Kim Hajin looked around, where the people were chatting very excitedly. There's a rumor that some crazy guy is out there hunting in the Gangwon province area in the buff. Even the Van channel came all the way out here to investigate. Are you looking for a team? I'm asking. Where are you right now? Just then, Kim Hajin noticed a woman busy calculating prices. 3 small goblins, right? That'll be $600. Seeing that, it suddenly hit him. Now that I think about it, I really should find an agent so I can get a better deal when selling monster parts later on. Kim Hajin hesitated, wondering if he should just pick some random agent nearby. Suddenly, someone walked up behind him. He greeted him politely. Excuse me. Kim Hajin turned around. It was Park Soo-hyuk. With his hair all messy, he approached and asked, Are you here to hunt monsters? Kim Hajin asked. Are you an agent? Park Soo-hyuk stammered. Yes. My business card is right here somewhere. He was so clumsy that he dropped papers all over the ground. Then, he handed over a card. Here is my business card. Kim Hajin took it and judged him silently. This guy seems a bit careless. But then, he was stunned to see the name Park Soo-hyuk on the card. In his mind, Kim Hajin repeated, Agent Park Soo-hyuk. That was the name on the card. He remembered how he looked when he reached the peak. This guy wasn't just the best agency director in South Korea. He eventually became the representative agent for Kim Soo-ho himself. Kim Hajin was a bit shocked. Who would have thought he'd run into him here? Just then, Park Soo-hyuk said shyly, You've never heard of me, have you? Well, I haven't been in the business for very long anyway. Kim Hajin muttered out loud. Was it? He reached out his hand and said cheerfully, Seems all right to me. I'll sign the contract. Park Soo-hyuk was a bit bewildered that he agreed so quickly. Really? Kim Hajin figured that since the world was still in the early chapters of the novel, many people hadn't realized their true potential just like it was written in the story. Park Soo-hyuk was so happy he grabbed his hand and shook it. Thank you. I'll provide you with the best service ever. Kim Hajin decided that building this connection early on wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, is it okay for me to intercept Kim Soo-ho's agent like this? A moment later, a voice rang out. But Kim Hajin asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're okay following me around like this?" Park Soo-hyuk was breathless from walking but still reassured him. Don't worry. If we run into danger, it's fine to just leave me behind." Kim Hajin was a bit suspicious. Most agents without cars usually wait outside the hunting grounds, right? Is he really that desperate for a deal? Suddenly, Park Soo-hyuk looked at some tracks on the ground and said, "I see signs of small goblins here. This type has low difficulty and is worth about $300 to $400 a head." "What do you think?" Kim Hajin replied dismissively. "I'm not sure." He was calculating in his head a magic bullet costs $200 already, so if I want to make a profit, it's better to find a higher value monster. Then Kim Hajin pointed in a direction and asked, "What about that one?" Looking at the massive monster below, Park Soo-hyuk replied, He squinted to get a better look, then gasped, "Isn't that an ironclad boar?" Park Soo-hyuk laughed awkwardly and warned Kim Hajin, "You can't hunt that thing with a gun. You won't be able to pierce its hide." But he just replied confidently, "Whether I can pierce its hide or not, I won't know until I try." Park Soo-hyuk froze in place. Kim Hajin reassured him, "My gun is pretty good, you'll see." Then he remembered the weapon he received for providing information to Yu Yanha about the mountain tyrant. Kim Hajin took out the Desert Eagle he had prepared. Its stats: high-grade Desert Eagle, iron element, multiplied destruction power, low-grade weight reduction magic, and high-grade trigger sensitivity technology. At the same time, Kim Hajin had upgraded it and used his product to add a special setting to this thing. Park Soo-hyuk tried to stop him. "I'm sorry, but you're just going to make it angry." But Kim Hajin didn't care. He just focused on aiming. Park Soo-hyuk called out helplessly, but Kim Hajin fired a shot straight at the ironclad boar. The bullet flew and pierced through it instantly. The ironclad boar fell down in pain. Park Soo-hyuk's jaw dropped in shock. Kim Hajin had sent the ironclad boar to meet its maker with just a single shot in the blink of an eye. Park Soo-hyuk collapsed to the ground in surprise. It turned out that the special setting for the Desert Eagle, besides the other specs, was that every time you defeated an enemy in one hit, the destruction power multiplier would increase. Kim Hajin walked to the edge of the cliff, looked at his handiwork, and proudly said, "That's a pretty good skill, too." Park Soo-hyuk was still in a state of utter shock. The gun in Kim Hajin's hand was a beautiful matte black, and its firepower was immense. Park Soo-hyuk stared at it and started complimenting him. "That gun is amazing, and your marksmanship is top tier," Kim Hajin said modestly. "It's nothing," when he suddenly noticed something in another direction. Kim Hajin fired another shot. Park Soo-hyuk covered his ears and cried out in fear. He asked, "What? What was that?" Kim Hajin explained casually. "There was a black pelican over there by the cliff." Park Soo-hyuk exclaimed in admiration. "You could see that from this far away?" "Cliffs," Kim Hajin stated. "Of course, I used a skill. What's so special about Eagle Eye and throwing a stone?" Then Kim Hajin turned to leave. "I'm heading out now." Park Soo-hyuk was startled. He called out loudly, Wait a second. Wait for me." The scene shifted to show the black pelican and the ironclad boar piled on top of each other. Park Soo-hyuk was panting with exhaustion. Only two of them, but they're incredibly heavy. Kim Hajin wondered if they could get them back to the grounds. Park Soo-hyuk muttered through some plans. Maybe it was better to call a transport team and pay them. The payment would be sent by tomorrow. Let's see. After taxes, it will be. Kim Hajin admired him internally. As expected of Park Soo-hyuk, he's really good at his job. He shook his hand, agreeing, "Yeah, let's do that. I look forward to working with you again." Park Soo-hyuk said politely, "I'm the one who should be saying that," he asked, puzzled. "You said this was your first hunt, right? May I ask what you plan to do with the profit?" Kim Hajin replied flatly, "Stocks." In his heart, Park Soo-hyuk's composure suddenly shattered. He couldn't believe his ears. Kim Hajin researched the new guild, Horsemaster. Because the guild consisted of demi-humans, it played a fairly important role in the story. He used his laptop and thought, of course, that's not what I'm focused on right now. But the dungeon this guild conquered in the story. He remembered a key piece of information. After that event, the stock price of Horsemaster skyrocketed by nearly 1,000%. Kim Hajin was absolutely certain. Just buying them was a guaranteed way to make money. There was no better way to get rich. He clicked the buy button on the screen. The green checkmark on the screen confirmed the $3,000 stock purchase. Kim Hajin muttered to himself, "That should be enough, right?" He wondered aloud, Where else can I dig up some useful intel on these stocks? There's barely anything on the public forums. If I want to find the real goods, I'll have to hit the dark web, the purple banquet. Suddenly, a thought struck Kim Hajin. He whispered to himself, the dark web that reminds me of the Chameleon Troop, the main villains for the first half of the story, an organization of criminals whose true identities remained a complete mystery to everyone, except for their fake names. I, the author, am likely the only one who knows who they really are and how they operate. He calculated in his head that while the Chameleon Troop were criminals, they despised demi-humans. So, if he could somehow manage to get in good with their leader, maybe he could get some help to send Chae Jin-yoon to the afterlife. Thinking of this, Kim Hajin continued to ponder the plot. Let's see. According to the story, there was going to be a vacant spot in the Chameleon Troop soon. That meant they were about to make their move. Suddenly, his laptop screen went pitch black. Kim Hajin was baffled. What? What is this? Why is it black? Anxiety surged within him. This is supposed to be the only way to get back to my own world, right? The laptop screen flickered back to life, and Kim Hajin let out a sigh of relief. It's back on. The screen displayed that a month had passed. A notification popped up. Laptop functions updating. Progress, 0.01%. Elsewhere, in a small cafe, customers were whispering and blushing. Look over there. Oh my god. Is that celebrity? It turned out to be Shin Jong-hak, sitting and talking with Yoo Yeon-ha. He complained irritably, this is such a drag. Can we just put an end to these noble meetings? Yoo Yeon-ha smiled and advised, just bite the bullet and do it. There's nothing to lose by being close to the club leaders. Don't you think so? She asked. How have their scores been lately? Shin Jong-hak replied curtly, good enough. Yoo Yeon-ha smiled. The Shin Jong-hak I know is only satisfied with being number one. He looked down at the 3D screen and said, that's why I said it's good enough. Yoo Yeon-ha didn't press further and simply said, yeah, all right. Suddenly, the cafe door swung open and Chae Na-yoon walked in. Yoo Yeon-ha called out, Na-yoon, over here. Shin Jong-hak saw her and jumped up, happily calling out, Chae Na-yoon. He rushed over and asked, why are you at this meeting? Chae Na-yoon retorted, what's it to you? If I'd known you were going to be here, I wouldn't have come. Shin Jong-hak asked, I heard you were in the hospital. Are you okay? Chae Na-yoon replied dismissively, it's nothing. Don't make a big deal out of it. Yoo Yeon-ha just listened quietly to their conversation. Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon spoke up. Right, I have something to discuss. She asked seriously, do you two know a guy named Kim Hajin? Yoo Yeon-ha was startled at the name. She quickly looked up and asked, Kim Hajin? What about him? Chae Na-yoon slowly recounted, you know about the demi-human incident at the museum, right? It was me, Kim Soo-ho, and that guy. The three of us. She continued to recount her experience. The demi-human was stronger than expected. So, I mean, the fight required us to give it everything we had. Then, Chae Na-yoon said, with a shudder, but that jerk. Recalling the moment the demi-human's arm was shattered, she trembled. How does that even make sense? He blew off a demi-human's arm with a trainee's weapon. Looking back at Kim Hajin's face at that moment, Chae Na-yoon insisted, he's definitely suspicious. Once she finished, she turned to Yoo Yeon-ha. Come to think of it, wasn't he in your platoon? Yoo Yeon-ha. What do you think of him? Yoo Yeon-ha was startled when her name was called. Me? In the past, a voice boomed in the orphanage. A cadet Cooper has a debt of approximately $300,000. That's all the info related to Kim Hajin. I still didn't know how he managed to find the weak spot of the mountain tyrant. So, Yoo Yeon-ha had actually had people investigating Kim Hajin. She answered the investigator. I tried asking him, but he refused to answer me. I had no choice but to keep investigating him. She remembered when Kim Hajin had teased her, I won't tell you. At that moment, she could only curse, you jerk. Yoo Yeon-ha continued, saying she needed to confirm if he was someone worth trusting. Returning to the present, she gave a vague answer. He's just an ordinary person. Deep down, Yoo Yeon-ha analyzed, I haven't seen any destructive power capable of blowing off a demi-human's arm in his attacks during the monster battles. She picked up her teacup and speculated to herself. Could it be? Is he hiding something? At this, Chae Na-yoon whispered a guess. Could he be a demi-human? Hearing her guess, both Yoo Yeon-ha and Shin Jong-hak were stunned. Yoo Yeon-ha sighed helplessly. Chae Na-yoon, do you really think a demi-human would attack another demi-human? Chae Na-yoon remained confident in her theory. Could it be? There's just something weird about that guy. Back on his side, Kim Hajin covered his face from the screen's glare. He wondered, what on earth is this? The screen displayed, update 98%. Suddenly, Kim Hajin's watch began to glow. He let out a cry of pain. Kim Hajin's arm was covered in blood. The chair was knocked over. Kim Hajin panted heavily in front of the laptop. Information kept flashing by. One of the creator's powers. This divine seal contains magical power. Words appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Every time your influence increases, once the total product received exceeds a certain value, a piece of the divine seal will be engraved. Kim Hajin covered his ears, thinking the information was pouring into his head like a tidal wave. Elsewhere, Shin Jonghak slammed his hand on the table and asked, regardless of whatever it is, his eyes glowing, Shin Jonghak asked Che Naeun, "You don't like him, do you?" The two fell silent, saying nothing. At Kim Hajin's place, he collapsed in agony. Kim Hajin tried to reach for the desk. Here, Che Naeun silently recalled what Kim Hajin had said. "I'm sure your brother will come to comfort you soon." She didn't hesitate to confirm, well, roughly that. Currently, Kim Hajin was fading out. A divine seal was appearing on his arm. The laptop screen hadn't turned off. It showed the words, "Journal updated. Subtalent. Book of Truth has been added to observation and skimming talents." The observation and skimming talents had been enhanced. At the Soon Association Tower, everyone was holding an exemplary citizen award ceremony. Hajin whispered to himself. Not long after the museum incident, the fact that Kim Soo-ho, Che Naeun, and I fought the demihuman became known, and we received the exemplary citizen award. He silently rubbed his aching wrist. Hajin lowered his eyes to look at his wrist, thinking, the wound from yesterday still hurts. He kept staring intently at his wrist, pondering, I need to figure out what kind of ability this is. Just then, Che Naeun walked over and sat in the chair next to him. A second later, she crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and complained, "Hey, you look pretty comfortable." Hajin stared blankly and said, "I haven't even said a word yet." Che Naeun suddenly became angry and stubbornly insisted. "So what? I said it happened, so it happened." Hajin asked with a hint of hesitation. "You didn't forget, did you?" Che Naeun shot back, her face still twisted in a frown. "Forget what?" he calmly reminded her. "That I was the one who saved you." Upon hearing that, Naeun's expression changed instantly. She pressed her lips together, speechless, not knowing how to respond, but in the next second, she regained her spirit and shouted furiously, "Hey, that's a completely different matter." Just then, Kim Soo-ho stepped in to intervene. "Both of you, stop it. He's calling for you, Naeun." Che Naeun, switch seats with me. She immediately refused. "I don't want to." But Kim Soo-ho didn't ask for her permission. He reached out, grabbed Che Naeun's hand, and pulled her to the seat next to him, ignoring her protests. Why? I said I didn't want to." Hajin stared blankly at the two of them, wondering what they were doing. After things settled down, Che Naeun and Kim Soo-ho sat down beside Hajin. He cleared his throat a few times to find his voice. Then, Kim Soo-ho took the initiative and turned to talk to Hajin. "Thanks for that time." Hajin felt like laughing and let out a sigh, rolling his eyes as he thought, "What now?" Seeing him stay silent, Soo-ho didn't feel awkward and continued, "If you hadn't helped us back then, we wouldn't have been able to take it down. I'm really grateful to you." Hajin looked away and replied, "Who knows? Maybe you would have won even without me there." Just then, he silently recalled that moment in his heart, speculating that if he hadn't been there, Soo-ho might have awakened to a higher level of power. Hajin looked at Soo-ho, who seemed to be bathed in a spotlight, and told himself that the protagonist always grows stronger when facing hardship and danger. At the same time, behind the scenes of the ceremony, a staff member was so panicked that she stammered loudly, He's here. Everyone, get ready." Quickly, a firm foot stepped onto the ground, and a man with a cold expression walked in, his hands tucked into his pants pockets. This guy is Yoo Si-hyuk, a rank 37 hero, a top-tier hero. Yoo Si-hyuk glanced around with a look of annoyance, complaining that being dragged here and there was a total drag. He walked over to the MC to receive the awards list. Everyone who saw him gasped and whispered to each other, "Is that the Wolf of Van La? The monopressure is insane." The MC's voice then rang out clearly. "Now, we will begin the award ceremony." Che Naeun quickly stood up at the mention of her name. Next was Kim Soo-ho, and finally, Hajin. The MC's voice still echoed loudly. "Award recipients, please step up to the stage." Very quickly, the three of them stood in line, with Che Naeun on the stage, waiting for Yoo Si-hyuk to present the awards. The MC's introduction was full of formality. The awards will be presented by rank 37 hero, Mr. Yoo Si-hyuk. The following individuals defeated the demigod despite the dangers and acted as model citizens of society. The first person to receive an award was Kim Soo-ho. As Yoo Si-hyuk handed him the prize, he asked, "You are Kim Soo-ho?" Suho politely nodded to confirm. Sehyuk continued. I can see why everyone wants to have you. Suho looked a bit confused and replied, yes. His award-giving action suddenly slowed down. Sehyuk took the opportunity to lean in close to Suho, reminding him with a dangerous tone, don't ever join the association. It might be better for you to join the infinite battlefield and become a hunter there. Being a hero is just a pile of responsibilities, and honestly not fun at all, is it? Suho was silent for a few seconds before smiling and replying, even so, being a hero suits my personality. Upon hearing that, Sehyuk stood up straight, picked at his ear with his finger, and replied with a bored look, is that so? Well, fine then. In his heart, he was actually thinking, this guy is so boring. Then, Sehyuk glanced at Naun and said, next one, it's been a while, hasn't it? Knowing it was her turn, Naun stood up straight, trying to control her nervousness. She was so nervous she stammered, you Sehyuk, it's been a long time. Having been called master by her, Yu Si-hyuk asked in surprise, why am I your master when you're an archer? He said bluntly, your father asked me to look after you, but I have no intention of doing that. The moment those words were spoken, Naun's expression immediately soured, while in contrast, Hajin couldn't hide his sense of satisfaction. So young, the other two were done, and finally, it was Hajin's turn. Si-hyuk and he locked eyes. Seeing that he was a stranger, the hero asked, who are you? Hajin simply replied, Kim Hajin. Yu Si-hyuk didn't ask anything further, just said, I see. Afterward, they both fell silent, making the atmosphere between them awkward. A thought popped into Hajin's mind. There's a saying that the only thing worse than being hated is being pitied, and this situation fit that saying perfectly. Under the dazzling stage lights and the MC's loud, guiding voice. And so, we conclude today's award ceremony. Naun, please share your thoughts on receiving the award. A while later, at a certain cafe, Kim Hajin carried a meal he had just spent $15 on, thinking to himself with satisfaction, the reward for taking down a demigod is just delicious. He sat down at a table, took out his laptop, and told himself he would use this money to buy more stock in the Master of Horses, right now. As Hajin opened his laptop, he wondered why he hadn't checked out the laptop's newly updated features. Just then, Naun, his laptop screen displayed a few lines of text notifying him of the updated functions. Divine Mark, Internet Activation, Low-Level Talent, and Book of Truth had added Observation and Scan Talents. Hajin raised his hand to look. Sure enough, a strange mark appeared on his wrist. First was the Divine Mark. It was the name of the wound carved into his arm yesterday. He touched it to test it out, thinking to himself that the instructions on how to use it were a bit vague. It could be activated at Kim Hajin's will, and as time passed, it said it could be used according to his own desire. But Hajin stared at his bandaged wrist, still not fully understanding how to use the Divine Mark, just slowly trying to focus his will to activate it. As soon as he thought about it, the Divine Mark seemed to awaken. It flashed off his wrist like lightning. However, Hajin was quick-handed and sharp-eyed. He used his other hand to press it down and hid his arm under the table. After that unexpected shock, Hajin gave up on trying to understand the Divine Mark. I'll verify this once I get back to the dorm, he thought. He moved on to the next item, activating the laptop's internet. Hajin quickly clicked on the Activate Internet box. When he saw what appeared on the screen, his eyes suddenly widened. After a moment of thought, he slowly muttered, I see. On the laptop screen, a list of websites currently accessible appeared, including 6 options. Law-Abiding Spirit, Purple Banquet, Jeremy's Sword, Messages, Kubine, and Armory. Hajin realized then that the real reward was this. He rested his chin on his hand, browsing the websites while reflecting. It didn't just have normal websites, it also had paid sites that required a fee to access. The thing he's focused on most right now is the website Purple Banquet, because Hajin has a hunch that it's the most important page. As far as he knows, Purple Banquet is the most famous secret website, serving as a hub for exchanging information, weapons, bounties, requests, and so on. There isn't a single hero who doesn't interact with Purple Banquet. Because of that, the government just turns a blind eye to it even though they know it's a black market, or at least, that's how I set it up. Usually, you'd have to pay a massive entry fee to become a member of this site. But right now, I can easily create an account just by paying 200 products. At the same time, on Naun's laptop screen, a question pops up, asking if she wants to create a Purple Banquet account. 200 products will be used, and Hajin quickly clicks the confirm button. He focuses on his laptop, whispering to himself, all right, why don't I try connecting? Just then, someone walks up to him and exclaims, "Ah, there you are. This person is none other than Yoon Sung-ah." She pulls up the chair opposite him so naturally, then takes the initiative to start a conversation. "Do you know who I am? Kim Hajin?" Hajin looks at her with a blank expression. Yoon Sung-ah continues while rummaging through her jacket pocket. "I was shocked, because you disappeared so quickly after the award ceremony. I have something I want to give you." Yoon Sung-ah then places a business card with the words "Grace of the Gods" and Yoon Sung-ah, guild representative, on the table. Kim Hajin stares at the card without a word, while inwardly contemplating what to do about this move of hers. Yoon Sung-ah giving me her business card carries quite a bit of weight. Yoon Sung-ah, now sitting opposite him, rests her chin on her hand and speaks softly. "I'm curious about something," while Hajin is still lost in his own calculations. "Because this must be." She smiles brightly and continues. "Would you mind if I asked?" You silently observe her plan. The first step of a Yoon Sung-ah style recruitment? Yoon Sung-ah clasps her hands in front of her, smiling brightly as she asks, "I'm curious about one thing. Would you mind if I answered?" Hajin stays silent for a moment, silently evaluating the woman in front of him. Yoon Sung-ah has a friendly public image, but her true personality is a bit different. She'd kick anyone to the curb if they didn't meet her standards. Even if she spent a lot of effort trying to recruit them, it's a mindset that only cares about strength and focuses solely on achieving the best. Looking at the friendly, smiling Yoon Sung-ah in front of him, completely opposite to the information he knows, Hajin inwardly affirms that this is Yoon Sung-ah, the representative of the best guild in the country. If I can build a good relationship with her, it will definitely help me in future events. Thinking this, Hajin places one hand on the table. He tries to look extremely friendly, closing the distance, not knowing that but unexpectedly, Hajin suddenly speaks up, cutting her off. No, he flatly refuses to communicate. "I have nothing to say to you." The moment he says that, the atmosphere immediately turns dead silent. Yoon Sung-ah looks like she's been shut down. After a few seconds, she regains her composure and explains with a forced smile, "I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm showing interest in you as the representative of Korea's #1 guild." Hajin replies while putting his things into his backpack, showing zero interest. Interest is great, but only if it's sincere. Looking at the bewildered reaction from Yoon Sung-ah in front of him, Hajin makes a mental judgment. She probably approached me because she saw me use a light attribute attack, but her interest in me is nothing more than casual curiosity at this point. Thinking is doing. He decisively puts on his backpack and stands up, telling himself, "I need to reject her a few more times, to let her curiosity grow into genuine interest." A second later, Kim Hajin leaves only one sentence. "Well, I'm heading out." Then he quickly walks away, leaving Yoon Sung-ah sitting there alone, eyes and mouth wide open. She can't believe she was rejected so easily. A moment later, the screen displays a brief introduction to the stigmata, one of the creator's powers. It contains magic power. When the product you receive accumulates a certain amount of your attention, you will receive a stigmata. The magic contained in the stigmata can be used at Kim Hajin's will and gradually replenishes over 24 hours when depleted. Hajin's voice echoes, "Time to test it." He looks at the stigmata printed on his wrist and thinks about converting the stigmata's magic power into the form of a dagger. Immediately, the stigmata rises prominently, accompanied by a glowing light. Then, it gradually transforms into a dagger. Kim Hajin takes the dagger, swinging it up and down to check if he can control it with his thoughts. He begins to reflect further. Magic power and stats are strongly influenced by talent and early education. Watching the dagger fade away, Hajin feels lucky. A newcomer falling into this world like me should have had no way to use magic at all. It's fortunate that I at least have a way to use it now. With the stigmata settled, he decides to test the second thing. The next thing I need to check is the system screen now shows two brief pieces of information about observation. It can observe people within your field of vision and take a glance, and you can take a glance at the laptop settings at any time without needing a medium. Hajin brings his hand to his chin, thinking about something. Then he summons the Book of Truth. Hajin reaches up high, ready to catch it. Very quickly, the book appears in midair. He begins to observe the book and listens to its introduction. This book holds all truths. It will answer any question if your magic allows it. Hajin asks, a bit incredulous, "Any question?" Immediately, he poses a question to it. "Book of Truth, how tall am I?" The book's voice replies, "You are 174 centimeters tall." Then it notifies him that one product has been used. Hajin, as if understanding how it works, exclaims, "Oh, so that's how it's used." Suddenly, Hajin's wristwatch goes off. It gets louder and louder, startling him. Hajin is confused and wonders, An emergency alarm? Sure enough, looking at the watch screen, it shows the words emergency alert. The next second, it jumps to a message in the group chat, saying, "We are looking for those who last saw Name in the world class." Hajin looks on with a bewildered expression, speechless for a moment, before slowly saying, "So, it's starting." The "it" Hajin refers to is the second main story arc, the missing person case at the academy. As you can guess from the title of this episode, a total of 6 cadets have gone missing. The investigation is going nowhere because there aren't any leads to follow, and the number of missing people just keeps increasing. This episode is actually more important because the perpetrator's ultimate target is Yu Yunha. Hajin rests his chin on his hand, remembering the story's progression, and begins to form a hypothesis. If the co-author forces me to lose another ally of the protagonist, just like back at the museum, that would be terrible. If that's really the case, I'll find the culprit myself. But after a moment of reflection, he suddenly lowered his arm, debunking his own thought. No, if I interfere too early, the story could end up in a complete mess. In the end, Kim Hajin decided to keep watching. Not long after, in the shared training room, Kim Suho was chugging down a bottle of water. Suddenly, the class president walked up, draped an arm over his shoulder, and said, "Hey, Kim Suho, look at that guy." Kim Suho followed his gaze. Over there, a foot was aggressively stomping down on a dumbbell. It turned out to be the orange-haired student, putting his foot on the weight to pick a fight with Hajin. He chuckled mockingly. "What are you going to do about it? You trash." The orange-haired guy dropped his foot and asked with disdain, "You're a cadet, and you can't even lift this weight? You're a disgrace to Cube. Did you bribe your way in here?" Kim Suho, watching from the side, was indignant and wanted to rush over. "Hey guys," but the class president pulled his shoulder to stop him. "Stop it, don't get involved." Kim Suho, still clearly annoyed, turned his head to challenge him. "Aren't you supposed to lead them as the class president?" The class president wasn't his usual self and replied nonchalantly, "Just leave them be. It looks like that guy is mad at Shinjonghak. Getting involved will only be a headache." He smiled, looking intrigued, and added that maybe it was all just an act. Kim Suho was startled and shouted, "What?" The class president tightened his grip, clearly confident in his theory, and said, "You said it yourself. He destroyed an arm of an arch-demi-human. Do you really think someone like that would struggle with those idiots?" Kim Suho looked stunned as he realized what the class president meant. Kim Hajin was hiding his strength, but across the room, Hajin was straining until he trembled to lift the weight. Seeing him struggle like that, the orange-haired guy grew suspicious and wondered, is he faking it? Meanwhile, the class president stood firm in his theory that defeating the arch-demi-human wasn't just luck. But Kim Suho wasn't listening anymore. He rushed forward and shouted, "Both of you, stop it!" A conflict broke out quickly. The sound of fighting spread, causing the other students to gossip. "Huh? Who's fighting? Looks like Kim Suho is throwing punches." Right then, something flew in. The next second, Kim Soo-hyuk appeared, furiously scolding them for making such a racket during training. Then the instructor called everyone together, saying the results from the previous written exam were out, and he would post the scores for everyone to check. Hearing about the scores, Kim Suho and the orange-haired guy finally stopped fighting and gathered around to check their results. "Did you guys do well? Damn, I'm about to fail." I actually failed. But on Che Na-yoon's scoreboard, the name Kim Hajin was clearly in first place. Hajin walked over to check his own score, and even though he was at the top, he remained calm, thinking to himself, "Rank 1. I copied the settings exactly, so this is no surprise." Just then, a sword suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hajin turned around and saw Rachel standing there, looking stunned. He was also a bit surprised to see her and whispered to himself, "Rachel." Hajin recognized her instantly as Rachel Elizabeth Louis, the Princess of England who ranked 3rd in the Cube entrance exam. Seeing the shock on her face, he remembered all the details related to her. Besides that, no matter the scale of the exam, she had never lost the top spot in the written tests before. While he was lost in thought, Rachel Elizabeth Louis suddenly shifted her gaze toward Kim Hajin. He met her eyes and froze, not knowing how to react, completely stunned. Inside a small palace, a proud voice echoed, "Rachel Elizabeth Louis, congratulations on being accepted into Cube." Her butler said, looking worriedly, "I hope you won't be too anxious standing alongside the greatest hero trainees in the world." Her female bodyguard looked just as concerned, adding, "I also heard that all of their classes are only held in Korea." Contrary to their worry, Rachel Elizabeth Louis seemed unfazed. She softly replied, "It's all right. I will do my best to meet everyone's expectations for the honor of the British royal family." Rachel remembered the moment she was looking at a family photo hanging on the wall, and a wave of guilt quickly washed over her. Rachel sighed, resting her head on her hand, and whispered, "To the citizens of my country, I apologize." Soon after, class began, and the instructor held up Hajin's test paper, praising him. Hajin's answers showed an entirely different perspective in his analysis. "I hope the other cadets will follow his example and improve." Rachel held her pen to her lips, deep in thought. Analyzing phenomena was a highly academic field. From now until midterms, it would be very difficult to close that gap. In her heart, she whispered the name Kim Hajin, then looked toward him. From behind, he just looked a bit goofy. His iPad screen had even gone black. After observing Hajin, Rachel asked herself a question. I wonder how he studies on a daily basis. As that thought crossed her mind, her determination flared up like a fire. The scene shifted to a laptop screen. It was displaying the text. Information disclosure. I will answer any question. Please, state your query. Hajin typed away while calculating in his head that he should utilize a convenient ability like the Book of Truth more to earn some pocket money. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth helped him learn any information in the world, as long as he had enough SP. My financial resources aren't great, so I won't earn much yet. But once the rumors spread, the number of clients will explode. Very quickly, Hajin decided to click on the business registration box. He muttered, "All right." Watching the waves of lines appear on the laptop screen, Hajin calmly said, "Next is, and then." Waving his hand to create 3 virtual screens in front of him, he continued, "Investing in items, something I had temporarily put aside." Hajin analyzed silently. The second main storyline is starting, which means Cube is no longer safe from the demi-humans. He held his pistol in his hand, thinking seriously, and accessed the settings. Marksmanship. My current ability isn't enough to fight a demi-human. Thinking about this, Hajin suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Even so, thanks to the bullying from Shin Jonghak and his pack, I have plenty of SP to burn. I should invest them to increase my survival rate. Then he decided to improve his weapon first. A virtual screen popped up showing the text, Desert Eagle, pistol. Hajin typed continuously, starting to program. The system displayed a notification that it was changing the mechanism of the Desert Eagle from a pistol to a sniper rifle. After finishing, he chuckled nervously. I hope I'm not doing something stupid. With that, Hajin hit the enter key to confirm. Immediately, the system notified him that 250 SP had been spent. The pistol quickly reacted, emitting a dazzling light and slowly changing its shape. Within a blink of an eye, the pistol had completely transformed into a sniper rifle. It emitted a blinding light, gradually shifting its form. In just a blink of an eye, the pistol completely transformed into a sniper rifle. The system notification popped up with new info. Desert Eagle, a sniper pistol. Kim Hajin chuckled, looking at the gun, and said with satisfaction, "This thing should at least be enough to scare them." Then, the gun shifted back to its original form. Hajin moved on to his next task. I should try writing a proficiency now. He started researching how a proficiency differs from a talent. Talents use magic to create supernatural phenomena, while proficiencies are understood as physical techniques or skills that one has mastered. He analyzed it himself. A sniper's best chance of surviving an assassination is choosing the right position, and proficiency is essential for that. After grasping the basics, Hajin placed his hands on the keyboard and started typing. A few minutes later, the screen displayed information about parkour. Low rank, 0% mastery. Instead of being hindered by terrain, your body movements become agile and flexible. You can use it to traverse obstacles. Speed and practicality will scale based on your strength and agility stats. The system notified him that 350 production points had been spent. Hajin looked at his palms, hopeful, and said, I can't feel anything yet, but I hope it works. Just then, his wristwatch suddenly lit up. A message appeared in the group chat. Has anyone seen Sung-ah from the world class? I haven't been able to reach her since yesterday. Hajin's heart grew heavy, and he thought to himself, the second victim. All the cadets kidnapped before Yu Yuonha were killed by the culprit. Now, he started questioning his own decisions. Is it okay to just stand by and watch these disappearances happen when I know the culprit and the upcoming victims so well? Kim Hajin's mood instantly darkened. Shortly after, at the Cube's field training area, Kim Soo-hyuk asked loudly, Is everyone here? Today's practical training is very special. Then, the instructor began introducing the location for the lesson. The cave behind me is an artificial dungeon, a product of magic science construction. Inside, there are dolls designed based on real monster templates. Today, we will have a dungeon conquest training session by clearing out this artificial dungeon. Having said that, the stern instructor suddenly warned, Don't let your guard down just because this is training. The teacher emphasized the point loudly. Inside this endless dungeon, a joint training session between the Veritas class and the GV class will take place. Kim Soo-hyuk issued instructions to the students. Teams will be formed in small groups from each class. Hurry up and assemble. Very quickly, the students gathered, greeting each other and forming teams. Hajin also managed to find his team, Team 8. It included Veritas class members, Yi, Yu Yeonha, Jin Ho-sung, Hazuki, and Kim Hajin. Opposing them was the GV class, including Jiden, Kim Jinggu, and Linnea. He thought about the dangers in the dungeon. Inside the artificial dungeon, there were all kinds of traps and deadly encounters. Some of the traps were even created by demi-humans. Hajin gripped the pistol in his hand, as if ready to face them. He had indeed crafted a few attribute bullets as a precaution, but could he get through this training safely? Suddenly, he saw Che Nayun, and the system screen flickered. The next second, countless screens appeared, displaying warning text that the settings had been changed. Hajin's eyes widened in shock. The settings had been changed 3 times. He anxiously wondered who did it, and how. Just then, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and the voices of students echoed as they broke into groups. Team 1, assemble quickly. Is anyone from Team 3 here? Right at that moment, a fierce voice boomed out. Hey, you idiot, didn't you hear we need to assemble quickly? The owner of the voice was Juna. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking annoyed as she judged. You're Kim Soo-ho, right? You look pretty dumb. Kim Soo-ho, being the gentle person he was, could only scratch his head at the insult. The two of them were part of Veritas class Team 1. Kim Soo-ho and GV class's Juna. The system screen displayed information about this character's change. Juna's personality had been altered, making her much more hot-tempered than in the original story. At the same time, not far away, another team was shaking hands. Nice to meet you, Lady Yu Yeonha. Jiden smiled brightly and said, I hope we can become close, just like teammates, even after the training. To this enthusiasm, Yeonha only gave a dismissive nod. They were Team 8, Veritas classes Yi, Yu Yeonha, and GV classes Jiden. The system screen continued to change. Jiden's growth potential had increased by 0.5. Over there, Che Nayun also met her teammates. She pointed and said, You're on my team too. I met you at the shooting club, the one named Seeing Her Stutter. The male student smiled gently and helped her out. Sven introduced himself politely. My name is Sven. They were Team 3, Veritas classes Che Nayun, and GV classes Sven. The system reported changes regarding Sven. Sven's mental willpower had decreased. There was a high probability he would be possessed by a demon. Hajin read the notification and stared at him, jaw dropped. He was utterly shocked. What? The changes are too big. Kim Hajin looked toward the opposing side with worried eyes. Let's take a closer look. There were 2 people he needed to watch. Jiden was laughing happily with Yu Yeonha. The first one was Jiden from Team 8. He was the standard jerk who always looked down on those weaker than him. He was strong enough to be sent on scouting missions by the association. With a green card, Jiden's growth potential had increased. 5. How is his growth potential naturally increasing? Jiden introduced himself and his companions one by one. My name is Jiden, and these are my teammates, Kim, Jinggu, and Linnea. Yu Yeonha spoke up, and everyone looked at her. My team members are Jin, Ho-sung, Hazuki, and Kim Ha-jin. He looked at her with a helpless expression when she got his name wrong. Kim Ha-jin looked at everyone. Well, he seemed to be doing fine. Sven and Che Nayun, both carrying swords, and behind Che Nayun was a massive bow. The second person was Sven from Team 3, a German student and a candidate for the title of a bright hero in his country. And his most important trait, Sven's cheeks flushed pink as he smiled shyly and happily at her. He had a crush on Che Nayun. Sven stood in front of a crowded train station, dragging a rather large piece of luggage. Like other foreign students, Sven had come to Cube dreaming of becoming the strongest. Che Nayun jumped in a defensive fighting stance, but Kim Soo-ho was pushed aside by the sheer force of Yu Yeonha. However, life wasn't a fairy tale. Sven stood there blankly, watching in front of him, feeling anxious and fearful. Faced with the extraordinary skills of the others, he could only become one of the most mediocre students, to the point where he couldn't be any more average. Sven covered his eyes with his palms, his expression one of deep disappointment. The self-doubt and failure he felt for the first time, combined with the instability of puberty. A long, sharp sword with a glowing red hilt ignited. Like fire, he pointed the sword downward, and the reflecting light drove Sven to sell his soul to a demi-human for power. At the same time, a dark blue card appeared. Che Nayun. Sven's spiritual strength is fading. There's a high chance he'll become a servant of the devil. This detail matched what I had written, but the problem was this dungeon segment. Kim Hajin touched his nose, staring at the blue panel appearing before his eyes, thinking just as someone's hand was about to touch him. His awakening had been triggered early. I hope it doesn't mess up the story too much. Hey! A hand tapped his shoulder. From behind it was Jiden. He massaged Kim Hajin's left shoulder and said with a mocking laugh, "You're a sharpshooter, right? When you're in a dungeon, stop being so spacey. Do you hear me?" Kim Hajin annoyedly brushed his hand away. "Whatever, get lost." Jiden laughed back. "Damn, aren't you supposed to be a good guy? I've heard so many good rumors about you." Kim Hajin clenched his fists in silence. Right now, everyone's opinion of him was rock bottom. It was all because of a rumor spreading through the class. Kim Hajin stood still in total despair, as behind him were nothing but judgmental eyes, and whispers of cruel insults, things he never actually did in the past. They claimed Kim Hajin was using his position as a cube cadet to blackmail and threaten others, plus that he went to the district every week to satisfy his lust. Three guys laughed and chatted, looking quite satisfied as they toyed with those nasty rumors. The source of the rumor was obvious. Thanks to it, I've received plenty of products. Hazuki and Jin Ho-sung looked over at him, sighing as he muttered something to himself. But why hasn't anyone stood up for me? Aren't we a team? The scene was built in an ancient style. Let's go. Starting with Team 1. Jiden turned to Yu Yonha. As far as I know, you're the best support among all the cadets, aren't you? I've heard plenty of rumors about you outside of here too. Jiden couldn't figure out why their team was so pathetic. This works in our favor though. The words from behind made him feel annoyed and angry. But that's how a team is, I guess. You always have to carry a dead weight just because there are two super talented ones. Alright, Team 8, get into the dungeon. The team entered the large dungeon entrance. It was quite dark inside, and everyone walked in with echoing footsteps. The one in front, Jiden, saw something and spoke up. Oh? Before them were several mysterious doors. Everyone stood around, staring into the pitch-black tunnels. So, the first obstacle is choosing a path, huh? Yu Yonha pondered, asking the team, which way should we go? Jiden spoke up. Since our sharpshooter is here, hey, you door number 6, Kim Hajin firmly replied. And everyone turned to look at him. Go through door 6. Yu Yonha looked at him in silence. Jiden glared at him furiously. Hey, you think you're Kim Hajin or something? Fine, let's go. Yu Yonha looked at him. He might look incompetent, but his eyes are sharp. Kim Hajin looked at Jiden, feeling a bit helpless. He really couldn't give a compliment without being a jerk. He thought to himself, whatever, fine. Thanks to him, I can follow the path Che Nayun took. On the screen, Jun's full info appeared with a potential of 95. If Sven actually signs that contract with the demi-human today, Che Nayun won't be able to handle it alone. If anything happens to her, everything will get complicated. Everyone slowly entered door number 6 as Kim Hajin suggested. I can't let anything happen to her, Jiden whispered annoyedly. Idiots really love to draw attention. Kim Hajin looked at him. Focus on the monsters ahead, inside the dark dungeon with jagged sharp rocks. Wait, what monsters? I don't see anything. Oh, Dion spoke up. You can't see them? There's a salamander in front. It's probably the dungeon's boss. Jiden turned, thinking it was a joke, and stared at him silently. Sujong asked, should I fire a light arrow? Yu Yonha replied, if you can, go ahead. As soon as she finished, he drew his bow, and a fire arrow shot forward, glowing brightly. Yu Yonha looked back at him. The salamander was confused about what was happening, but when it looked up, the fire arrow was already closing in. Salamander, intermediate, level 6 monster. Jiden and Yu Yonha shouted in surprise. For real? Everyone, get into battle formation. Does anyone here have water attribute attacks? I have to hide my power for now. Yu Yonha used her strength to fight it. Looks like we have to do this the hard way. Yu Yonha gathered momentum from behind, then unleashed a powerful strike forward. The salamander let out a loud hiss, its mouth glowing with a golden light. However, Yu Yonha's power wrapped tightly around its jaws. Then, Linnea and Hazuki flew in close, both using their powers to attack it. The salamander collapsed, its body emitting blue sparks. We won! Yu Yonha held Che Nayun by a string. The dungeon was shifting. The string she held crackled with purple lightning. Thunderclap. Has Yu Yonha already reached the verge of enlightenment? Kim Hajin watched with admiration. She's amazing. Kim Hajin walked over and touched Yu Yonha's shoulder. Thud. 2 screams rang out as they both fell to the ground, his hand touching her head. Kim Hajin broke into a cold sweat, anxious. Yu Yonha's face darkened, and she slowly stood up. Let's go. He scrambled back in fear, raising both hands. Yes, ma'am. She grabbed his collar. Sorry. She was about to hit him when someone shouted, Hey, What's that? A demi-human mark? Kim Jin-gu and Hazuki walked over. She raised her hand. Where did this come from? It's just like I thought. Kim Hajin remembered something. Back when he fell, when his hand touched Yu Yunha, a green card had appeared. Poison arrow. Lethal potential 410. Bonus effect. Silent ambush. Nerve toxin applied to the arrowhead. Slowly, footsteps approached with the sound of heavy breathing. Huff, huff. Sven collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Huff, just leave me behind. Che Naun shouted angrily at him. Shut up. If you have the strength to talk, just keep running. While they were fighting, a poisoned arrow had pierced Sven's shoulder, causing him to fall in pain. What is this? Poisoned arrows shouldn't be used during training. Che Naun, small and seemingly weak, was carrying Sven away from the danger. Above all, chasing after them was a monster, a massive beast with a mouth full of fire and hot, molten lava. It was barreling toward Che Naun and Sven. Is it over yet? Kim Jin-gu gripped a massive shield, surrounded by the roar of battle inside the artificial training cave. He braced himself against sparks flying from the monster. Everyone else behind him was busy firing arrows and fighting off the surrounding beasts. Two monsters spewed flames from their gaping maws. A hand tightened around the shield's handle. Kim Jin-gu held his ground, his grip firm, absorbing the monster's powerful blows. Sujong aimed his bow, tense and waiting. He released the string, and the arrow tore through the air, striking true. Yu Yonha channeled her strength, delivering a crushing blow to the monster. Kim Hajin brandished his handgun, firing at the monsters closing in. Jiden, wielding his sword, unleashed a powerful strike alongside Che Naun to take down another beast. The area lit up as an arrow struck the ground. Jiden hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and let out a sigh of relief. Are we done here? The group gathered amidst the monster carcasses, mostly just fire lizards and stray flames, one muttered. Too easy. Other than that poison trap from before, I haven't seen any real hazards, I said. I think we're good to move on. While everyone was busy chatting, Kim Hajin stood in the back, silent. He was lost in thought, staring at the arrow and that mysterious green status window from earlier. That arrow, even the students with the keenest intuition hadn't sensed its arrival. Suddenly, a bright light appeared up ahead, drawing everyone's attention. What the hell is that? Flames began to emerge, accompanied by vicious green eyes. Behind Sujong, a blinding light revealed a strange, shadowy figure. He spun around in a panic. A massive creature let out a deafening roar, its mouth dripping with lava, poised to attack. His eyes widened in shock. A lizard? It's still alive? The giant salamander unleashed a torrent of fire toward the group. Kim Jin-gu whirled around to face it. Everyone froze when they heard Kim Jin-gu shout, "Salamander!" One person stepped forward, extending a long, slender hand, chanting a spell to activate the power of their saint's seal. Suddenly, a blue light erupted from his fingertip. As Kim Hajin chanted the spell, he channeled an immense amount of energy through his finger, manifesting it into a powerful blue vortex. Water shield. The creature's flames met his magic, and the barrier protected everyone, keeping them safe from harm. Even as the dungeon rumbled from the monster's relentless assault, he held his ground, maintaining the defensive shield with his supernatural power. The lizard's liquid fire collided with his magic, creating a perfect, impenetrable defense that ensured everyone remained safe. As the salamander's flames began to flicker and die, Che Naun looked at the ground, which was now nothing but charred cracks. The creature tried one last time to spew a final breath of fire, but it failed. Everyone stood behind him, looking out at the ruin and the long, scorched trench the lizard had carved into the floor. He watched his opponent. Jin Hozung and Hazuki looked over, shocked. What was that? That firepower was insane. Amidst the commotion, someone asked a question, and he replied, "Isn't it just a puppet? No, it's real. Look, it didn't even touch me, and I'm already singed." He turned as someone called out to him, "Hey, sharpshooter." Jiden marched over, grabbing him by the collar. "You bastard. You intentionally ignored me when I was looking for someone who could use water magic, didn't you?" Jiden yanked his collar, but he tried to push the hand away. "That was just the effect of a magic item I had on me," Jiden sneered. "You really think I'm going to buy that?" Yu Yonha stepped in, seeing the tension. "Stop it. We don't have time to waste." Linnea spoke up. "It wasn't a puppet, was it? It was a real monster. Why is it here?" Yu Yonha replied, "The environment here is a perfect replica of a dungeon. So, the salamander must have evolved or spawned naturally. We need to figure out what's going on. Let's go." Yu Yonha turned and urged everyone on, impatient as time was running out. "Fine, let's move." She narrowed her eyes, still suspicious. That magic item story is definitely a lie. She walked, deep in thought. He can't afford something that expensive. He couldn't even afford a Desert Eagle, but how could someone like him, who isn't Kim Soo-ho or Shin Jong-hak, be that proficient with their elemental magic? She analyzed the situation further. Does he know the weakness of the mountain forest beast? How can he master his own magical attributes so well? She covered her mouth, whispering to herself, wondering why he would hide all of that. Could he be? She glanced back at him, wondering if he was a demi-human. In a section designed with ancient, weathered architecture, the ground was covered in rivers of fire. A massive monster appeared, its mouth oozing lava, eyes glowing a fierce red. A mid-level monster, a lava golem. I guess this is the dungeon boss, huh? Soo-jong and Chae Na-yoon peered down at the creature from high up. Can we even take this thing down? It'll be tough if it's just us. Other teams will be here soon. Let's fight it then, but for now, stay hidden. Soo-jong and Chae Na-yoon discussed a plan to defeat it, along with their teammates, who were also standing by. We need to treat Sven, too. Why did that arrow even appear out of nowhere? Damn it, this training session is abnormally difficult. Sven stirred, gripping Chae Na-yoon's clothes tightly. Cold sweat poured down his face. He looked anxious, clearly caught in a nightmare, mumbling in his sleep. I'm sorry, everyone, it's all because I got hit by that poisoned arrow. In the darkness, he thought. Why is it always like this? Since I got to Cube, nothing has ever gone my way. Tears welled up in his eyes. It hurts. A voice echoed in his daze. Little one, he froze, his face deathly pale. Who's there? Don't you want to become stronger, little one? Through the shadows, a voice whispered to him. He opened his eyes, groggy and exhausted. It hurts so much, doesn't it? I will give you the power you need. A strange, green, orb-like shadow appeared near Chae Na-yoon, and suddenly, a long, spindly hand reached out an unsettling sight. With long, sharp, demonic claws, the voice continued its seductive, chilling offer. The price is cheap. Much cheaper than anything you've ever sacrificed before. Sven snapped awake, scrambling backward when he saw the hand reaching out from the unnatural darkness. He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. I, Sven cried, tears streaming down his cheeks, desperate to be strong. The hand reached out and grasped his own. And somehow, he was suddenly very. Chae Na-yoon was horrified as she stood right in the monster's maw. Its sharp eyes were everywhere, and its tongue, which had just snatched Sven, was already pulling him inside. Its mouth was filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Got him, someone shouted. In a moment of tense silence, as everyone stood near Sven trying to plan their next move, he let out a loud cry, causing everyone to turn and look at him. The group gathered around, frantic, asking what was wrong. Chae Na-yoon, feeling an unsettling sense of unease, turned toward the others. She shouted, trying to get their attention, but before she could finish, she barked. What are you all doing? Come here and hold him. The monster heard the commotion near Chae Na-yoon and reared its head, revealing a giant, bloodshot eye. Meanwhile, Kim Jin-gu stood near a gap, gripping his sword. As it poked its head out, its massive, glowing red eyes and cracked, rugged skin were terrifying. The monster spewed molten lava from its jaws. Run! The monster lunged, its hand tearing slowly through the wall where Chae Na-yoon and the others were standing. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled away. The creature's massive hand smashed straight through the wall. Everyone fled in a hurry, with Chae Na-yoon carrying Sven on her back as they desperately tried to escape. Once the monster punched a hole in the wall large enough for its body, it prepared to crawl through. Those standing near the wall were thrown aside as debris flew everywhere. Even though the lava golem had demolished a large section of the wall, 2 people were knocked to the ground. Chae Na-yoon collapsed, gasping for air. Huff, huff. When she looked up, she saw the gargantuan monster towering over her with those bloodshot eyes. She couldn't believe it. No way this thing is supposed to be a golem. Facing such a colossal beast, she felt a sense of utter despair. With nowhere left to hide, the thought crossed her mind. I'm going to die here. The lava golem's eyes flared bright red, and it opened its maw, revealing the glowing, molten substance inside. Of all places, to run into this thing. Suddenly, a shimmering blue vial flew through the air and smashed, releasing a cloud of blue smoke. It appeared right in front of the monster, emitting a brilliant blue light. The monster squinted, looking slightly annoyed. As soon as its gaze met that blue light, it froze in its tracks. Looking up, they saw the lava golem collapse. A familiar figure stood there, Kim Hajin, holding the gun he'd used to stun it. Just a few minutes prior, the group had arrived at a spot, only to find the cave entrance blocked by something strange. What is this? Jiden shouted in frustration. Hey, sharpshooter! I thought you said past this point we'd find the boss room. This place is blocked off, Kim Hajin replied. This is the right spot. It looks like boulders stacked in front of the cave entrance, but if you look closely, that's not it. There wasn't a wall here before. But wait, that's not important right now. Jiden drew his sword. Furious, he growled. The boss area must be right on the other side of this wall. Try breaking it. No one's dead yet, so stop bossing me around. With that, Jiden lunged forward, thrusting his sword with all his might. He slammed into the obstruction blocking the entrance, but it emitted a loud boom, and the barrier didn't budge an inch. He recoiled in pain. Kim Hajin stood behind him, watching. See, I told you. Obviously, you can't break through this. You couldn't even dent it with a magical attack? Hazuki noticed something and pointed ahead. Everyone. Kim Hajin looked up. There was a small gap high above Che Nayun. Oh, there's a hole over there. Kim Hajin started rolling up his sleeves. Maybe we can get in through that. Jiden glared at him. Are you crazy? That wall is at least 10 meters high. How do you expect to climb that? Kim Hajin raised his hands, preparing to scale it. Can't climb? Fine. I'll go first then. Blue sparks crackled around his hands as he used every ounce of his strength and willpower to cling to the surface. He began to climb, while everyone below just watched, too stunned to follow. He looked up toward the cave opening, as if the finish line were there, right above Che Nayun, and kept pushing himself upward. Finally, he made it. Once he reached the opening above Che Nayun, everyone looked up in admiration. Is he a cat or something? Slowly, strange noises began to echo. Everyone below felt uneasy, as rocks near Che Nayun's position started to crumble and fall. Jiden cursed. Damn it. After reaching the top, Kim Hajin was stunned to see a massive lava golem right in front of him. That wall he had been climbing earlier was actually its enormous, stone-like back. What the hell is going on? Just then, from behind the monster, a young man appeared, a gun in his hand. The lava golem's head swayed, momentarily stunned. How did it recover from the stun so fast? Kim Jingu screamed toward the other side, telling Che Nayun to run. Che Nayun snapped back to reality and moved. A massive shadow loomed over her. She stared blankly. Someone save me! A loud shout rang out, and the combat formation shifted. Suddenly, everyone's swords and abilities were unleashed as they fought the monster with everything they had. The sounds of clashing steel and flashing magic filled the air. A young man leaped into the air, swinging a blade at the beast. Damn it! It isn't taking any damage at all. A girl fell to her knees, relieved. Everyone! Another girl drew her bow. She held a massive bow and fired a powerful shot at the monster that erupted into golden light. She shouted, "Buy me some time!" As the others surged forward to hold off the monster, Kim Hajin held his gun, watching a young man carry someone to safety in the background. Just a little more. The young man's footsteps hurried away as the lava golem's eyes glowed bright yellow, locking onto its target. It roared in anger and began spewing lava. In a flash, Sven, who had finally recovered, landed on the monster. Sorry I'm late. He held his sword in a battle-ready stance and charged. The monster swiped at him, sending him spinning, but Che Nayun fired her bow rapidly and accurately at the beast. A memory flashed in her mind Tomer's silhouette, the arrows, nothing like that time. Determination burned in her eyes. Things are going to be a little different this time. She released the string, and the arrow streaked toward the monster, faster and stronger than ever, surrounded by a brilliant golden aura. The arrow pierced through, lighting up the entire area. After a fierce, nail-biting battle, the monster finally fell. Everything around them was left in ruins and scorched earth. After struggling against the group, the lava golem was finally defeated by their combined talent. Everyone tipped their hats in awe of how intense that fight had been. We actually took down a lava golem. Do you think we'll get points for this? Meanwhile, Che Nayun and Sven arrived and reunited with the group. Is everyone all right? Hajin just stood at a distance, watching them without coming over to check in. Damn it. How did you guys manage to kill that thing? You're all seriously impressive. Sven hadn't turned into a demihuman. The plot had diverged from the original plan. But it was only a temporary delay. He had signed a contract with a devil. Since I have no way of knowing when he might snap, things have become dangerous now. All the while, Che Nayun's gaze seemed to be drifting in another direction. It turned out the person she was actually focusing on was Hajin, sitting all alone far away. She seemed like she wanted to go over and talk to him to make him feel less left out, but she hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Che Nayun decided to walk toward Hajin. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward as the two locked eyes, neither of them saying a word. He looked back at her with an expressionless face. I think I should at least say this. It took a long moment for Che Nayun to gather all her courage to stammer out the words. Thank you. As soon as she finished, she turned her head away sharply, looking embarrassed. Hajin was a bit surprised to receive such a heartfelt thank you from Che Naeun. You really are dense, aren't you? What was that? Hearing that, Che Naeun couldn't help but feel completely mortified. I had to say what needed to be said. Okay? Because you don't hear words like that coming from her mouth often. It was a bit hard to believe. Did she just say thank you? Did Che Naeun really say thank you? Hajin was stunned that the girl who used to be consumed by darkness could utter such light, airy words. Life is a series of tragedies. Her first tragedy happened on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother to the demihumans and became determined to become a hero. Since that fateful day, Che Naeun had thrown herself into extreme training, not daring to rest even for a second. Even though she was just a child in her growing years, she poured her heart into becoming a hero. At an age when other children were out playing and having fun, Che Naeun forced herself into grueling training. She had chosen to trade her entire childhood for her hero career, and she couldn't afford to have a single close friend, because showing her true feelings to others was no different than exposing her own weaknesses. Because of that, Che Naeun's circle of friends was limited to just a few people. Not many people ever got to hear a thank you from her, and very few people could call themselves Che Naeun's close friends, because in the story, the word sorry appeared much more often than thank you. That's just because I was the author. After a while, Hajin still hadn't collected his thoughts. He looked like he was stuck in a frozen, shocked state. To break the awkward silence, Che Naeun asked, "Then why, when you're so strong, did you let Shin Jonghak and his lackeys bully you? I saw you stop that golem in its tracks. If you're that strong, you should have been able to take those bullies down in a single blow." Facing her question, Hajin only replied with something cryptic. "Besides, the reason I didn't do anything is that if I had to fight, I wouldn't be able to win against them." "What are you talking about? I thought that gun attack of yours was pretty powerful." "Oh, that?" Hearing that, he lifted his pistol up in front of her. He really had guts. Saying he was reckless would be an understatement. Hajin calmly pulled out his gun like it was a piece of candy, his face not changing a bit. "This is my personal weapon. You get it now, right?" Realizing what was happening, Che Naeun glanced left and right, acting jittery, checking to see if anyone was around. "You maniac, if anyone finds out you have this, you'll get expelled for sure. That's why I only use it on important occasions. In times of trouble, ingenuity prevails, and Hajin had found a way to avoid getting busted. Since I've learned how to hide my weapon inside my saintly seal, I shouldn't get expelled for possessing a personal weapon." Suddenly, upon learning this mind-blowing truth, Che Naeun raised a question. "But even if you used it, you're still way too strong. Is your talent perhaps some kind of firepower enhancement?" She boldly voiced her theory right then and there. But afterwards, Hajin just replied with an indifferent attitude, which made Che Naeun start to feel annoyed and walk away. "Think whatever you want. So that's why, huh? I'll let it slide that you have a personal weapon this time, but don't go using it carelessly next time." She stopped in her tracks, suddenly remembering something important. "Oh, one more thing. Do you have nothing you want to say to me?" Before leaving, Che Naeun still wanted to hear something from him, but he played it cool like some cold-hearted CEO and just responded with silence. After standing there like a statue, the one thing he finally blurted out left her feeling deeply disappointed. "Nothing, you say?" If I apologize now, she would definitely forgive me for mentioning her brother. But there's nothing I can do, because it's best if my relationship with Che Naeun stays at the level of just being a classmate. Even though it's a tragic perspective that Hajin doesn't want to think about, he still has to face it, because he will eventually have to kill Che Jinyun. When someone else commented on their relationship, Che Naeun denied it flatly. "I didn't know you were that close to him." "No way, that's not it at all." Sven just stood nearby, watching her with a look filled with contemplation. Suddenly, an important announcement was broadcast. It was an order for all cadets to cease the assault and quickly evacuate the dungeon. Repeating, "Stop the attack." No one had warned them. The stop order suddenly popped up because of some trouble that fell from the sky, caused by Che Naeun. This dungeon attack drill had quite a few problems. Several of the dungeon's security cameras had suddenly stopped working when the check began. Then a real monster appeared instead of a mana construct, and the staff distribution was so poor that it took a long time to even notice what was happening. Although these were serious issues, since there were no casualties, Cube told the cadets that they would investigate these things themselves rather than delegating it to a third party. Kim Hajin sat there, deep in his own thoughts. In other words, the demi-humans in administrative positions at Cube had successfully hushed this up. He scribbled on a piece of paper, calculating what to do next. The investigation into this accident would mostly take place after episode 2, so for now, he just had to worry about Sven. The side effect of signing a contract with a devil is the intensification of emotions and obsession. The worst-case scenario would be that Sven's emotions spiral out of control, leading him to snap while he's alone with Che Nayun. Hajin didn't want anything bad to happen to them, so he had to be cautious in every single move he made. To prevent this from happening, I'll need to keep an eye on Sven and Che Nayun's actions. After settling on what needed to be done, he tapped on his messenger app. But before reading Che Nayun's message, Hajin hesitated for a moment. But it's true, my conscience does sting a little bit. Hajin is checking Che Nayun's messages, and the first one that catches his eye is from Sven. He immediately clicks to read it. I heard the hunting club is heading to Gangwon province this week. Damn it. According to Hajin's memories, this week at the hunting club is exactly when Sven loses his mind in the original story. To keep things from turning into a disaster, Hajin needs to be careful. Tagging along would be good, but he has to prepare a few things just in case. There's no time to hesitate, so he has to decide quickly, especially since he's made quite a bit of progress. He thinks it's finally time to head to the Gary dungeon. Suddenly, the black watch Che Nayun gave him starts ringing. Hajin picks up to see what she wants. Why is she calling? As soon as he answers, she replies, "Hello. Looks like Kim Suho has something important, calling Hajin at this hour." "Hey Kim Hajin, are you free this Friday?" He's a bit puzzled, wondering why she's asking. As expected, Kim Suho does have something to ask of him. "I have a favor to ask." Gary is a famous destination in Gangwon province, a place where the essence of nature and spiritual power collide. Because of that, a long time ago, Gary was known as a sacred training ground for warriors across the country. However, it's not just warriors who come here. There are also wanderers like Che Nayun roaming everywhere, searching for treasures buried deep under the spiritual mountain instead of fighting monsters. When he arrives, Hajin gets a bonus, a cute little tour guide, a ginseng hunter, Kim Yun. In contrast to his super enthusiastic introduction, Hajin's expression remains completely blank. It seems Hajin isn't very interested, so he just gives a dismissive, "Oh, yeah." The two of them walk deeper into the forest, chatting as they go. "I saw you staring at the map earlier, but you'll never find even a sprout of ginseng looking at it like that. I'm not a ginseng hunter. I'm looking for a specific location." When Yun realizes Hajin isn't interested in ginseng, his attitude flips faster than a pancake. "Yeah, every punk trying to break into this business says the same thing to me. But remember this. Jumping into this line of work just to get rich is..." Seeing him rambling on and on, he just stops right there. "Well, good luck, kid." "Yeah, thanks." And then they split up and head in different directions. Since they don't have the same goal, the kid is still green and has a lot to learn. Just as Yoon said, before he knows it, Hajin trips and faceplants into the dirt. "I tripped on a tree root," but when he turns around, the thing that made him hit the dirt is actually ginseng. The magical, shimmering light it emits makes him unable to look away for even a second. I've seen the heart of a deity. After discovering something that you'd rarely ever see, Hajin doesn't hesitate to dig it up. With his bottomless stomach, he eats it with great enthusiasm. "I'm currently eating a 7-year-old ginseng root by using setup modification, increasing my stats by 2 points for 30 minutes. But after stuffing himself, Hajin feels a bit regretful about missing the chance to get rich. If I sold this, I could have probably gotten $700,000. As he's busy regretting it, the rock under his feet starts to give way. Now, Hajin is hanging off a cliff at a terrifying height. This cliff is way too high. No wonder it was never discovered. This is the middle of a cliff face in Gary. After pushing through a bunch of moss and lichen, Hajin tries to cling as tightly as possible to the rock to save his life until he reaches his destination. And finally, after all the struggle and effort, he stands before that eerie cave. This is the mysterious undead dungeon. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's full of danger. The boss of this dungeon is a mid to high tier monster. He might have been able to boost his stats thanks to the ginseng, but he's still no match for it. But that doesn't matter. Kim Hajin has never feared anyone in his life, so he boldly steps inside. Once he enters, he accepts that he'll have to face some terrifying things. Undead skeletons rise up like mushrooms. They certainly don't welcome this uninvited guest. Even though Hajin is all alone at death's door, he doesn't hesitate to go all out. He clenches his fists with determination. "Today, my goal isn't the boss, but the hidden floor of this dungeon." As soon as Hajin peeks into the cave, he's greeted by a committee of skeletons and ghosts like a VIP. They're hot-headed and immediately rush toward him to attack. Despite being outnumbered, Hajin is still cool as ice. He points his custom pistol at them. He pulls the trigger once, and they vanish into thin air in a heartbeat. The remaining ones, having no sense of their own limits, keep attacking him. To deal with them quickly, Hajin uses his clairvoyance skill to scan the path. His eyes quickly sweep through them to find the fastest way out. The skeletons are only good at swarming, not thinking. Very quickly, Kim Hajin manages to outsmart them. Not wanting to play cat and mouse with the skeletons anymore, he opens fire from a high vantage point. The next second, a flash of light erupts, and a rain of bullets is unleashed. After sending them to the afterlife, the barrel of his gun is still smoking. Seeing that the skeleton army has taken heavy losses, Hajin feels a bit relieved. I think this took out a decent number of them. He doesn't dare to delay any longer and pushes deeper into the cave. The number of undead is increasing. He must be getting closer to Evandel's base. Evandel the witch. She is the boss of the hidden floor in the Gary dungeon, and in the future, she will build the most powerful undead fortress in history at an abandoned school in Kim Soo-ho's city. And of course, Hajin isn't just visiting her for fun. He's there for a reason. That's how it is, but the real reason he's hunting her down today is for the 2 items that can be obtained from Evandel. And the 2 treasures he's eyeing are no joke, the growth-type equipment and the Evandel seed. Once those are in his hands, nothing will be able to stand in his way. It's the gear that turned the demihuman Tomer into the Lord of Corruption. Right now, there's nothing better for him than that. After reaching a certain depth, Hajin stops in his tracks. The space in front of him is now pitch black. He can't see anything ahead. To avoid getting ambushed, Hajin uses his skill, clairvoyance. Seriously, everything ends up being his job. Thanks to the clairvoyance skill, he could finally see the path ahead. In this pitch-black cave, who would have thought there would be such brilliant, colorful crystals? Deep in the ghost forest, where the roots glowed with a mysterious purple light, Evandel sat perfectly still, as if she were merging with the ancient ley lines beneath the earth. Although Hajin saw only a young girl before him, she harbored immense, latent danger. Defeating her adult form would be nearly impossible. I have to kill her while she's still in this child form, while her body and mind are still underdeveloped. Meanwhile, Evandel was innocently playing with the golden liquid held by Naun, but the moment she sensed Hajin's presence, she jumped in surprise and looked up at him. It seemed that Hajin's compassion was making him hesitate to strike. After an intense mental struggle between reason and heart, he forced himself to calm down immediately. I have to do this. This is what Tomer did too. Afraid that his resolve would waver and he'd miss his chance, he lunged forward. She's my creation, anyway. Meanwhile, unaware of the danger, Evandel continued to play, completely at ease. In the next instant, he made his move. He couldn't kill the witch while she was in her spirit form with just a single shot. Since that was the case, release Holy Seal. He transformed his light element into a spear. Instantly, the air lit up with the weapon he had snatched from Naun. At this moment, Hajin felt the effects of the ginseng he had consumed earlier kicking in. Ginseng is actually pretty nourishing. To end this quickly, he decided to pour every ounce of his strength into finishing the job. I feel like I've become a beast. Hajin unleashed a devastating strike at Evandel, and a massive explosion of blue energy engulfed the entire space. He stood still, waiting for the smoke to clear to see the result. But to his surprise, after such a world-shaking attack, she was still alive. She's still alive? Although Evandel's body was severely damaged, her sheer will to live kept her going. A flow of purple dark energy instantly appeared around Evandel, as if a defensive mechanism had been triggered to protect her. But she was still too young to control her own power. The next second, a flash of blue light swallowed the entire area. Evandel vanished into thin air. Hajin stood frozen for 5 seconds, staring straight ahead. Must just be a final burst of energy before the end, he thought. She was like Evandel, a vessel for the witch's soul, the bringer of despair. When the egg hatched, the witch would be reborn. Ear is a shapeless item, existing in liquid form, capable of bonding with its owner, becoming a weapon, and enhancing the user's weaknesses. After a journey where he gained much in Hungary, Hajin finally returned home. That evening, he checked his status window to see how much progress he had made. All user stats had increased by 0.6. However, the user's master settings were now locked. The updated stats were Strength 2,455, Stamina 2,545, Agility 2.85, Intelligence 3,705, Physique 2,465, and Magic Power 1,925. After a quick read, he was incredibly satisfied with the results. This effect is actually pretty good. After all his hard work, he could finally stand tall without fear. Once this develops further, it'll be even better. Finally, I'm on par with the other cube cadets. But those were just the basics. He then took out the most important item. I've found 47 ginseng plants, and I've listed the rest on the Purple Plaza. They'll sell out fast. But the biggest harvest of all was this: the Evandel seed. A seed containing the soul of the witch, Evandel. When this seed hatched, the Witch of Despair, Evandel, would be born. Hajin believed that Evandel wasn't evil. On the contrary, she had a pure soul. The title, Witch of Despair, made her sound like a villain, but if he raised her well, she would become a reliable ally. Although it was an incredibly rare item, using it was a piece of cake. Feeding this Evandel seed was simple. Instead of water, it just needed a little bit of blood. But the witch's personality and development would depend on the donor, so he had to think carefully. He already had a few potential candidates in mind. But after thinking it over, Hajin realized that asking others for blood was just plain weird. Even though he knew what he had to do, he couldn't bring himself to go through with it, so he pushed it aside for now. Feeling that he had worked way too hard, he didn't force himself to stay up late. I should get some sleep early today. Because Hajin needed to save his energy for what was coming next. Tomorrow would be an exhausting day. Finally, the next morning arrived at Mount Baekdu, Gangwon Province, in the spring. As the morning sun shone down, the periodic hunt began. Is everyone here? An instructor standing on the podium enthusiastically announced the necessary information. It's so good to see everyone sitting in such orderly fashion. This is probably the first time we've all met since the orientation, right? Let me explain the club's missions for those who missed the orientation. Our hunting club, Leonidas, holds regular gatherings. By hunting down harmful wild beasts, we can satisfy our hobbies while helping the community. 2 birds with 1 stone. Hajin swallowed nervously, not knowing what was about to happen. I don't know the exact details of what will happen today, because I only wrote about it briefly in my novel. According to Hajin's fuzzy memory, the consequence of the demi-human losing control was that Che Naun got seriously injured, and Sven lost his life as the culprit. This event was just a plot point to make the story focus more on Che Naun, and that was Hajin's original goal, by making everyone think Che Naun was the target of the demi-human. When the search team focused all their attention on Che Naun, if he had known every detail, he wouldn't be worried. But now, things were different. What worried him was that the details regarding Sven had changed from the original novel. He hadn't lost control even once. Things were starting to deviate from what he had created. And though very subtle, he was using demonic power. Now, Hajin was stuck between 2 choices, not knowing which was right. If I take him out now, I won't have to worry about him anymore. But if I start trouble, I'll get penalized immediately. Even though you're looking towards Sven, you keep overthinking and acting all annoyed with him. He keeps staring right at me. She's really reached peak delusion to keep obsessing like this. Why does he keep hovering around me while pretending he doesn't care? Is it you? Just then, Sven notices Che Naun glaring at Hajin with eyes sharp as daggers, so he warns her, be careful. With whom? With him? There have been so many disappearances lately. I thought Sven was joking, but he sounds incredibly serious. But Che Naun's next words make his face go dark. He's not the type to do things like that. Without making everyone wait any longer, the hunt officially begins. Time to get started, right? Sven and Che Naun pair up and head deep into the forest to hunt together. Hajin stays behind, standing still for a moment, watching their backs as they disappear. In the forest, far off in the distance, a deer is leisurely grazing, unaware it's about to be taken out. Suddenly, dark purple tentacles appear. They stretch out and impale the deer right in front of us, quick and ruthless. The tentacles don't let up, tightening around its neck until it's shaking violently. Sven, standing nearby, quickly becomes the next target for those tentacles. They slowly creep toward him, but he doesn't react, just standing perfectly still with a face as cold as ice. Where did you go, Sven? In that split second, hanging by a thread, Che Naun's voice makes the tentacles retreat. After separating for a bit, she's returned, and Sven is back with a deer. Oh, you're here? Look, didn't I win the hunting bet? How did you catch so many? Surprise, surprise, Sven has actually hunted a whole mountain of deer, stacked up right in front of her. Though she doesn't really want to, Che Naun has to admit defeat. Looks like I lost the bet after all. So, I have to grant you one wish, right? Sure. What do you want? Sven hesitates, blurting out his wish while feeling incredibly shy. His face turns red as a tomato, and he looks at Che Naun with soft, gentle eyes. Do you want to? But they have no idea that every single one of their moves has been under Hajin's watch. He hides behind a bush, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal himself. Sven has already signed a contract with the demon of lust, Asmodeus. Hajin watches Sven closely, not taking his eyes off him for even a second, because his desires have been magnified far beyond what they were when he was a demi-human. The word restraint is no longer in his vocabulary. After hesitating for a while, Sven finally finds the courage to confess his true feelings. Will you go out with me? Hearing that, Che Naun freezes. completely stunned by the sudden confession. Huh? Seeing her look so shocked, Sven asks again, "You don't want to?" Chae-na-yoon then turns him down gently with a reason. "Of course it's not that. But if it were you, would you accept a confession from someone you've known for less than a week?" After hearing Chae-na-yoon's answer, Sven doesn't make it difficult for her. "I see. Hajin has been patiently waiting for this moment for Sven to show his true colors. Show your true self now. Show me the real nature of a demi-human." To ease the awkward atmosphere, she shares a bit about her type. "I like people stronger than me." Little did she know, this single sentence would summon the demon inside Sven. It might sound simple, but to him, it feels like a total insult. "So, sorry about this." Sven doesn't let Chae-na-yoon leave, continuing to press her with a voice from the depths of hell. "What do you mean by that? Does that mean if I'm stronger than you, you'll like me?" Chae-na-yoon realizes things have gone way too far and wants to end it right there. That's enough. Finally, the moment of corruption Hajin was waiting for has arrived. From where Sven stands, the tentacles from earlier shoot out and attack her violently. After doing such a horrific thing, he just stands there, frozen. Sven has turned both himself and her into victims through that dark, demonic art. His eyes are now completely white, like someone who has lost his soul. It seems Sven can no longer control his own actions, but things don't go as he planned. A shield has appeared, and isn't Hajin just amazing? With lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to protect Chae-na-yoon in time. You turned E into a shield. He is extremely worried about her condition and asks anxiously, "Hey, Chae-na-yoon, are you okay?" But that one moment of distraction from Hajin gives Sven the chance to attack him. Chae-na-yoon desperately wants to do something to save herself and Hajin, but unfortunately, her bow breaks at this very moment. Damn it. Sven's long, twisting tentacles wrap tightly around Hajin, lifting him into the air. At this moment, he has completely lost control to him. Seeing Hajin about to be choked, Chae-na-yoon has to risk it all, condensing her mana. "Let him go, you bastard." Even though she knows her weapon can't compare to Sven's, she has to try. Otherwise, they're both done for. "I love you." The blind love for Chae-na-yoon is what turned Sven into such a grotesque monster. I love you, Chae-na-yoon, even though he's her friend. If he's done something this unforgivable, Chae-na-yoon won't show any mercy. "You piece of trash." Hajin's face is pale, drained of all color. It looks like he can't hold on much longer. In that desperate situation, a blue light suddenly flashes. Just when it seemed like everything was over, it feels like Hajin sees a glimmer of hope. Sometimes, characters with high potential in this world waste their time, failing to reach their ultimate goal, just because they chose a weapon that doesn't fit them, and without a doubt, she is the first one on that list. I thought it was a hero saving a damsel, but it turns out Chae-na-yoon awakened herself to save Hajin and her own life. In an instant, a massive, legendary sword appears under Chae-na-yoon's control. She's not playing around. She's serious now. Her eyes look like she's about to devour Sven alive. "Let him go, you disgusting trash." Hajin can't take his eyes off Chae-na-yoon. He really wants to see how far the character he created can actually go. Sven is no different from Hajin, just standing rooted to the spot, as if overwhelmed by the power radiating from her. It looks like the end for Sven has finally come. Chae-na-yoon is no longer a victim. She stood up for herself and showed him what respect really means. That last strike of hers left a long, deep crater in the ground. The monster had long since vanished. Chae-na-yoon stared blankly at her own hands. Kim Hajin, standing nearby, coughed heavily and asked, "Whoa, what was that just now? Was that sword key?" She was bewildered. "I don't know." Suddenly, she spoke up. "Are you okay?" He was startled and replied, "Yeah." Chae-na-yoon smiled. "Is that so? That's a relief." Suddenly, her vision began to blur, and everything faded into darkness. Kim Hajin shouted in a panic, "Chae-na-yoon." The sun had already set. Chae-na-yoon slowly regained consciousness. Feeling his back against her, she hurriedly let go. Kim Hajin asked, "You're awake? You weren't getting up, so I was carrying you." She shrieked, "What? Let me down right now." He didn't let go, asking suspiciously, "You want me to drop you in the dark?" She was adamant, "Just put me down first." Kim Hajin helplessly set her down, figuring he'd just let her do what she wanted. But she collapsed instantly. Chae-na-yoon's eyes widened in panic. She stammered, "Why? Why are my legs? What's wrong with my legs?" He said calmly, "Is this your first time experiencing mana exhaustion?" Chae-na-yoon froze for a few seconds upon hearing that. He continued to explain, "Mana exhaustion is what happens when you've drained all the mana from your body. It slows down your mana recovery rate." She cut him off. I know that." Kim Hajin kept going. "You won't be able to move properly for about 2 days, so just get on my back for now, unless you want to stay here forever." Chae Na-yoon had no choice but to give in. The two of them headed back in an awkward silence. Suddenly, Kim Hajin spoke up. "So, are you planning to keep using the bow?" She replied with disdain. "Why are you talking nonsense all of a sudden?" He remained calm and continued. "I know you felt it today." Kim Hajin said, "Even if you didn't intend to, you awakened your talent today. A power that can amplify your abilities significantly, as long as you possess magical energy. A sword that can slaughter hundreds of monsters and demi-humans in a single strike. Someone who cannot be stopped in a large-scale battle, a true king of the battlefield. To reach that future, it would be better for you to put down the bow starting now." She cursed in frustration when she heard that. "Damn it," Chae Na-yoon shouted. "Don't act like you know everything." He sighed internally. It seemed like there was still a long way to go. Arriving at the destination, Kim Hajin set Chae Na-yoon down on a chair and turned to leave at the entrance. "You can get around on your own from here." She looked confused. "What? Why are you leaving all of a sudden?" He ignored her and started walking away. "I'm late for dorm curfew. See you later." She was left in a panic behind him. "Wait," she yelled. "Wait, take me with you." Late in the afternoon, the whole building was buzzing with whispers. "Did you hear the news?" Kim Hajin strode through the hallway, hearing the chatter. Chae Na-yoon was attacked by a demi-human. Apparently, that demi-human was Sven from the class. Since when was he a demi-human? I even talked to that jerk before. Why is the Cube administration staying so quiet about all this? Kim Hajin stopped at room 303. As soon as he cracked the door open, someone spoke up. "Oh." Kim Soo-ho smiled and turned to welcome Hajin. He scanned the room and thought, Kim Horak, Shin Jung-hak, Yoo Yeon-ha, and Yi Young-han. It looks like all the key characters are gathered here. He recalled that just before the accident at the hunting club, a message had been sent. "Friday, do you have some time? I have a favor to ask." He had wondered. A favor? But he asked politely, "What's up?" The other side continued. "Do you know that many people have gone missing lately? Cube has tasked us with investigating the matter." Kim Hajin realized, "Oh, I see." To avoid bringing in outside forces, Cube assigned a task to investigate to a few cadets from each grade. The representatives for the first-year investigation were Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jung-hak, and Chae Na-yoon. Kim Soo-ho was busy texting Kim Hajin when Chae Na-yoon called out to him. "Aren't you going?" He replied, flustered. "Wait a second." Kim Soo-ho continued texting him. "Of course, Cube itself will conduct an investigation as well. But since the culprit is highly likely to be a cadet, they think we might be able to trap the culprit more easily." Kim Hajin wondered, "I understand your point, but why are you calling me and telling me this?" The other side quickly replied, "You said you had a good eye, didn't you? I heard you can even see from 1,000 miles away. Besides, Chae Na-yoon nominated you." Kim Hajin was startled. "Chae Na-yoon nominated me?" Kim Soo-ho continued. "That's why. Can you help us out?" Returning to the present, Kim Soo-ho was still smiling brightly. "Thank you for coming." He thought to himself that he would get the reward, so this was very beneficial for him. Seeing that everyone was there, Kim Soo-ho began. "Since everyone is here, I'll start. Before we discuss this accident, I want to share my speculations first. I don't think the culprit of this incident and the demi-human who attacked Chae Na-yoon are the same person. However, suddenly, a foot stomped down hard, piercing the wooden floor. Shin Jong-hak sat there with a dark expression. He gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word. Chae Na-yoon. Kim Soo-ho helplessly corrected himself. Chae Na-yoon. Then he continued. "Anyway, I think Chae Na-yoon is highly likely to be the demi-human's next target. Demi-humans follow the devil's orders. So, if the devil who made a contract with Sven is targeting Chae Na-yoon, other demi-humans who have contracts with the same devil will also target her." He concluded, "That is why I have something to ask. Does anyone suspect anyone? Someone who has been behaving suspiciously lately. For instance." Kim Hajin fell into deep thought. "I know the real culprit, but because I've determined that revealing his name would be very dangerous, I've remained silent, waiting for the story to unfold. But unlike the original plot, where 6 people went missing over 2 months, 3 have already gone missing in just 2 weeks. At this rate, the number of victims is likely to increase significantly." Thinking this, he clenched his fists, and memories of Chae Na-yoon flashed before him. He decided that he did not want to use the excuse of waiting for the plot to progress to justify letting more terrible things happen to them. Kim Hajin raised his hand to speak. "I suspect one person." He said the name that had been weighing on his heart, Academic Club President, Jun Hee-han. "I don't think that person is trustworthy." The entire room fell silent instantly. A moment later, Kim Soo-ho explained, flustered. That person has an alibi." We investigated because he had a close relationship with the first victim. Kim Hajin didn't give up and continued. What if the victim went to Jun Heehan of their own accord? Shin Jong-hak, hearing this, shouted, "Are you trying to say that he managed to control a cadet with just a few hypnotic tricks?" He remained firm and explained, "Of course that wouldn't. Are you telling me he managed to control a cadet with just a few hypnotic tricks?" He firmly explained, "Of course, that wouldn't. It might be effective if it were just some common hypnosis spells." But before he could finish his sentence, someone cut him off. "Wait," Yu Yonha said coldly. "This is getting weird. You keep insisting on suspecting someone we already said has an alibi." She concluded, "And honestly, I think the chances of you being an inhuman are even higher than the club president's." Kim Hajin stared blankly. What? Memories of when he was writing the story suddenly flooded back. While writing, he had decided, "I think it's time to give the protagonist a new sidekick." He muttered to himself, someone of high status, born with a silver spoon to help Kim Suho, with a ruthless personality, but she doesn't hold grudges. Should I add a setting where she really loves commoner food? Finally, he smiled and decided her name would be Yu Yonha. Returning to the present, Yu Yonha coldly finished. Compared to the club president who already has an alibi, it's clear that you're the one who's more likely to be a demon. Kim Hajin looked bewildered. What? Kim Suho spoke up. Yu Yonha, Hajin has an alibi too. During the incident, he was using the portal. She replied dismissively, "I'm just voicing my own suspicions. Just like someone else here. An alibi like a portal record, something that can be easily forged, is clearly much weaker than the evidence against senior Jun Hyun." Kim Hajin shouted in anger, "What the hell are you talking?" He was cut off again. "Just beat him up until he stops being so stubborn." This came from Kim Horak. He cracked his knuckles and stood up, looking threatening. Once he takes a beating, he'll either start talking or show his true colors. Don't you guys agree? Shin Jong-hak sneered smugly. Yi Young-han had remained silently smiling the whole time. Seeing all of this, Kim Hajin was stunned. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. Kim Horak, the musclehead, questioned him. "What's so funny? I'm about to beat you up." Kim Hajin stared straight into his eyes with a warning gaze. "Then come and get me. You crazy bastard. Watch how I cave your skull in." Kim Suho quickly ran over to intervene. "Stop. This isn't the time for a fight. Calm down, Hajin." Kim Hajin laughed coldly. "If you're that curious, why don't you ask Che Na-yoon? That day, she and I." But he was interrupted again by a basketball flying like a bullet. The culprit was Shin Jong-hak. He glared and shouted, "Hey, you piece of trash. How dare your filthy mouth speak Che Na-yoon's name?" Ignoring him, Kim Hajin continued, "We joined forces to defeat the demon that was fighting her. Are you guys too busy playing kids' games with the investigators to have heard about it?" Shin Jong-hak stood up abruptly. The guy next to him quickly held him back. "Come on, calm down." After saying that, Kim Hajin turned and left. "Anyway, I've told you who I suspect is the culprit." Behind him, he could feel Kim Horak's hungry wolf gaze and hear Shin Jong-hak shouting, "Hey, are you trying to run away?" He was almost at the door when he tripped, about to fall. Behind him, Kim Horak threw a massive punch. The force of the blow shattered the door. Everyone was shocked. Seeing him on the floor, unharmed, Kim Horak was furious. "You dodged that." Kim Hajin wasn't one to back down either, pulling out his weapon to threaten him back. "Looks like you're really itching for a beating." Just as the two were about to clash, a sword strike flashed past, cutting through their clashing auras. Kim Suho blocked them with his sword, looking coldly at him. "That's enough, Kim Horak." He turned his gaze toward Yu Yonha. "You too, Yu Yonha. If you're so suspicious, and want to know so badly, go ask Che Na-yoon." She pulled out her communication device. Wait a second. The room fell silent again. A moment later, Kim Hajin stepped out, ignoring Kim Suho calling out, "Hajin." On the other end, Che Na-yoon confirmed firmly, "I told you, there's no way that bastard Kim Hajin is a demon." "Hey, Yu Yonha, are you listening to me?" Once again, everyone was silent. Outside, Kim Hajin dashed out of the building. It was already pitch black. In the quiet night, he slumped down and let out a long, heavy breath. Kim Hajin sank into a chaotic mess of thoughts. What the hell is happening to me? Not only did I transmigrate into the book I wrote, but I'm also getting into fights with the characters I poured my heart into creating, he muttered. "I'm so tired of this. I want to see my family and friends. I want to go back to my house where I only have 1 year left on my lease. I wonder how the flow of time in the real world compares to this place. If time passed at the same rate, am I considered a missing person by now?" He held his head. "What about my parents? What if they're searching for me? What if they're heartbroken because of me? Can I even go back there?" While he was lost in thought, The system popped up again. It announced mechanically, "Your mental fortitude has increased." Kim Hajin sighed helplessly. He swallowed his tears and said to it, "You really know how to kill the mood." But he comforted himself. "Thank God my mental fortitude stat increased. The old me wouldn't have had the guts to even face this, and probably would have given up on trying to go home entirely." Kim Hajin wiped his tears, brushed off the dust, and stood up. He looked straight ahead, more determined than ever. The blue sky seemed to understand his heart, and a gentle breeze blew by, as if sweeping away all the mess from before. In room 303, Kim Soo-ho had returned. Seeing him come back empty-handed, Yi Yonghan asked, "Where's Kim Hajin?" Kim Soo-ho shook his head helplessly. "He's a bit hard to reach right now." Yu Yonha and Kim Horak were listening in below. She suddenly spoke up. "Horak, you used your skill just now, didn't you?" He was startled and went quiet. Yu Yonha smiled coldly. Who would have thought a lowly gunner could dodge an attack using a martial artist's skill? Now, who's the suspicious one? Suddenly, she received a new message from Jun Haeon. "Yu Yonha, can we meet in the classroom tomorrow before the academic club meeting?" She was silent for a few minutes. At the same time, under the blood-red moon, seeing Yu Yonha's. Of course, Jun Haeon smiled sinisterly, his face covered in blood, wearing a savage grin under the crimson moonlight. In the crowded classroom, Kim Hajin was deep in thought. "I think I understand why. People say you should keep yourself busy when you're sad. Working out, hunting, or investing in stocks usually kept my mind off things by tiring me out." But he sighed to himself, looking at Kim Soo-ho, who was worried about him. He couldn't help but feel powerless. "What's wrong with these guys? Don't bother me. You high school brats? I'm fine. This is so cringy." Kim Hajin was truly exhausted, blaming himself for what he was doing to his own characters. "I really should stop doing useless things and figure out a way home." Below, Shin Jonghak's booming voice suddenly called out to Chae Na-yoon. He asked with concern, "Are you sure you're okay coming back to school so soon?" Chae Na-yoon laughed offhandedly, shrugging. "It's not like I could do much at home anyway." Kim Soo-ho quickly leaned down to help her up. "Take my hand." Chae Na-yoon looked bewildered and asked, "What's wrong with you? I can walk just fine." He didn't believe her, and asked again, "Are you sure?" Shin Jonghak saw this and made a huge fuss. "Hey Kim Soo-ho, don't you dare lay a finger on my Chae Na-yoon." He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath for him to get lost. Yu Yonha and Kim Hajin, sitting near Chae Na-yoon, noticed the noisy commotion down below. The teacher walked in and, seeing that the class hadn't settled down yet, reminded them, "Class has started, take your seats." With the noise dying down, he stood at the podium to go over some announcements. "Now, as you all know, the midterms are less than a week away. The practical exam will begin right after the written portion, and the practical exam will be graded based on two factors: duels between cadets and monster combat specifically, fighting phantom beasts summoned by mages. Finally, he warned them that both parts would be much more difficult than their daily lessons. Keep that in mind and focus." Kim Hajin fell into deep thought. The written exam would be a piece of cake, but the duels were a different problem. The duels involve using one of the 3 nomination cards you're given, allowing you to nominate any cadet you want to fight. It seems like a chance for high-ranking cadets to target those in the X rank to steal some points. But a safeguard has been put in place called the compensation point system. For example, even if a first-place cadet beats a bottom-ranked cadet, the points earned are based on how many ranks are between them, and the top-ranked cadet will actually receive negative points. Suddenly, he noticed an acquaintance staring intensely at him from afar. But of course, there are always some jerks who ignore this system and use their nomination cards to target people they hate and beat them to a pulp. The more he looked at Kim Horak, the more he couldn't help but scoff. All brawn and no brains. But then Kim Hajin's train of thought shifted. Just now, he realized someone was making him uncomfortable. An arm was slowly reaching out toward him. Kim Hajin felt exhausted, but helplessly thought to himself, "Isn't she a little too close?" He glanced over and muttered to himself, "Rachel, this girl, she won't even talk to me, but she keeps hovering around me. She used to always study alone in the back." Rachel sneaked a glance at Kim Hajin, and he immediately pretended to be busy, wondering, "What is she doing? Watching me do my work?" He took out his pen and wrote something on Chae Na-yoon's paper, and she hurriedly tried to catch a glimpse. Kim Hajin wrote down 2 names, Yu Ok and Kim Junhui. Rachel blinked, bewildered. He chuckled to himself, amused by his own joke. Those were his parents' names. Afternoon turned to evening. Yu Yonha received a message from Jun Hyun. "I'm in the study room. Take your time, Yu Yonha." She just silently headed to the meeting spot. Very soon, Yu Yonha arrived. She pushed the door open just a crack to peek inside. Jun Hyun had already noticed her. He was half sitting, half leaning against the desk with a smile. "Oh, Yu Yona." His charming eyes curved into a smile. "Welcome." Yu Yona looked around and asked, "The other club members haven't arrived yet?" Jun Hyun reassured her, "They'll be here soon. Why don't you have a seat?" Suddenly, she smelled something strange. Glancing at a candle on the table, she asked, "Is that a scented candle?" He kept smiling as he explained, "It's good for concentration. We're going to study in a bit, after all." He then changed the subject. "Oh, I heard you joined the demon search team?" "Me too. I'm the second-year representative." Yu Yanha was surprised. "Oh, really?" Jun Hee-hun sighed. "But we haven't made any progress. How about you guys? For example, does anyone have any suspects?" She honestly admitted, "Not yet." Suddenly, Yu Yonha remembered something. Oh, she had heard someone say something stupid. He kept smiling and asked, "Stupid, you say?" Jun Hyun's finger tapped the table a few times. "What did they say?" She answered in a daze. "Just that you were a demon, Senior Jun Hyun." But deep down, she started to realize something was off. "What is happening?" "My mind feels peaceful." She didn't pay much attention to it. He continued. "So, they said I used some kind of psychological magic? Crazy, right?" Jun Hee-hun laughed. "Ha ha ha. Does he have any proof?" Yu Yonha shrugged. "Of course." She suddenly realized the point of the question and asked, "Do you have proof?" He hurriedly covered it up. "Oh, my bad. I meant, what is he basing that on? What makes him say you're a demon?" Yu Yonha's brow furrowed tightly. She hid her whip behind her back, accusing Jun Hee-hun. Innocent people don't ask for proof when they're accused. In a flash, a whip lashed out. Yu Yonha took a stance, glaring at the person in front of her. "Who are you?" Jun Hyun chuckled. He slowly moved closer to her, whispering ominously. "What's the matter?" His pupils seemed to envelop the girl in front of him like a wolf watching a plump piece of prey, his mouth still twisted in a menacing threat. "Isn't it your turn yet?" Late at night at the 52 Cooper dormitory, Yu Yonha slowly opened her eyes. She gasped in shock when she realized she was tied up tightly. Looking around, the city lights shone through the window, and an old music player sat nearby. After a moment, she realized this was the fifth-floor dormitory. Suddenly, she noticed the figure still standing there, smiling. Jun Hyun. Yu Yonha panicked. Was Jun Hyun really the culprit behind the disappearances? A demon he wasn't just talking nonsense. But the composure of an elite heir didn't let her panic for too long. She quickly calmed herself down. "Stay calm. I need to call for help first." But her hands were bound tightly. The more she tried to wiggle free, the tighter they got. Yu Yonha frowned, and in a stroke of genius, she blindly tapped her communication watch, silently praying. "Is anyone there? Please." Suddenly, a shadow approached without a sound. Jun Hyun had somehow circled behind Yu Yonha and whispered, "You don't have to do that, Yu Yonha." His eyes flashed with intense bloodlust. "Right." At the same time, Kim Hajin suddenly received a message. Glancing at his watch, he couldn't help but wonder, who's calling at this hour? When he read the sender's name, he was even more confused. Yu Yonha? But when he clicked it, Kim Hajin was stunned. What is this? The message only had one character, 9. Jun Hyun reached out and snatched the watch from Chae Na-yoon's weight, from Yu Yonha's hand. He walked away, admiring the watch on his wrist. "If you keep sending weird messages in the middle of the night like this, what will your friends think?" Yu Yonha struggled. The watch's information screen lit up, and Jun Hee-hun stared intently at it. "Kim Hajin, the guy who was quick enough to figure out I'm a demon, huh? I guess I should kill him quickly." Yu Yonha was agitated and shouted angrily, "Do you really think you can get away with this? The search team must have noticed something wrong and is already investigating." Suddenly, Jun Hee-hun stomped on the watch on the floor. "Doesn't matter. I was going to leave campus after this anyway." Yu Yonha's hatred was plain to see. Her eyes glared as if to consume him, her teeth clenched to suppress her anger. Jun Hyun stepped in front of her and said, "I really love that expression." He spoke with a smile, as if he were incredibly happy. Yet the space behind Jun Hee-hun seemed to be cloaked in a dark, suffocating shadow. However, Lilith wanted to see that face filled with fear. Elsewhere, a notification appeared on a screen within a watch. Yu Yonha, 9. Kim Hajin sat up, staring intently at the notification, wondering to himself, did she send this by mistake? His mind was full of confusion, obsessing over the number 9 that Yu Yonha had sent. Suddenly, it was as if Kim Hajin had realized something. His eyes widened in shock. Ugh. He sat up immediately and hurried to ask, "Book of Truth, what is Yu Yonha's current location?" Kim Hajin reached out to catch the book appearing in midair. The book emitted a light so intense it blinded the entire space. Kim Hajin looked inside, anxious. What the hell? Back to Yu Yonha's side. She was slumped over, her body still tied tightly to the chair. Suddenly, A strange voice echoed. Yu Yonha, Yu Yonha. Yu Yonha seemed to be on the verge of passing out. She kept swaying forward. The voice continued. You've endured enough loneliness, haven't you? Yu Yonha breathed out heavily, exhausted. I know that feeling too. The voice belonged to none other than Jun Hyun. He stood in front of her, looking at her with a gentle gaze and a bizarre smile. Suddenly, Jun Hyun noticed something, while Yu Yonha was still trying to resist. She hadn't passed out. With hateful eyes, she glared at Jun Hyun. Seeing her in such a state, he continued. Your willpower is truly impressive. It's hard to believe I still haven't been able to brainwash you after all this time. You just need to let go of your resistance for a moment. His hands weren't still. As he spoke, he reached up to brush Yoyona's hair away. You don't need to be afraid of anything. Lilith only gave me today, after all. Jun Hyun leaned his face close to hers, whispering in that same tone. He wanted you. Too. Yu Yonha gritted her teeth in anger, staring at Jun Hyun. Suddenly, she let out a cry and struggled to break free, but it was in vain. Jun Hyun's voice grew increasingly twisted. That stuff won't help you, no matter how much you loosen it. His eyes turned pitch black, and black claws grew long from his fingers. He laughed as he said, The magical power of Lilith. Before Jun Hyun could finish his sentence, something flashed by incredibly fast, and it pierced straight through his head. Caught off guard, Jun Hyun was struck, and blood splattered everywhere. Jun Hyun gasped in pain, his head reeling backward. Yu Yonha regained her focus. She was shocked to see the scene before her. Jun Hyun writhed in a pool of blood, screaming loudly. A voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. Look at you now, after doubting someone you should have trusted. Yu Yonha was a bit surprised to hear that voice. Jun Hyun lay on the floor in agony, but still tried to act tough. What the hell is this? Who are you? The voice continued. Don't bother trying to heal. That was a special type of bullet. Unless you get surgery to remove it, you're done for. Furious, Jun Hyun clutched his bleeding side and sat up. He went insane, slashing his sharp, clawed hands forward. You bastard! Jun Hyun moved his hands rapidly through the air, as if trying to tear apart the space to find the speaker. Where are you? Come out right now! The glass wall suddenly shattered, and a large black shadow darted inside. That indistinct shape flashed right past Yu Yonha. She squeezed her eyes shut as pieces of glass sprayed through the air. Yu Yonha collapsed to the ground, her body still tied tightly to the chair. The mysterious figure spoke up again. Stop struggling, you're just wasting your energy. With half his face covered in blood, Jun Hyun roared. Where the hell are you? The mysterious figure held a gun in their hand, fingers slowly squeezing the trigger. I'm currently very, very far away from you. As he finished speaking, a bullet flew from the distance and struck Jun Hyun square in the chest. He stood there with a bewildered expression. When the bullet hit him, he vomited a mouthful of blood in pain. Then, just like that, Jun Hyun slowly fell backward. In the distance, something could be seen hiding in the bushes. Looking closer, there was something glinting in that thicket. It was nothing other than the barrel of Kim Hajin's gun. He was currently lying hidden in the bushes, still gripping the gun tightly. Kim Hajin's gun barrel was still aimed at Jun Hyun's trembling body. This is exactly why sniping from afar is the best, Kim Hajin said with an eager expression. Hey, Yu Yonha, it looks like I'll have to use up all the ammo you gave me today. Yu Yonha lay motionless and dazed on the ground upon hearing his voice. If you still have a conscience, you'll definitely give me something even better next time. Jun Hyun was now trying to drag his blood-soaked body away to escape. He looked back in terror as he crawled. Damn it. Kim Hajin quickly noticed and immediately returned to his aim. Just like that, a third bullet lodged straight into Jun Hyun's back. His entire body jerked in pain, and blood sprayed incessantly. Jun Hyun's body was shaking with fear. He tried to glance back. Kim Hajin was still focused on the situation, his face dead serious. Realizing things were under control, he lowered his head, his gaze thoughtful, and continued speaking to Yu Yonha. I think I saw something I shouldn't have. Are you okay? Yu Yonha kept her eyes on the trembling Jun Hyun. I'm fine, Kim Hajin continued. Get some sleep. The search party will be here soon. Following his instructions, Yu Yonha's eyes slowly closed. All right, she thought to herself. Thank you. Somewhere else on the ceiling, one could see light bulbs shining down. Yu Yonha, wearing a hospital gown, slowly woke up in bed. Suddenly, someone spoke beside her. You're awake? Not fully conscious. Yu Yonha glanced over. Beside her was none other than Kim Suho, peeling an apple. She looked at him, bewildered and confused, and asked, What are you doing here? Kim Suho replied gently and concerned. You aren't hurt anywhere, are you? The doctor said, Your body is perfectly fine. Yu Yonha seemed shocked, her mouth hanging open as she sat up. I'm fine. But wait, I was asking why you're here. Only then did Kim Soo-ho deign to answer. We're taking turns checking on you, obviously. Beside him were Kim Horak and Yoo Yeon-ha asked him again with that same skeptical look. Kim Soo-ho replied, seriously, because things turned out this way, we all share part of the responsibility. Outside, someone was tapping their foot on the ground. Standing outside the hospital room were none other than Kim Horak and Shin Jong-hak. Both stood outside with grim expressions. Kim Soo-ho's voice continued. As members of the search team, we should have been more attentive, instead of focusing all our attention on other things. Back inside the hospital room, Kim Soo-ho's expression darkened the more he spoke. Regardless, we are truly sorry. Yoo Yeon-ha listened in silence. After a moment, she spoke coldly. I'm sure plenty of others have told you that you're quite rigid, haven't they? Hearing Yoo Yeon-ha ask such a question, Kim Soo-ho was momentarily stunned and confused. Yoo Yeon-ha stared intently at Kim Soo-ho, thinking to herself, I used to think he was just someone who was a little bit talented, but it seems I was wrong. Kim Soo-ho picked up a slice of apple and asked her, want an apple? Yoo Yeon-ha recalled what happened earlier, her expression darkening slightly. A misunderstanding. Is that person coming? He still didn't quite understand what she was asking, looking at her with a blank, puzzled expression. That person? Which person? Yoo Yeon-ha didn't answer. Instead, she suddenly felt shy and couldn't bring herself to look Kim Soo-ho in the eye. Never mind, it's nothing. Kim Soo-ho remained in a state of confusion. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, and Yoo Yeon-ha looked up at the sky outside. At that moment, the sky was clear, and the clouds were white, with sunlight casting sparkling rays down. A few days later, a notification screen popped up. Yoo Yeon-ha. Thank you. I promise, I will repay your kindness. Kim Hajin read her message, and couldn't help but offer a gentle smile. The system then displayed a notification. Product points increased by 457. Luck stat activated. You will receive an additional 11% of the increased product points. You will land every shot during long-range sniping. Mastery, Hawkeye, increased to level 7. Kim Hajin sat at Chae Na-yoon's desk, reaching out to check the notifications, thinking to himself, I guess this is the personal action that has earned me the most points so far, right? It seems the rewards for helping one of the main characters are huge. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, lost in deep thought. Compared to the investments I've made in sniping, this isn't a massive return, but saving Yoo Yeon-ha is more than enough. Suddenly, while he was deep in thought, someone called out from afar, catching his attention. Hajin. The person was none other than Park Soo-hyuk. Kim Hajin was a bit surprised. Mr. Park Soo-hyuk? He broke into a wide, bright smile and replied, You contacting me out of the blue, like this really surprised me. Is something the matter? Suddenly, Park Soo-hyuk looked terrified, dropping to his knees and clasping his hands before him. If you're looking to cancel the contract, I beg you to reconsider. Kim Hajin looked at the scene with a sense of helplessness. No, it's not like that. Suddenly, as Park Soo-hyuk looked up, he saw Kim Hajin pull a suitcase out from somewhere. Kim Hajin said, with absolute composure, I want to invest in SH Entertainment. Hearing what he said, Park Soo-hyuk froze for a moment. What was that? An image of a ginseng root with a very strange shape appeared. It looked like it was glowing brilliantly. The mystical ginseng, the one Chae Na-yoon's Violet Bank sold for the staggering price of 400 million won. Thinking about other brands like SH Entertainment or Horsemaster, the money felt like it was pouring in endlessly. I'll use 250 million to invest in Horsemaster and 150 million in SH Entertainment. Kim Hajin secretly thought that the growth potential of SH Entertainment would be nothing to sneeze at compared to Horsemaster. Snapping back to reality, Mr. Park Soo-hyuk was now trembling all over, his voice stuttering, his face turning pale as if he were about to die, sweat pouring down. I can't accept such a large sum of money. Now, Park Soo-hyuk still sat in the seat across from Kim Hajin with that same expression. He pushed the suitcase toward him and said, Take it. Me, giving this to you is a win-win for both sides. Besides, use some of this to buy me a magic bag and a vehicle too. Kim Hajin was a bit curious and asked Park Soo-hyuk directly, By the way, how old are you? Still trembling, he replied, 29. Kim Hajin calmly continued, You're much older than me. There's no need for honorifics. Park Soo-hyuk was a bit flustered, speaking hurriedly. No, that's impossible. How could I not use honorifics with such a major investor? He looked blank and said, Fine then. I won't invest anymore. Hearing that, Park Soo-hyuk finally calmed down, though his face still showed a hint of fear as he clutched the suitcase tightly to his chest. I promise I won't use honorifics anymore. Watching him like that, Kim Hajin couldn't help but think to himself, This guy. A while after leaving the shop, Kim Hajin suddenly remembered something and said to Park Soo-hyuk, "Oh, let's stop by the convenience store for a second." Very quickly, in front of the convenience store, Park Soo-hyuk looked confused, unsure what Kim Hajin was looking for. "Why are you suddenly buying scratch-off lottery tickets?" he replied while intensely scratching the card. "I'm still a minor, so without a guardian, I can't claim the money." Kim Hajin added, "Could it be that this luck stat of mine isn't working?" "Ah, here it is," Park Soo-hyuk asked curiously. "Huh? How much did you win?" Kim Hajin replied very calmly, 2 billion. Park Soo-hyuk didn't fully process it at first, smiling foolishly. 2 billion. After the information finally sank in, he was stunned for a moment, looking completely baffled. Then, Park Soo-hyuk's loud voice echoed through the entire convenience store. 2 billion? Kim Hajin handed the sparkling scratch card to Park Soo-hyuk. "I'll invest this as well. When you have a chance, redraw the contract and send it to me. Oh, and after taxes, it probably won't be 2 billion anymore, right?" Park Soo-hyuk, still shaking and shocked, reached out with both hands to take the card. When Kim Hajin looked back, he still saw Park Soo-hyuk with a terrified expression, clutching the scratch card to his chest, as if he were afraid it might fly away. The day was turning to dusk. The sunset draped over the entire space. Kim Hajin asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Park Soo-hyuk replied, his voice still stuttering, "Someone might steal it, so I." The evening sky was turning more and more red, the space quiet and still. The golden sunset shone into an old, dilapidated workshop, where something dark, with an indistinct shape, was slowly taking form. It was gases from beneath the earth being drawn up, gradually forming the shape of a person. The gas transformed into a young boy who wasn't very big. That boy was Drune. He approached and said happily, "Master, they have already begun to take action." As he spoke, Drune looked upward, his hand constantly pointing. "Horsemaster has also been added to the list." "What shall we do next, Master?" Li Xiaofeng sat there, responding to the boy. "Take that item and leave everything else." "Ah, I am sitting here among the large crates hidden by the darkness." Drune listened and, still curious, continued, "Understood. But, thinking about it, something seems strange. There is someone who keeps continuously investing money to buy shares of Horsemaster," Drune said with an extremely curious expression, thinking of the sparkling Horsemaster badge. "First it was 3 million, then 10 million, and then suddenly an investment of 250 million. Don't you think investing, getting into a guild that doesn't even have its own website, isn't that already asking for too much?" Li Xiaofeng replied coldly, not really caring. "Forget about him. Let's just focus on what we need to do." Drune finally went quiet and listened. "All right, Master." The sunlight from outside is still streaming in, but Drune seemed to have come up with an idea, immediately speaking up again. "Is there anything else to report?" "Ah, something interesting just popped up on Violet Bank. Would you like to see it?" While speaking, Drune projected digital screens all around, searching for the holy relic of Bosintang. "Master, my intuition tells me there's something fishy about this truth agency. They claim they can find out any truth you want to know," Drune rambled on. "Should I order their services? Maybe they can help us find him." Li Xiaofeng lost patience and snapped, "Drune!" Drune was startled by the shout and stood frozen for a moment. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Like a guilty child, Drune fell silent for a moment before saying, "I was just joking." Drune then started asking about tomorrow's mission. "Tomorrow is when they start, right? The Cube midterm exam." Half of Li Xiaofeng's face was cast in shadow. "No, what am I thinking?" Drune added. "The hottest topic these days is the first and second ranked students, Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak. A few shady characters have already started infiltrating. Are you planning to go?" Images of Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak seemed to appear as Drune spoke. Li Xiaofeng moved suddenly. "Is that so?" Drune looked up, looking a bit dazed. "Ah." Che Naun stood there, her face becoming clear, eyes staring down coldly. Li Xiaofeng spoke, emphasizing every word. "I hope we get something out of this." Her eyes looked soulless. Over by Kim Hajin, he smiled happily and waved goodbye. Li Xiaofeng's voice still echoed in the space. "Make yourself useful." The sky was incredibly blue today, dotted with a few white clouds. Time was passing as fast as the wind. A digital system board appeared in the space. "Welcome." Confetti filled the sky. In front of them stood the massive, magnificent cube building. A large electronic board displayed Che Naun's name on the roof of the building. And finally, the midterm practical week had arrived. Hazuki appeared, looking adorable. Her eyes sparkled as she ran and called out, "Mom!" And just like that, Hazuki ran straight into her mother's arms. Her mother asked with concern, "My dear, how have you been lately?" Hazuki immediately replied, "I missed you so much." The area was bustling with activity. People were moving around constantly below. There were even flying cameras hovering in the air. During this practical week, Cube would open its doors to organizations looking to recruit heroes, such as federations and guilds, and also to the families of the cadets. Crowds of people from all over the world poured in, as busy as a festival. A man picked up a microphone and announced, "The place we are currently at is Cube, the best hero training academy in the world." Not far away, someone else adjusted the mic to invite all the top 100 cadets. People around began to chatter excitedly. "Look, that's Yu Yunha, ranked 117th. Wow, I'm such a fan." The flying camera from earlier slowly descended towards someone who reached out to grab it. It was none other than Kim Hajin. He stared intently at his camera, seeing no movement yet. After checking, Kim Hajin let it fly off again. "Looks like I'll have to wait a little longer." The flying cameras slowly rose into the sky. Kim Hajin recalled what Park Soo-hyuk said, "Here's a token of my gratitude. It's not much, but it's from the heart," he thought to himself. "All these helicopters were given to me by Park Soo-hyuk. I've placed them all around Cube. So the chances of catching the intruder have increased quite a bit." Suddenly, a woman passed by and bumped hard into Kim Hajin's back. Kim Hajin, looking worried, quickly turned his head to apologize. "Oh, I'm so sorry." But the woman just kept walking. The blinding light made it impossible to see her face clearly. The woman slowly turned her head. It was none other than Li Xiaofeng. She wore her usual cold expression, looking at Kim Hajin. Suddenly seeing her, Kim Hajin paused, bowing his head silently, as if lost in thought. Then, suddenly, Kim Hajin looked up, his face filled with panic. I almost completely forgot." Kim Hajin looked over at Li Xiaofeng, thinking to himself that even she would come to observe this practical exam. She was still casting a cold glance at him. Seeing Li Xiaofeng staring at him with that look, Kim Hajin was startled. He was terrified and immediately turned his face away. "I've been staring at her eyes for too long." Kim Hajin looked extremely hurried. He was scared to death. "Say something to make yourself look less suspicious." Kim Hajin's mouth struggled to form words. Finally, after a while, he managed to speak. "I'm so sorry." When he said that, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, becoming even more oppressive. Li Xiaofeng's face looked even worse, full of disdain. Kim Hajin felt like he had been poisoned, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. The air was shattered when Li Xiaofeng turned and walked away, while Kim Hajin stood there, frozen and grimacing. She walked away, her figure gradually disappearing into the crowd. While walking, Li Xiaofeng called for Drun. Drun didn't appear, but his voice could still be heard in response. "Yes, master." Li Xiaofeng was wearing a necklace with a glowing gem. She continued, "You just bumped into me." He managed to see through my concealment item. Li Xiaofeng's gaze was chillingly soulless as she coldly ordered Drun, "Investigate him." Elsewhere, Kim Hajin was walking. It wasn't just hero organizations coming to Cube to recruit. The Chameleon Troop was also coming to Cube. Images of Shin Jong-hak walking with a confident smile and Kim Soo-ho with his bright, cheery smile appeared. Their goal was to target Kim Soo-ho or Shin Jong-hak. Because Kim Soo-ho didn't align with their ideology, he was rejected, and they started paying more attention to Shin Jong-hak, just as the story went. Kim Hajin walked, thinking worriedly. If they were just infiltrating, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if the plot began to change, and they started attacking the heroes in charge of security during this exam, Kim Hajin thought about the major casualties that would appear. It wouldn't just be one or two people dying. Suddenly, someone's loud voice rang out, causing those standing around to startle and look over. "I didn't see anything." A man with blue eyes smiled with amusement and said, "I haven't seen a single suspicious person, all right?" The woman next to him looked at him with some doubt and replied, "Stop playing around and go find them properly. If someone manages to get past Cube's security barriers during this practical training, what will become of us?" The man walking in front smiled brightly and said, "Well, before those guys start any trouble, wouldn't it be better to just write it down?" He was none other than Oh Jin-hyuk, rank 1737, a high-level grade 6 hero. The woman following behind him was still focused on keeping an eye on their surroundings. She was Seo Youngji, rank 2000, a high-level grade B hero. Seo Youngji said annoyedly, "You're all talk." Oh Jin-hyuk ignored her and replied, "Let's go grab some pizza." Neither of them noticed that behind their backs, a strange man stepped out from a dark alley. He wore a playful grin, half his face obscured by shadow. Could he see through the master cloaking ability of the siren's necklace to spot the master? The man started looking around, finally finding a bit of interest. "I only see a bunch of weaklings here. I'm dying of boredom." Passers-by who saw him shot nervous glances his way. In some other space, Drun sat watching, eyes weary as he looked at the brown-haired man Chiok Jung-young. He continued, "What kind of creature is he? Let me go find him and see." Droon heard him and muttered in contempt, "What a brute, all brawn and no brains." The sound of Droon's voice reached Droon, and he perked up to listen. "Stand down for now. Even if we do nothing, we'll see if he has any potential." Droon's voice echoed, and things were about to begin. The duels were starting. At the same time, in Arena 2, Che Naun could see a blimp carrying a large banner. It was the Cube midterm practical exam arena. The stands were packed. The announcer's voice rang out. At exactly 9 o'clock this morning, the first pair of contestants will take the stage. Even the rookie reporters were scrambling to cover this intense scene. The first match was a match where even honor points were being wagered. In another corner, Kim Hajin was walking calmly. As he was walking, someone suddenly called out, "Hey!" That person was none other than Yu Yunha. She leaned against the wall, looking at Kim Hajin curiously. "Are you heading to the arena?" Kim Hajin and Yu Yunha walked together. He turned to answer her. "Yeah, I'm at the top." Yu Yunha continued. "Is that so?" She suddenly closed her eyes and called out for Sechan. Sechan appeared immediately, and Che Naun handed over a suitcase. When she opened the case, glowing bullets were neatly arranged in each tray. "These are 100 of the highest grade bullets." As she spoke, Yu Yunha pushed the suitcase toward Kim Hajin. "Though you can't use them during the inspection, feel free to use them for anything else. If you need more, just let me know." Kim Hajin was stunned for a moment. He reached out and slowly took the suitcase. Yu Yunha added, making sure he knew, "Something as precious as my own life, even things like this don't compare to it." Her aura was charismatic as she spoke. Yu Yunha tossed her hair proudly and said, "Just consider this a gift from me." Suddenly remembering something, she added, "Oh, right. They keep demanding that I disclose information about that villain, but I haven't told them you were the one who helped me." Kim Hajin didn't really care about that, so he said, Please keep hiding that for me." He walked ahead, looking like he was about to fall asleep, while whispering to himself, "If it gets out that I was the one who shot the monster, things will definitely get complicated." Yu Yunha followed, glancing at Kim Hajin's expression. "Those monsters under that woman, Lilit, are truly despicable." As they walked, Yu Yunha stopped and spoke up. "I understand you have your reasons for hiding your strength, but it's going to be very difficult to hide it during this practical exam." Kim Hajin didn't quite understand her words. "Hide my strength?" Yu Yunha added, "Don't tell me you don't even know who you're up against?" Kim Hajin listened, his expression unchanged. Back in the cadet lounge, a man with bulging muscles was lifting weights. He was drenched in sweat from training, and the air around him felt heavy. That man was Kim Horak, his face twisted in a scowl as he gripped the dumbbell tight. "I'm going to crush you, Kim Hajin." In another place, Droon continued his mission, searching through data and reports. "There isn't much information on him, Master." He then summarized the information he had found. He grew up in an orphanage, no parents, no relatives. He was admitted to the cadet academy at age 6 after being discovered during a routine orphanage inspection. During his time at the academy, he didn't do anything notable and just coasted in the middle of the pack until he entered Cube. Additionally, he currently has a debt of 300,000 won. "That's all, sir." Hearing the update on Kim Hajin and seeing nothing unusual, Li Xiaopeng stood with her arms crossed, lost in thought, and didn't answer. She remembered meeting Kim Hajin that morning, with his panicked, foolish expression, and asked, "Then how could someone like that see through my cloaking item?" Droon, hearing her question, confirmed, "I truly don't know." Suddenly, a man pushed through the bushes and said loudly, "Oh, so you were here." He smiled cunningly and greeted, "Long time no see, Master, right?" It turned out his name was Chok Jung-young, a member of the Evil Society. Seeing he had arrived, Li Xiaofeng said, "You're late, Chok Jung-young. Did something distract you on the way here?" Chok Jung-young replied, "You underestimate me. I was just diligently following your orders to hunt for young talent." She then asked him, "So, report back." He gave an OK sign with his hand and replied, "Nothing to report yet. Just a bunch of weaklings, one wave of my hand, and they'd be blown away." On this side, Droon signaled through space, "That's normal. I'm asking if there are any promising cadets." "Nothing much yet. I went to check out the top-ranked ones, but they aren't worth much either." June sighed. "That's all on you. The first years are the elite of this year. Remember to investigate carefully. Oh, and by the way, that Kim Hajin guy is also about to get on the stage for a duel." Cheok Jung-young was surprised when he mentioned the name Kim Hajin, but then he remembered, "Oh, is that the guy who saw through the stealth item meant to spot the master?" Hearing he guessed correctly, Li Xiaofeng just stayed silent. Returning to the cube midterm practical exam, paper cannons were fired, along with banners announced on balloons released into the sky, and there was no shortage of excited cheers. At that very moment, Oh Jin-hyuk was happily taking a huge bite of pizza. Sitting next to Seo Young-ji, he laughed happily as he looked at the place. This brings back memories. She was working while listening to him and asked, "Wait, are you sure that's nostalgia and not just bad memories? You've taken so many hits that you haven't been able to watch boxing since that day, right?" Seo Young-ji replied, "I've improved a lot since then, and my son really loves this stuff too." Hearing her, it sounded like he didn't really care, or was he just playing it cool? Suddenly, Seo Young-ji's gaze landed on a guy sitting with one leg pulled up across from them. She wondered who he was. Then she gestured toward the front and said to Oh Jin-hyuk beside her, "That guy keeps staring at us and smiling." Hearing her, he looked over and replied, "Maybe he's a fan?" The look in his eyes and the way he smiled, Chuk Jung-young was looking at both of them with a sinister vibe. Just then, someone ran onto the arena, and Oh Jin-hyuk immediately recognized him. "Oh, the match is about to start." The person who just stepped up looked incredibly buff and fierce. The judges introduced 19th ranked cadet and fighter Kim Horak. Though he wasn't quite top 6 material, he was no pushover either. Both of them instinctively looked toward the opponent's side. Seo Young-ji wondered who his rival would be. Her words trailed off the moment she saw the other person. The judges then introduced the next contestant, 934th ranked Kim Hajin. Both fighters stood on the arena floor. Kim Hajin spoke first. "How did you do on the theory exam?" Then, with a smile, he asked, "Why so tense? Just stay calm and you'll be fine." As soon as those words were uttered, it instantly infuriated Kim Horak, who gritted his teeth, his face turning beet red. Kim Horak clenched his fists, beginning to channel his power. Seeing this, Kim Hajin analyzed. Horak's special ability is converting mana into an invisible barrier surrounding his body, called aura armor. Forget about the idea of using training to take him down. Honestly, just not getting caught and torn in half by him would be lucky enough. There's no way I can let him close the distance. At this moment, the organizers announced, "The first-year midterm sparring match will now begin." Hearing that, both Kim Horak and Kim Hajin took their fighting stances, and the signal rang out. As the announcer shouted the start of the first match, the word "begin" was finally called. Kim Horak launched himself toward Kim Hajin. He kept his fist clenched, overflowing with magical power, aiming straight ahead. On Kim Hajin's side, he didn't make a move, just stood there holding his gun, watching the aura shine with a blinding light, preparing to attack. Suddenly, his movement sped up in a flash. He had used fast cut, making himself look like a meteorite hurtling toward Earth. Kim Hajin realized and thought to himself, the duration of fast cut has increased significantly. He was making everything in front of him slow down, observing the time digits manifesting around him. As his thoughts raced, he tracked Kim Horak's movements for the next minute. At the crucial moment, he successfully dodged his opponent's earth-shattering attack. Watching the ground crack after just one punch, he was shocked. Is that guy a monster or what? Afterward, Kim Horak's gaze, filled with killing intent, darted toward him. Instantly, a barrage of attacks aimed at him forced Hajin to run and dodge. Looking at the back, running away in front of him, he gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, Kim Hajin pointed his gun and fired at the exact moment Horak struck. The bullet hit Horak in the chest but didn't penetrate. Instead, it was blocked, sticking to his armor. He smirked, thinking, "Stupid. Doesn't he know I have aura armor?" At that moment, he felt complacent, thinking he could easily deflect bullets like this. But man proposes, God disposes. Boom! The bullet detonated, catching him off guard. Now, Kim Horak finally noticed that his aura armor had a hole in it from that very bullet. The entire arena was stunned. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Seo Young-ji shouted. He actually pierced through the aura armor. Horak stood there, touching the spot where he was shot, while Kim Hajin still held his gun pointed at him. He clutched the hole in his aura armor, eyes wide and frozen. What kind of monster is this guy? There was no way a single bullet could pierce his armor. But Kim Hajin stood there, his face completely expressionless, coldly reloading his gun. Seeing that, Kim Horak hadn't even recovered his senses yet. As bullets were fired continuously at him, by reflex, he crouched down, crossing his arms to shield his body. Each shot felt like a slap to the face, leaving him both bewildered and in disbelief. Kim Hajin kept reloading, thinking to himself, "Sorry, if you thought these would just bounce off, I've integrated the power of starlight into the bullets, and they're even magic resistant." Thinking that, he didn't hesitate, and quickly fired again to shatter the opponent's armor. Just then, the cheers and applause of the crowd erupted. Kim Horak fell into a struggle, trying to resist those shots. Suddenly, he rose up, shouting angrily, "You!" Then, gathering almost all his mana, he slammed a powerful punch into the ground. This time it was even more terrifying than before. The ground shattered and cracked as he roared, "You bastard!" It created a massive crater. Even the spot where Hajin was standing was destroyed, but luckily, he managed to dodge it. Suddenly, Hajin threw something straight at Kim Horak and said, "Here's a throwing knife. Be careful now." Kim Horak instinctively looked up at the blade. He immediately panicked and dodged it, then wondered, could that knife be special too? But the truth is always ironic. Hajin raised his gun and fired, smirking, shattering his suspicions. That was actually just a distraction. This shot was aimed straight at the initial hole in his aura armor, pushing Horak far back. Only then did Kim Hajin land on the ground, standing tall and watching Kim Horak struggling and trembling on the floor. He stepped toward Kim Horak. Suddenly, he raised his gun once more. This action made the whole arena hold its breath. His finger squeezed the trigger, but then, nothing happened. Kim Hajin just stood there, gun raised, while Horak remained slumped on the ground. At that moment, he looked at him in total shock. The entire arena fell silent, mouths agape, bewildered, unable to believe what just happened. Suddenly, Oh Jin-hyuk asked, "Is he out of ammo?" Seo Youngji beside him replied, "But it looks like Kim Horak is exhausted too." Kim Horak suddenly tried to get up, trembling and panting heavily. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger. As for Kim Hajin, he remained silent, eyes unblinking, still holding his gun like a statue. Suddenly, Kim Hajin smiled, lowered his gun, raised both hands, and said happily, "I surrender." His actions left Kim Horak frozen solid. Not just him, but both Seo Youngji and Oh Jin-hyuk were stunned in disbelief. Right then, the announcer's voice rang out, declaring the end of the match. The winner was Kim Horak, who was still gritting his teeth in frustration. Finally, the name of the winner was announced, Cadet Kim Horak. As soon as the results were announced, Kim Horak was so furious he could spit blood. It was obvious he was the one who lost. But to everyone's surprise, Kim Hajin declared surrender, leaving Horak flailing in frustration. Luckily, two people held him back while he shouted angrily, "Hey you bastard, get back here!" But Hajin ignored him and left the arena. Kim Horak was already being bandaged, clenching his fists and struggling to swallow his anger, while the staff tried to calm him down. Seeing this, Oh Jin-hyuk spoke up. Did he really get hit with live rounds? Even so, he's totally fine. Is it because he's a combatant? Leaning on his arm with a smile, he asked, "What do you think, So Youngji?" Hearing that, she replied, "Kim Hajin did great. Kim Horak is a bit lacking. He should have slowly pressured Hajin. Risking that much protective mana is reckless. I guess he wanted to end it quickly because he felt embarrassed for some reason." Suddenly serious, she added, "Regardless, Kim Hajin is definitely more interesting." Then she recalled the rapid-fire scene, followed by a single shot that blew the opponent away, and analyzed it. The fire rate is incredible, and his reflex-based tracking can keep up with a martial arts genius. But at one point, when Kim Horak started to slow down, Kim Hajin matched his pace. Could he have a special trait that enhances his physical abilities? Remembering the detail about the bullet being coated in a layer of magic, she added her thoughts to the boy. He used mana-infused bullets. Oh Jin-hyuk chuckled and said, "You mean the magic density compressed into his bullet was strong enough to break through? Protective mana? Even though he's just a cadet?" Seo Youngji crossed her arms and replied, "We still don't know what Cadet Kim Hajin's talent is." Suddenly, a spectator shouted in disbelief, "Are you serious? He really broke through protective mana with just a gun?" She continued guessing. "There's also a possibility it's a hybrid." A shout rang out over the comms. "Hurry up," someone replied. "Yes, Kim Horak's protective mana, there's a high potential he'll become a legendary figure." Then the two continued their conversation. She started, "Anyway, Kim Hajin, I'll remember that name." Oh Jin-hyuk followed up, Yeah, the next match is starting." Just then, Cheok Jong-young picked at his ear, looking uninterested as he muttered, "Kim Hajin or whatever, I don't like him." As soon as the first match ended, he moved to another location and contacted Drune through space. "It's just some kid holding a small gun shooting randomly." He asked, "Why would the captain send me to check on a brat like that?" Drune replied, "Didn't you watch the match? He's the one with the demon hunter's power." Cheok Jong-young didn't care and replied, "Whatever, demon hunter or whatever, what does that have to do with being strong?" Drune, sitting on the other side of the space, rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Cheok Jong-young, you don't like him because he's just a cadet, right?" He confirmed, "Ah, of course." Suddenly, Cheok Jong-young's expression turned sinister. sneering with a sarcastic, cunning smile. Effort pushed to the limit. Murderous intent, so sharp it pierces the heart. That's what's needed for a real fight. Hearing that, Droon grew impatient. Yeah, go ahead and watch those deadly cadets. Don't forget why the captain sent you. Have you met Kim Soo-ho and Shin Jong-hak yet? He stroked his chin and replied, they both have decent bodies. Cheok Jung-young recalled that match and commented on the destructive style targeting the opponent's weaknesses that Shin Jong-hak showed was really impressive. Thinking of him, he cheered. I like how he causes panic in cowards who only want to defend. Seeing this, Droon couldn't offer any more advice. If you like him that much, I guess I shouldn't expect anything from his personality. At this point, Cheok Jung-young switched to the other subject, Kim Soo-ho. This one is a bit unique. Droon was puzzled. Unique? Then he told him about the match involving that Kim Soo-ho. But as people say, he uses the sword dance of swordsmanship. He visualized Kim Soo-ho holding the sword and sending his opponent flying. Cheok Jung-young continued, it's clear he's been taught and trained in those movements for a long time, but it still felt like he recalled the image of Kim Soo-ho defeating his opponent and pointing his sword at the terrified person sitting on the ground. That's none other than our male lead. He kept a cold, emotionless face from start to finish. At this moment, Cheok Jung-young felt that he was hiding his true strength. Seeing this, Droon asked, oh? So he's different from the others? He replied, I don't know. None of them have made me want to fight them immediately. Suddenly, Droon teased, so, what about Kim Hajin now? Hearing that name, Cheok Jung-young couldn't hide his irritation and shouted, why do you keep bringing that brat up? Sensing his strong reaction, Droon insisted on his question. Naturally, the demon hunter's power is what the captain is looking for. Cheok Jung-young yelled back, hey, I already told you I don't like that guy. Suddenly, a patrolman shined a flashlight at them, cutting off their conversation. Who's there? The man warned. This forest is off-limits to outsiders. Get out. Now. Cheok Jung-young turned, glancing back with disgusted anger. Annoying pests. The patrolman kept pushing him. Hey! Move it! He stood still, gritting his teeth. So annoying. As the man continued to demand he hurry up, a hand reached out. And without further ado, he forcefully twisted the poor patrolman's head off. The patrolman fell into a pool of blood. The noise made birds and crows take flight. After dealing with the patrolman, Cheok Jung-young stood still, staring at the scene he had just created. Droon, on the other side of the space, asked in a panic, you took care of him? He let out a deadly laugh and confirmed, yeah. Droon warned, you're done for with the captain now. He didn't fear, replying, keep it a secret. Finally, the air was clear. Dusk was settling in, the sun was about to set, and the sky was turning a mix of orange and gold. On the balcony of a building, Li Xiaofeng gripped the iron railing with one hand, watching the sunset. I'm starting to remember the time before it was a pouring rain day. The rain poured down on a tombstone. She spoke with a bitter, vengeful tone, making a resolution. At any cost, I will find those traitors. Li Xiaofeng gripped the railing tightly in the rain before the tombstone, swearing, I will find them. With determination mixed with hatred, she gritted out every word, and take revenge. Returning to reality, she gripped the railing tightly as she recalled that painful memory. Then, Li Xiaofeng opened her mouth and called for Droon, ordering him to check on Kim Soo-ho, Shin Jong-hak, and Kim Hajin. Receiving the order, Droon replied, understood. What is the mission? She replied, the demon hunter's power can break the demon's protection. We need to make Kim Hajin our top priority. Droon asked with concern, are you sure about this? We don't really have that much information on him. Li Xiaofeng immediately reassured him. It's fine. She spoke up. I'll go meet him myself tomorrow. Meanwhile, Kim Hajin was getting changed. The next morning, the second day of the midterms continued. The organizers clearly designated the first arena. Just then, as Oh Jin-hyuk was working, a voice called out, look, it's the guild leader. Even the Saintess is here. The crowd was super excited, cheering loudly for Chae Na-yoon. Seeing that, one person remarked, the level of the spectators today is totally different from the first day. The man next to them agreed. Of course, because today's match features Chae Na-yoon. The words rancor appeared in the sky. Match 1, Rank 1, Kim Soo-ho versus Rank 8, Jo-hae. Match 2, Rank 3, Jo-hae versus Rank 4, Chae Na-yoon. Seeing the matchups on the screen, the audience went wild. Matches between rankers are so exciting. Another person asked, wait, isn't that match between Jo-hae and Chae Na-yoon? Doesn't that put the archer, Chae Na-yoon, at a huge disadvantage? Today, Kim Hajin was just watching the match, and he silently thought, thanks for the explanation. Looking at the situation, he mused, in today's match, Che Naun will definitely be defeated by Rachel Elizabeth Louis, because Rachel can't be beaten by a bow that has absolutely no talent behind it. The organizer's voice boomed. Now, for the 8th match of the first years. Both contestants stepped forward, ready to go. Finally, the signal was given, and it officially began. Che Naun immediately raised her bow, smiling confidently. I wonder if our rankings will change today? Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, she said, then drew her bow, aiming straight at the sky. She let go, and a golden arrow flew off. As soon as it was fired, it split into many branches, turning back toward the ground. Rachel stood there looking up at the arrows falling from the sky toward Che Naun. She reacted quickly and fluidly, dodging every single attack. Suddenly, an arrow flew straight toward Rachel Elizabeth Louis, but she didn't panic. She quickly swiped and deflected it. Che Naun was completely stunned by what she saw, her hands frozen on the bowstring. Taking advantage of the opening, Rachel Elizabeth Louis charged. Seeing that, the crowd cheered enthusiastically. Suddenly, someone walked down the stairs, none other than Li Xiaofeng. She paused for a moment, glancing toward Kim Hajin's seat. Suddenly, Kim Hajin was caught off guard when someone sat down next to him. He was shocked to realize Li Xiaofeng was the woman he had bumped into yesterday. Not only that, she was someone he already knew about. Looking straight at her, a stream of information flashed through his mind. A black-level wanted criminal by the Heroes Association, the leader of the notorious Celion mercenary group, a powerful individual who constantly hides behind various names and identities. Watching her profile, Kim Hajin knew for sure, in this world, only I know Che Naun's true identity. Suddenly, a glass of orange juice appeared out of nowhere and drenched her head. Stunned, his eyes widened in shock. A man came running over, terrified and anxious, shouting, "Oh no, what did I just do? Are you okay?" Li Xiaofeng bowed her head, her hair soaking wet, while Kim Hajin sat frozen, panicked by a situation he never saw coming. Kim Hajin's face went pale as a sheet. He didn't know what to say. Continued, Kim Hajin sat there, completely stunned and terrified by this unpredictable turn of events. The main screen of the arena displayed the match results. Winner, Rachel. Li Xiaofeng looked absolutely miserable, pushing her hair back and wiping off the water with a handkerchief. Her mood had completely soured, perhaps a bit embarrassed, and she spoke up. "Thanks for the handkerchief." Kim Hajin replied, "It's nothing." Just then, she reached into her jacket, pulled something out, and said, "I watched your match against Cadet Kim Hor." She held up a business card and added, "I've got my eye on you. The talent you showed in that match, was that a natural gift?" Looking at the business card that read Moonlight Hero, Rank 3, Kim Hajin was startled, thinking to himself, the contact info for the guild leader. Taking the card, he thought, this isn't her real name. Must be a fake identity, right? Kim Hajin then asked, "Which guild are you from? According to the rules, you're not allowed to contact us beforehand." Hearing him say that, she reached out to take the card back, but he blocked her. "I didn't say I wouldn't keep it." Looking down at the second match in progress, she said, "I can't reveal the details to you just yet, but you won't be at any disadvantage, Kim Hajin." Suddenly, she stood up, leaving him confused. "I'm off now. Remember to get in touch with me." Watching Li Xiaofeng walk away, he thought, that's not the real reason the captain is interested in me. Kim Hajin wondered, why did she come here? Right then, a sword was sent flying. The organizer's announcement rang out. Rank 1, Kim Suho, and Rank 8, Johei. The winner is Kim Suho. When it was announced, he beamed, raising his sword to signal his victory. The match ended, and as the sun set, people slowly began to leave, accompanied by chatter. "Did you see Kim Suho? He was amazing." Che Naun lost to Rachel Elizabeth Louis. "This is the first time I've seen a Korean lose to a foreigner." The drone began to hover, preparing to land on its owner's hand. It turned out the person catching it was Kim Hajin. Holding it, he thought. Did my surveillance drone find something already? I'll check it back at the dorms. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Kim Hajin noticed it. He stood there holding the drone. His face fell when he realized Che Naun was sitting there, sobbing. Seeing her like that, he paled as he remembered the event. Kim Hajin recalled the memory. This was the scene where Kim Suho comforted Che Naun after she lost. Starting from this moment, Che Naun began to develop feelings for Kim Suho. Watching her back as she leaned against the tree, Kim Hajin thought about that comforting line. "If you work harder, you'll be able to do it. Let's try our best together." To be honest, those kinds of comforting words wouldn't really help Che Naun at all. Meanwhile, Kim Suho was already walking out of the arena with his sword. He thought about Kim Suho. Sometimes you need to give up instead of trying in vain. But in Kim Soo-ho's dictionary, there is no such thing as giving up. He never told anyone to quit, including himself. Then he looked over at Chae Na-yoon, wiping away her falling tears, silently realizing that maybe it was because of Kim Soo-ho that Chae Na-yoon didn't give up archery. Suddenly, an idea popped into Kim Hajin's head. Just then, Chae Na-yoon's bracelet started to glow. The message screen popped up, showing the sender. Kim Hajin, I saw your first match, she wondered, feeling confused. What now? Suddenly, Chae Na-yoon stared at the display screen, puzzled. Huh? Kim Hajin's messages kept pouring in. See? I was right. You're much better suited for a sword than a bow. It's not too late to become someone like me. Kim Hajin's follow-up message arrived. In my opinion, you should change departments. As Chae Na-yoon read each incoming message, she froze, too shocked to even cry. Just then, Kim Soo-ho and Oh Han-hyun ran over excitedly, calling out to her. Found you. Hey, Chae Na-yoon. Where did you disappear to? Kim Soo-ho arrived at her side, panting slightly as he smiled and spoke. I've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you out here all by yourself? As soon as he finished, Chae Na-yoon whipped around, her face twisted in pure rage. Then she yelled, Ugh, you jerk. I'm gonna kill you! Seeing her so angry, Kim Soo-ho said quietly, Chae Na-yoon. Finally, the midterm practical combat exam was concluded. Two men appeared on the screen. The man in front looked back, snapped his fingers, and instantly, the head of the man behind him flew off, causing strawberry syrup to spray everywhere. The video paused right at the moment the man performed that ruthless finger snap. The hand hovering over the pause button hesitated for a second. Kim Hajin's eyes were glued to the recorded scene, leaving him speechless. How brutal. Looking at the smile on the man's face in the frame, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Is he also one of the jinn? He thought of someone who could kill without even blinking, killing just because they wanted to, enjoying the act of murder. There are people like that in this world. Thanks to science and magic, the world that Chae Na-yoon lives in has made many things easier to accomplish. Because of that, there are those who operate in the shadows. People who have no regard for laws or regulations. They are human too, yet they deny the very existence of heroes. And you can't just lump them in with common criminals either, because they possess supernatural powers just like heroes. They are none other than the villains. Hajin's gaze was firm. He couldn't just focus on the villains from the original novel anymore. According to that co-author, in this altered novel, there is no way to predict what kind of villains will show up. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the midterm practical exam at the Monster Combat Center arrived. Jin Junhua began the introduction. I would like to extend a formal greeting to all cadets. I am Jin Junhua, the magician in charge of overseeing you throughout this exam. Before we begin, I will explain the mechanics of this test. Her voice echoed throughout the center. Before you is the arena where you will participate in a monster battle, fighting against creatures summoned by magicians. Before the match starts, Jin Junhua reminded the candidates that this test was far more dangerous than any training they had ever experienced, because the summoned monsters would have damage output equivalent to real-life monsters, and they wouldn't disappear immediately even if the magicians stopped the summoning. At this point, she didn't forget to warn them. If you're too embarrassed to call for help, you might very well lose your life. So, if you feel the test is too difficult, please surrender immediately. This statement made two female students listening nearby break into a cold sweat as they looked at each other, worried. She continued to explain the grading criteria. Your test score will be evaluated based on how long you hold out, Chae Na-yoon, and how calmly you react. That is all you need to know. I wish you all the best results. Without further ado, Jin Junhua lowered her voice and invited the first team. All right, will the 4 members of Team 1 please step into the arena? The lights in the arena flickered on, and walls rose up to partition the 4 individuals into 4 separate zones. Jin Junhua spoke again to introduce them. Team 1, Hazuki, Kim Junho, Yu Jungin, Spanner, get ready. She turned her head to remind the remaining candidates. Everyone else, just observe in silence. When it's not your turn, analyze the battles of your fellow cadets. The other candidates were staring intently at the screens in front of them while the instructions continued, considering how others fought the monsters and seeing where they could improve. Perform a thorough analysis, and if you find a better way to fight the monsters, you are free to voice your opinions. Standing before everyone, she said, All right, let the monster combat begin. The voice suddenly stopped. Seeing the candidates around her sitting quietly as if they hadn't heard what she just said, Jin Junhua cleared her throat to get their attention, then gave one final reminder. Everyone, please turn off your smartwatches. A few students embarrassedly switched off their devices. Jin Junhua explained. You should know that these comments will also affect your written exam scores, so please write them carefully. As if struck in the heart, Che Naiyun bit her lip, unable to speak. Finally, Jin Junhua signaled, "Now, monster combat. You may begin." She raised her hand to create a circular flow of light, summoning the monsters. The light blazed brightly. She introduced Team 1, Cadet Hazuki. The summoned monster was a high-level magic fiend. No sooner had her voice faded than a massive, ferocious-looking monster appeared in the arena. Something came flying in rapidly. Hazuki barely managed to block a blow from the monster. An explosion erupted, causing a significant shockwave. Yu Yonha looked in that direction, deep in thought. The familiar voice spoke up again. "Next, Team 2, please enter." The serpent spirit flicked its tongue. Ryu Han raised his fist without hesitation, summoning magic power and throwing a straight punch into the serpent spirit's body, causing it to double over in pain. As soon as that attack landed, the battle ended. Jin Junhua announced, "Cadet Ryu Han has completed the test." A flash of light appeared, suddenly unleashing a rain of daggers downward toward the monsters below. Every single dagger struck the monsters without missing a mark. The notification voice echoed again. Che Naiyun has completed the test. Yu Yonha's figure was seen using her weapon to pin the monster down before swinging it down with force. At the same time, someone else excitedly launched their weapon, slashing through the air as water splashed everywhere. The sounds of clashing below rang out incessantly and violently. A voice announced, "Next, team, please enter and get ready." Jin Junhua introduced them. Kim Hajin. Monster to be summoned. Ice Wolf. Hajin knelt beside a boulder and fired his first shot, aiming straight for the wolf's head. The wolf shrieked in pain. Hajin's expression was indifferent as he leaned against the rock, thinking to himself, if things keep going like this, everything should end up just fine. Suddenly, the lights went out, and the candidates in the waiting room were thrown into a panic. What the? Kim Hajin looked up at Che Naiyun as confused murmurs filled the air. What was happening? His earpiece buzzed. Oh Jin-hyuk touched his earpiece, his voice laced with concern. Is there a problem with the test site? Jin Junhua's voice suddenly crackled through the headset. Focus on your guard duty, he replied sheepishly. Geez, I'm sorry, okay? Are you happy now? Seo Youngji, standing in the surveillance room, interjected. Do you know that one of the security guards patrolling around the main cup was killed yesterday? She warned him. We're in a real emergency right now, so you need to stay sharp and pay attention. Oh, Jin-hyuk agreed, saying, all right, fine. But more importantly, have we managed to pinpoint the epicenter of that earthquake yet? JJ answered. It's predicted to be along your continental shelf, but we still can't get an exact location. Oh Jin-hyuk felt a bit relieved, hoping nothing too serious would happen. A foot stepped out from the bushes. Jin-hyuk turned his head and gasped. Cheok Jung-young was there, rubbing his head with a wicked grin. Oh, so there's someone here. Jin-hyuk, confused, cautioned him. Outsiders aren't allowed in this area. Did you get lost? Jung-young retorted. Then why are you here? The question caught Oh Jin-hyuk off guard, but he replied politely. Because I'm not an outsider. Jung-young rubbed his bicep impatiently and snapped. Whatever, enough talk. His eyes radiated pure killing intent as he smirked threateningly. Stop blocking my path and get lost, unless you want to be beaten half to death. Oh Jin-hyuk immediately switched into high alert, reaching for his sword. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Both were stunned, looking out toward the ocean as the waves began to surge. Someone stammered, What the hell is happening? Before them, a massive water tornado churned violently. The building they were in shuddered from the impact. A frantic voice announced that the test was being suspended due to an incident outside the main building. All cadets were ordered to evacuate immediately. Someone in the waiting room looked toward the arena and screamed, Team M, stop the test and evacuate right now. Hajin surveyed the chaotic scene and cursed under his breath. Damn it, what the hell is going on? A figure emerged. The ice wolf, which he thought had been finished off by his previous attack, suddenly jumped back up, as if it had never been hurt at all. Kim Hajin was instantly in a tight spot, his expression clouded with anxiety. Is the summoning art not working? Then, his eyes turned toward the waiting room where Che Naiyun was. Hey, is anyone there? Hajin gripped his weapon tightly, thinking, something is definitely not right here. Could there be an enemy among the mages sent here? He tried to recall, but it wasn't Jin Junhua, because there was no notification window alerting him to a plot change. From start to finish, there hadn't been any changes to the characters inside this building. Suddenly realizing something, Hajin's eyes widened. He whipped his head around. Just then, footsteps echoed clomp, Clomp as someone wearing a cloak stood near Che Nayun. The figure looked down at the girl in the distance and greeted her. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Princess, Hajin thought to himself, nodding in confirmation. This was entirely possible, as there were many supporting characters who were never even mentioned once in the novel, just like Kim Hajin. Rachel looked at the person in front of her and whispered, Lord Lancaster? This is a part of the story I had absolutely no idea about. The ceiling shook violently. Meanwhile, Rachel stood below, looking at the other person. Lord Alex Lancaster. Where were you exactly 5 years ago during the London incident? She hesitated, and those eyes, Alex's eyes, flashed with such killing intent that Rachel Elizabeth Louis froze for a few seconds. You've sold your soul, haven't you? Realizing the truth, she shouted angrily, filled with reproach. How could a former captain of the Royal Guard do such a thing? Alex replied quickly. It seems you've misunderstood something. He explained, I didn't sell my soul. My new master simply took it. It was the very soul betrayed by the nation I had dedicated my entire life to, that's all. Gripping his sword, Rachel coldly pointed it at him. It seemed more words were meaningless now. If that's the case, I'll just have to capture you. She lunged forward instantly. Rachel Elizabeth Louis, moving as fast as lightning. Alex didn't dodge, and her sword sliced right through him. Rachel froze, because his body just turned into smoke rather than showing any wounds. Then, he explained it to her. It's a pity, but my real body isn't here. Appearing before you like this is just a bit of amusement for me, Alex continued. Outside is so chaotic right now that no one can even pay attention to this place. Due to the monster invasion, including that Imugi, this building has practically become a monster's den. No one can come to save you. Alex looked down at the ground, his voice dropping low. Isn't the current situation incredibly different from the usual kingdom that claims to prioritize the royal family above all else, while completely ignoring the tens of thousands of people dying outside with no place to be buried? Rachel furrowed her brow. Scenes from the past flashed in her mind, the ground stained with blood. Alex was kneeling, holding someone in his arms who seemed to have stopped breathing. He remembered himself suffering and shedding tears, then returned to reality. Alex prepared to leave, saying, I would love to chat with you more, but I'm out of time. He bid her farewell. Goodbye, Your Highness. Then, he left, ignoring Rachel Elizabeth Louis's call. Wait, just a moment. Despite her voice echoing behind him, Lord Lancaster did not turn back. A foot stepped out, and a masked individual suddenly appeared with a weapon in their hand. That person suddenly lunged at top speed. Before Rachel Elizabeth Louis could even prepare, they launched an attack, forcing her to struggle to block the strike. Rachel gritted her teeth in pain. That attack is so powerful. Unable to hold out any longer, Rachel was knocked backward by the masked figure's weapon. Her arm couldn't escape a graze, causing red droplets to fly. Rachel was pushed into a desperate situation, anxiously trying to calculate her next move. If I face them head-on, I definitely won't win. I have to find a weak point and make a risky move. Something flashed by at the speed of light. The masked person's weapon knocked Rachel Elizabeth Louis's sword away, creating a flash of light. The sword flew far away, and then the figure stopped and looked down with a gloomy expression. A thread glowed on Rachel Elizabeth Louis's wrist. The thread was tied to the sword lying off in the distance. A flash of light erupted. The masked person turned their head quickly, seeing the sword glowing and flying back. Just as the light flashed, the wall behind them was suddenly smashed to pieces with a loud boom. Both of them were startled, looking toward the source of the noise. A figure emerged from the crack in the wall. Seeing someone arrive, the masked person lunged forward, intending to attack them. The gadget deployed, and the Desert Eagle shifted its form, transforming into an SG-type weapon. Kim Hajin coolly aimed and took out the masked man with a single shot. The masked man vanished immediately after being taken down. Kim Hajin paused. Examining the gun in his hand, was it really over with just one shot? Well, it wasn't exactly surprising, considering it was an attack that cost 250 production points. Rachel watched the figure in front of her in silence. Deep down, she realized that this was the guy from her class. Hajin stepped forward and reached out his hand toward Rachel Elizabeth Louis to help her up. Are you all right? Then, his eyes caught a nasty wound on Che Nayun's arm, and it clicked. He let out an ah and said, I've got some bandages here. He knelt down to bandage Rachel's wound, causing her to shyly look down, unable to meet his eyes. Hajin didn't pay it much mind, and simply said, If I had arrived even a moment later, you wouldn't have been able to wield a sword ever again. Then he looked at the blood-stained bandages, and Hajin couldn't help but be stunned. His jaw dropped, eyes wide, because this was an unexpected windfall. A blood sample from a cadet within Cube. Rachel looked up at him then and said, Thank you. Hajin was dazed for a second before replying, "What was that?" "Oh, it was nothing." The lights in the ceiling suddenly flickered back on. Jin Junhua stood by the railing looking down at them and called out, "Hey, you two students, are you hurt anywhere? We'll be down to rescue you two right away." A cloaked figure approached and reported, "Chief Mage, there are 2 cadets injured right here in the testing hall." She turned her head in suspicion, wondering who could have done such a thing. Out by the sea, a young man sat watching the sunset. Seo Youngji ran over in a panic, calling out in his direction. She asked breathlessly, "What happened? Did that monster appear again?" Oh Jinhyuk scratched his hair and replied, "You took your time getting here. It was chased off ages ago." JJ asked, "You chased it off?" Jinhyuk immediately denied it. "No, some intruder chased it off." He went on to explain that he didn't know who stabbed it, but that Muji seemed incredibly angry, yet that person still managed to use overwhelming power to drive it away. Recalling that punch and the intense gaze, Oh Jinhyuk was certain the guy must have been incredibly strong. JJ thought the story sounded way too vague and said, "Do you really expect me to believe that?" Oh Jinhyuk rubbed his neck, stood up, and said sympathetically, "I can't believe it either, but I think there's a high chance he's the suspect in that murder case at the police station. Put out a warrant for him." He looked off into the distance and remarked, "Not only did an unknown intruder appear, but a high-level monster showed up too. This midterm exam is turning out to be quite the spectacle." Then Oh Jinhyuk shared his thoughts. "I think the leaders of Cube will have a hard time avoiding blame for this accident." In short, the monster accident at Cube yesterday had become one of the world's biggest headlines, and the midterm exam was postponed because a massive amount of manpower was needed to address the situation with the public and assist with repairs and restoration. After that, both the exams and classes were put on hold, and the cadets were treated to a 10-day break, unprecedented in the school's history. Behind Hajin, a group of cadets were cheering joyfully over the news of the break. The professor standing at the podium had veins popping on his forehead as he shouted at the group, "You spoiled brats. How can you be so happy and carefree when cadets have been injured?" The people below didn't pay much attention, as they were busy whispering amongst themselves, "What are you planning to do during the break? Let's go out, shall we?" The professor got even angrier hearing that. "Stop thinking about nonsense. Quietly go back to your dorms right now." The bag next to Hajin suddenly buzzed. He pulled his laptop out, turned it on, and finally saw a notification that the plot had changed. That damn co-author. On the screen appeared a name, Alex Lancaster, along with a bio stating he had deep, profound feelings for his deceased family members. His anger was growing, and there was a high possibility he would attack Rachel Elizabeth Louis without waiting for reinforcements. Once he saw an opening, his danger level had increased from 7.5 to 8.5. Hajin recalled that character. Wasn't this guy named Lancaster, one of the characters involved in the UK storyline he had written himself? His goal was to conquer the UK, a quite formidable villain, and he was even stronger than in the original novel, and had appeared much earlier too. Thinking about this, Hajin felt a bit of regret. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would have created more characters on the good side. He propped his chin on his hand, but this wasn't all bad. At least he had already obtained Rachel Elizabeth Louis' blood sample. Suddenly, Hajin's head was shoved hard by an elbow. He turned slightly and saw Che Nayun looking down at him with killing intent. Then, she acted like nothing happened, stuck out her tongue, and said, "What are you looking at?" Just as Hajin was about to snap, a message popped up on his laptop. "Hey, leave that girl alone." Ryu Han, standing a short distance away, saw them together and said, "They're bickering again." The person next to him didn't think so, though. But don't they seem a bit closer than before? Watching Che Nayun's lonely figure walk away, Ryu Han didn't hesitate to give his opinion to the person next to him. "Is there something wrong with your eyes?" A while later, Che Nayun opened the door with a smile, thinking, "What a loser. If you couldn't do anything to me, why did you go out of your way to pick a fight?" As soon as she entered the room, the watch on her wrist beeped. The screen displayed a mailbox icon with a line of text below. "Cube Evaluation Report. Che Nayun." She let out a surprised "ah" and said, "It's the evaluation report from the last exam." Che Nayun sat down on a nearby chair to see what it said. Kim Soo-ho's evaluation was in there too. She opened it, and a line of text caught her eye. An incredibly obvious victory. The next line read that although she seemed to be worrying about many things, and various external and internal factors had caused her self-confidence to drop, she remained a talented archer and an exceptionally outstanding cadet. The words didn't hold back on praising Che Nayun. Even though her opponent was a 1,000-mile horse, she was still able to kill it with great composure. Thanks to her hard work and extraordinary talent, she had a perfect exam performance. The following lines sounded like something straight out of a self-help book. Some people might feel she lacks the talent, but that's simply not true. What she's actually missing isn't talent, but self-confidence. As long as she keeps growing on the path she's on now, I'm certain she'll become the greatest hero of them all. At the end of the post, it was signed by Cadet, reviewing Kim Soo-ho. Chae Na-yoon read these seemingly comforting words and couldn't help but feel touched, bowing her head in total embarrassment. Then she looked up, eyes glistening as she stared at the screen. But he was right, no matter what anyone said, she was definitely going to be an archer. Chae Na-yoon scrolled down and saw another letter. Another anonymous one? She didn't know who it was, but this review was really long. Chae Na-yoon was a bit excited and clicked on the letter to see what it said. She started to read. After a moment, her body began to tremble, and veins popped on her face. She screamed in anger, startling someone passing by her room. Her voice echoed throughout the dormitory. "I won't let this bastard get away with it." In front of Hajin now was the Evandel seed, stained with blood and placed on a white cloth by Chae Na-yoon, but something unusual was happening. The blood around the cloth was slowly being absorbed into it. Hajin sat with his arms crossed, staring intently at every single movement of the Evandel seed, not taking his eyes off it for a second. Oh, did it just absorb the blood? If this Evandel seed I got at Mount Gary drinks blood, it'll turn into an Evandel witch. He was absolutely certain about the quality of the blood he had obtained. Since it was the blood of Rachel Elizabeth Louis, who had a noble lineage, no evil beings would suddenly appear. Kim Hajin was incredibly excited. He hoped the process would go quickly so he could finally get some help. "Grow up and help me out already." No sooner had that wish crossed his mind than a chill ran down Hajin's spine, making him break into a cold sweat as if some foreign mutation had just crept into his body. Hajin's face changed instantly. The color drained right out of his skin. Huh? No way. In the palm of his hand, a strange mark suddenly flared up, glowing with a mystical light that didn't belong to this world. The second stigma is actually, in the middle of the quiet, dark night, a desperate scream suddenly rang out from Hajin's apartment, shattering the silence as he realized the abnormal transformation. Early the next morning, as the morning sun crept into every corner of the city, Hajin went about his day as usual. But the place where the mysterious mark had appeared the day before was still throbbing with pain. He couldn't hide his gloomy expression. He looked like he was carrying an invisible weight of exhaustion. Seeing that he didn't look well, Kim Soo-hyuk kindly asked, "What's wrong, Hajin?" He didn't explain clearly, just brushing it off. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired today." Hajin then asked about Kim Soo-hyuk's current situation. It seemed like he was doing much better than before. "Thanks to the sales increase, it's easier, and we have more clients. It's way freer than when I was doing it all by myself." Kim Soo-hyuk was extremely grateful to Hajin, as he wouldn't have managed without him. "It's all thanks to you, Hajin." But Hajin didn't like the fuss and wanted to dodge the subject. While sitting in the car, Chae Na-yoon saw the crowd, gathered like ants outside, which caught his attention. Why are there so many people in front of the door? But looking closer, Hajin realized they were people from various guilds. People stood there with their mouths wide open in amazement when they saw the special guests walking by. "Hey, look, those are the members of Essence of the Strait." Being a celebrity is really something. Anywhere Yoo Yeon-ha went, there was always a huge crowd surrounding her. Even though the people around were very enthusiastic and chaotic, she kept her cold, emotionless corporate executive face. Seeing the lively scene outside, Hajin lowered the car window. "Yoo Yeon-ha? Did she come here with her teammates?" Just then, Yoo Yeon-ha noticed his presence and turned her gaze toward him. "Hajin?" She seemed curious about why he was there, so she walked toward his car. Yoo Yeon-ha knocked on Hajin's window and asked, "What are you doing at the arena?" Caught off guard by this sudden meeting, he didn't have an answer ready and just stammered, "Huh? Making money?" Hearing that, she became even more curious. "By yourself? That's surprising." Kim Hajin had actually dragged Park Soo-hyuk into this as well. "No, with my manager, Park Soo-hyuk." While Park was silently praying in his heart, Yoo Yeon-ha peeked inside the car. Although Hajin was the one who set this up, experiencing it himself made him think. He realized that Yoo Yeon-ha and Park Soo-hyuk made for a strange combination. If things followed the original story, Park Soo-hyuk would become Kim Soo-ho's manager. After Yoo Yeon-ha found out that Kim Soo-ho had signed a contract with him, she invested heavily in SH. The partnership between the two seemed incompatible, yet it worked surprisingly well. The success was so great that Yoo Yeon-ha, Park Soo-hyuk, and everyone involved were heading down a path paved with money. Well, that was the original story, but the problem was, without Kim Soo-ho, Was SH worth Yu Yunha's investment? That was a nagging question in Hajin's mind. Back to reality. Suyuk wasn't Yu Yunha's ally. He was just someone terrified of her. The atmosphere between them suddenly became heavy and tense. Worst case scenario, I might have blocked Park Soo-hyuk's opportunity. Yu Yonha didn't ask further and just lowered her voice. Understood. As if led by an invisible force, she instinctively reached for the door handle. Without a word of warning, Yu Yonha opened the door and stepped into Hajin's car, sitting down comfortably without looking back, leaving him stunned, not understanding what was happening. If you're going hunting, I'm going too. You agree, right? Although it was a question from Yu Yonha, it was no different from forcing him to accept. While Hajin was still shocked, Kim Soo-hyuk drove the two of them deep into the forest. The atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward, with both of them sitting there without saying a word. While Hajin was wondering what was going on, she spoke up. What are you thinking about, Yu Yonha? The next second, she asked him something surprising. Have you thought about the future yet? Hearing that, Hajin froze for 5 seconds. Why ask that all of a sudden? It seemed Yu Yonha was someone who worried about the future, while he was the type to take things as they come. What do you plan to do after graduation? There's still plenty of time. Have you thought about that already? Hajin thought that because he was a laid-back guy, whereas Yu Yonha was the complete opposite. You're kidding, right? Midterms are over, and in your 3rd year, you'll mainly be doing practical work, so most of the time you won't even be at the academy. Yeah, the 3rd year will be busy since we'll become real heroes or something. So, the whole time, she had been bringing this up because she wanted to recruit him into her team. If you don't have a concrete plan, why not join Essence of the Strait? To make the offer more attractive, Yu Yonha immediately highlighted its potential. We are currently in 2nd place, right behind the Creator's Sacred Grace. But when I become the guild leader, I will make Essence of the Strait the #1 guild in Korea. We can support you with anything from modern weaponry to celebrity management. Upon hearing that he could be replaced, Park Soo-hyuk couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After touting all those sweet, irresistible perks, Yu Yonha looked at Hajin expectantly. Was an offer like that enough to entice him? A cadet, you say? But the only thing Hajin cared about was her carelessness. Contacting a cadet this early is against the regulations, you know. You'll get fined 500 million? Hearing that, she retorted immediately. I can easily afford that amount. Anyway, just but. Before Yu Yonha could finish her sentence, the car hit a rock. She suddenly lurched forward, slamming her face straight into the seat. Whether Kim Soo-hyuk did it on purpose or by accident, it turned Yu Yonha into a raging lioness. What the hell? Why did you slam on the brakes like that? After a long drive, they had stopped at a cliff overlooking a magnificent mountain range. We're here, the monster spawn point. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be confused. What are you talking about? How could a regular manager like you find a monster spawn point? Kim Soo-hyuk then replied with some hesitation. The end of April is when the monsters in the field start spawning. A lot of people flock to the field around this time. There are plenty of other spots, but they're quite famous and very crowded. This hunting ground was chosen specifically after considering Hajin's marksmanship traits. This is information I've researched thoroughly, so you can just trust me for now. Hajin was very satisfied with his work ethic at this point. Isn't my manager great? After prepping all his gear, he informed Park Soo-hyuk and continued his journey. I'll be back after the hunt. All right, stay safe. At this point, only the two of them were left in Chae Na-yoon's car. Miss. Yu Yonha, the members of my guild will be here soon. Seeing himself completely ignored like that, Kim Soo-hyuk didn't know what else to say besides. Oh, right. Suddenly, just a second after hopping out, she was back knocking on the car window. He thought something important had happened, but Yu Yonha needed something incredibly bizarre. Give me your business card. 10 days after the midterm accident, classes that had been postponed were finally resumed, and the cadets returned to Cube. Everyone was gathered together to check their results on the general leaderboard. What rank are you? We're doomed. As expected, with his infinite IQ, Hajin was still sitting comfortably at the top of the list. And of course, I took first place in this midterm exam. Everything had finally fallen into place and wasn't as troublesome as before. And after Horak was taught a lesson during the exam, his lackeys stopped trying to bully me. There was nothing left for Hajin to worry about, so he could finally yawn in peace. This must be the most peaceful time I've had since coming to Cube, but life is never that simple. Just when he thought everything was fine, he received a warning blow from Chae Na-yoon. Talk about jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Kim Hajin was once again facing her murderous glare. You're the one who wrote that review, aren't you? Seeing the tense conflict brewing between the two of them, everyone gathered around out of curiosity. What's this? A fight? Before Hajin could even answer, her savage expression cut him off. And don't even think about denying it. This jerk's tone is exactly like yours. Surprisingly, he confirmed it with absolute calm. So what? I wrote it to help you. Faced with his audacity, Naun couldn't help but get fired up. Who asked you to? Wow. You're supposed to be a good marksman. But you can't even observe or sense things? Who are you to judge my shooting? You think you're smart because you get good grades? Want to make a bet? Let me teach you myself how hard it is to hold a bow. Naun's loud outburst drew intense stares from everyone. Hajin, having nothing to fear, immediately agreed to her demand. Fine, you're on. But everything has a price, so I have a condition for you. Naun. If you lose, you're not allowed to touch a bow ever again. She didn't expect Kim Hajin to be such a tough nut to crack, so she stood there stunned for a long time. Feeling cornered, Naun immediately summoned her monster. You bastard. After some back and forth, the two of them locked it in. I'll switch from using a gun to a bow, but can you give me some time for special training? As if some special training is going to help you win. Do what you want. As Naun walked away fuming, Hajin silently calculated that his current marksmanship level was at 7. As long as he could bump it up to 6 during this time, he was sure to win this bet. And that's not even mentioning his luck stat. Naun was clearly in denial. She mistakenly thought that her talent for archery was as good as her swordsmanship. Compliments and encouragement didn't help with the problem at all. That morning, as the morning sun shone through the windows, everyone gathered in the grand hall. It's great to see you all again. And the person standing there giving the speech was none other than Oh Han-hyun. It's a relief that we are all sitting here safely together after making it through that turbulent midterm exam. Due to the aftermath of the exam, there will be some changes. The academic and hunting clubs have been suspended due to the movements of the subhumans. The accidents at Cube were following the original novel, which meant there was still one more accident, and that was the reason why. At this point, Junhyun also gave a brief introduction to their next location. Our next destination will be France. Although it sounded exciting, the next chapter would unveil a bloody event, the assassination of a French tycoon. This chapter begins with an assassination threat from an assassin organization. The letter clearly stated that the night between Saturday and Sunday would be the time they strike, and the target they were aiming for wasn't an ordinary person. The person in question was the French tycoon, Jerome Miller. You'd think he was a villain, but it was quite the opposite. Jerome Miller was a kind-natured man, living a simple life in a villa in the French countryside. But life is a scam. That was just a fake face he was wearing. But in reality, this was all a lie. Jerome Miller's real name was Jerome Miller, and he was a born con artist, a real piece of work who had amassed extreme wealth by swindling countless people. Up until now, he had always managed to escape being caught every time he pulled a scam. But finally, the Shadow Unit had discovered him and locked onto their target. Because he was on the wanted list, he couldn't ask for help from the police, and he didn't have enough time to find a bodyguard strong enough to counter them. Jerome Miller was terrified, but he knew there was a solution for even the trickiest situations. But even in the darkest night, there is always a glimmer of light. As they say, necessity is the mother of invention. And one day, Jerome Miller came up with a brilliant plan. After meeting a Cube cadet during a vacation in France, that naive cadet accidentally caught the eye of Jerome Miller. Wait, he became the president of the French Travel Club? That's impressive. It's nothing special, really. But thanks. Oh, by the way, we're planning to choose Paris as our next destination. But I'm having a really hard time finding a good place that can accommodate all the cadets. Jerome Miller listened to every word of his dilemma. Realizing this was the golden opportunity to escape the assassin's clutches, Jerome Miller immediately suggested, in that case, would you all like to come to my villa? You and all your fellow cadets. That was roughly how it went. Hajin had every turn of events already in the palm of his hand. He was planning to use the cadets as guards for his villa. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Hajin's laptop screen. Are you a seeker of truth, my friend? I need your help. It seemed he had just found his first client. Hajin was a bit flustered, not expecting things to happen so quickly, his very first order. The anonymous person laid out their request. Please find the scammer who swindled my family and ran away. I've attached all the detailed information about the person I want you to find. However, after a quick glance at the provided info, Hajin immediately recognized the target's identity. This person is. Meanwhile, in a dark place where not a soul could be seen, the essence of the Strait was gathered for a meeting. They stood in a circle, observing what was unfolding through an orb of light. One of them spoke up first. Oh my, I'm actually scared. So that's the power of that anti-magic? Others started joining in. The first-year cadets at Cube are really high quality this year. This guy seems like he could be quite useful. Useful or not, I don't really care. Still, Yeon could not accept the idea of amateurs being in the same group as her, so she spoke up. Since when did our essence of the straight turn into a detective agency specializing in recruiting rookies like that boy? However, her opinion was met with disagreement. I think he has quite a bit of potential, not to mention the fact that he doesn't have parents or a lover or anything like that. What does that have to do with us? People are usually more easily tempted when they don't have anyone by their side. We might not be able to give him fame, but we can certainly offer him plenty of wealth. It seemed that in their eyes, Hajin was a shining, valuable gem. Our top priority is to find the traitor and eliminate them. If his talent is useful to us, we should recruit him. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Yeon didn't bother anymore. Oh, is that so? Fine. Consider him recruited then. But the next second, she changed her mind. But the only spot left is the black position. You want to give that to a brat like this? This color was designated specifically for the strongest in the essence of the straight. The color of the person who previously betrayed their master? Suddenly, as the two were bickering intensely, Gyeong stepped forward. Looks like there's no other choice. In that case, let me take that black position, and then give my position to him instead. He sure made a ridiculous request without any shame. The others whispered among themselves at his excessive confidence, saying it was too stupid to give away that position. Agreed. So, what now? While everyone was split into factions arguing back and forth, Droon offered an idea. Then the answer is to hold a vote, right, Master? Li Xiaofeng, who had been quiet as a mouse up until now, ignoring their bickering, finally called for a vote and moved to conduct it immediately. Those in favor of recruiting Kim Hajin into the essence of the straight, raise your hands. After some deliberation, a few raised their hands, but some refused. As for Jen and Gyeong, neither of them raised their hands. The final result was clear. The supporters outnumbered the opposition 8 votes in favor and 2 abstentions. So, the decision to recruit Kim Hajin has been passed, then? Yeon and Gyeong didn't like Kim Hajin at all, and hearing this, both gritted their teeth in frustration. But what could they do? They had to follow orders. Suddenly, Li Xiaofeng had a mission to assign to her. Yeon, take this. It's an invitation to a VIP party in Paris. Yeon looked incredibly excited. Is this the location for the mission? Yeon took the invitation from Chae Na-yoon's hand and flashed a creepy smile. Yeon, keeper of the yellow color of the essence of the straight. Do a simple task for me. Steal this ring. After the trip to France was approved, the cadets were present at the airport early in the morning to prepare. Oh Han-hyun, after finishing the roll call, moved on to the next task. All right, everything is confirmed. Everyone is present, including Hajin. Before we teleport, let's draw lots for the groups. This was the first time he had set foot in Europe, so he felt a bit strange. In the real world, he had never been to Europe before. But here, it only took 10 seconds to get there. According to the original novel, Yoo Yeonha and Kim Soo-ho were supposed to be in the same group. Since he was stuck at this point anyway, Hajin just dropped his paper in the box to see who fate would pair him with. As for the others, they just went with the flow. In an instant, the Eiffel Tower, as poetic as those in romance novels, appeared romantically before their eyes. The scenery in Paris was mesmerizing, with countless unique architectural structures everywhere. From dawn, people poured into cafes to enjoy food and read newspapers. It was a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Hajin and Chae Na-yoon were paired together, which made her blood boil. What the hell is this? What kind of drawing is this? You were the one who drew it. Why are you complaining? Every time those two met, they were like cats and dogs. Shut your mouth. People around them started to turn their attention toward them. Look, aren't those the cube cadets? They look so cool. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Oh Han-hyun. The Korean cadets go this way. After a long time apart, Natasha couldn't hide her happiness at seeing Oh Han-hyun again. My love, my darling. And just like that, everyone was forced to witness some sickening public display of affection. How are you, my love? I'm good, darling. How are you? Was he here to meet his girlfriend? Since this was the first time he was going public with his relationship, Oh Han-hyun introduced her to everyone. This is my girlfriend. She is also a member of the medical team for this trip. Her name is Natasha. She was very friendly and happy to get to know the cadets. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope you have a fun trip in Paris. Only Hajin was left wondering how Oh Han-hyun managed to charm Natasha, so that everyone could fully explore every corner of this poetic city. Oh Han-hyun made an announcement. All right, everyone. You're free to explore on your own now. But keep in mind, we've planned a party for tonight. So everyone needs to be back here by 7 o'clock. Since Chae Na-yoon ended up in the same group as Hajin, she checked in on him. Hey, where are you planning to go? With his bottomless stomach, he replied, First things first, I need to find something to eat. Wait, Are you actually planning on coming with me? Even though she had some beef with Hajin, she couldn't just leave her teammate all by himself. The groups are already set. What do you want me to do? Just ditch you? Not exactly. It's just, you seem so different from how you were before. Hajin didn't let Che Nayun choose the destination. He just turned away and signaled for her to follow. Just follow me. She looked surprised, glancing left and right. Wait, you actually know your way around here? Not bad, Hajin. You're always so careful. I bet you've got the whole map memorized. So, you think that watch is just for show? Of course, I did my research before coming here. Just follow my lead. Since Che Nayun was completely clueless about France, she had no choice but to follow tour guide Hajin. Even though she didn't know where they were going to eat, she acted picky just to give him a hard time. Fine, whatever. But just so you know, I'm a very picky eater. I know. Yeah, right, like you would know. And sure enough, Hajin didn't disappoint. He brought Che Nayun to an incredibly luxurious French restaurant. While he was checking in for their table, she couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the expensive, high-end atmosphere, staring around in awe. Even after they sat down, Che Nayun kept looking around, full of curiosity. How did you manage to get a reservation at a place like this? Even though he had used the Book of Truth, he didn't tell her the straight answer. I have my ways. Kim Hajin really was like those legendary CEOs in stories nothing but money to burn. He pushed the menu toward Che Nayun and said, "All right, order whatever you want." She was a bit slow to react, but she finally took it. Huh? Oh, okay. Hajin assumed that since Che Nayun was a wealthy heiress, she would pick something decent. She'd definitely know how to order a good meal. Her background was quite impressive. Through the frosted glass, a long-haired silhouette flashed by like a ghost from the past. It made Hajin's heart skip a beat. His eyes widened in a fleeting moment of shock, and before he could say a word, he stood up abruptly, leaving a confused Che Nayun behind. What's gotten into you? He left her baffled at the table and bolted outside, desperate to see what was going on. I'll be right back. Stay here. What? Where are you going? Hajin sprinted forward with incredible speed, determined to catch up to that girl. Did the story change again? Or did some character I don't know interfere? He raced past Che Nayun on the sidewalk, keeping his eyes locked on that long hair moving through the crowd. Why? After running at full tilt, Hajin finally caught up to them. Excuse me? But when the person turned around, a wave of doubt washed over him. Why is Yun Sung-ah here in Paris? However, she didn't seem to recognize him at all, looking around in a panic. Huh? What? Hajin's face switched into serious mode as he confronted her. Yun Sung-ah, you move really fast. Miss Yun Sung-ah, what are you doing here in Paris? Who are you? Who the heck are you? Faced with her completely confused expression, Hajin froze up. He was baffled as to why Yun Sung-ah was treating him like a complete stranger. Why are you pretending not to know me? Just then, a noise echoed, and she took the opportunity to hide behind the guy she was walking with. That's when it hit Hajin that something was definitely wrong. A system notification popped up. Even though he wanted to get to the bottom of things with Yun Sung-ah, it didn't look like today was the day. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. After that chance encounter, Hajin pulled out his laptop in a quiet corner, and the system sent him a notification. A settings change notification. An anonymous informant stated that a dark history had been fabricated between Jiren, Valérine, and Seung. Seung had been written into the current chapter. While Che Nayun was watching him with a curious gaze, Hajin was still focused on this Yun Sung-ah character, Jiren Valérine and Yun Sung-ah. So that's why she came to Paris. This story goes way back. Two people were recruited into the Genesis Guild at the same time, and that was the fateful moment they met. Their relationship went far beyond being mere colleagues. They developed an incredibly tight bond and overcame countless missions and hardships together. They were inseparable, sharing the good times and the bad. Jiren Valérine became the only person Yun Sung-ah called a friend in her entire unfortunate life. But no happiness lasts forever. However, just when it mattered most, Jiren Valérine betrayed Yun Sung-ah, and their relationship hit rock bottom. That day, amidst a scene of destruction drenched in blood and fire, Yun Sung-ah was trembling with rage under the blade of Jiren Valérine. Why? Why me? At that moment, she showed no pity for Yun Sung-ah. Want to know why? Jiren Valérine then revealed her true face, a wolf in sheep's clothing. She just laughed smugly at Yun Sung-ah's pain. Did you think doing that would be fun? Sung-ah, hearing this, didn't offer a single word of regret or reproach, only looking at her with hollow, emotionless eyes. Her true identity was Jiren Valérine, a key player holding the yellow rank of the Chameleon Troop. She was a villain particularly skilled at theft and disguise. Back in reality, on Yun Sung-ah's side, she was standing silently, staring ahead. Just then, Jiren approached and handed her a cup of coffee. Vice Guild Master, have some coffee. Thanks, Jiren. Looking at Yoon Sung-a's expression, Jiren could somewhat understand her mood. You seem troubled. But at this moment, she was looking forward to that specific moment, more than anything. I actually feel quite refreshed. After all, I'll finally be able to take down a traitor. She then asked for her opinion on the matter. Do you really think Jiren Valérien will appear at this party? As the anonymous informant claimed? I don't believe it 100%. But when it comes to destiny, Yoon Sung-a understands it better than anyone. Are you really going to be at this party, just like that anonymous tip suggested? I don't buy it completely, but when it comes to fate, Yoon Sung-a knows better than anyone. She just loved parties like this. Especially if there was something to steal. It was like killing two birds with one stone. And the one-of-a-kind treasure that she was targeting was about to appear at the artifact party kept in the Homer Ring Lounge. Yoon Sung-a knew her like the back of her hand. She knows exactly what Jiren Valérien is planning. Tonight, Jiren Valérien is definitely going to make her move to steal it. Right in the middle of the most luxurious 5-star restaurant in the heart of the bustling, crowded city. After polishing off that fancy meal, Chae Na-yoon leaves, feeling completely satisfied. She is absolutely stuffed. Seeing her so happy, Hajin thinks it's time to say goodbye. So he suggests, so, should we split up now? You probably have somewhere else you need to be. Right? As he speaks, he's silently calculating his plan for tonight's masquerade ball. The dance starts at 5 in the evening, so he needs to scout this place thoroughly to find a strategic spot. Realizing Kim Hajin doesn't want to go any further, Chae Na-yoon waves goodbye. Fine, whatever, but then he suddenly calls her back. Hey Chae Na-yoon, Hajin warns her strictly, don't get lost. Feeling like he saw right through her, Chae Na-yoon yells back in frustration. You think I'm an idiot or something? Finally, the masquerade ball arrives. As night falls, the villa grounds shine brightly under magnificent lights, surrounded by a fleet of luxury cars. Gentlemen and ladies from prestigious families arrive one by one, decked out in exquisite formal wear. If the outside was grand, the inside is even more overwhelming. Everywhere you look is covered in red crystals and towering pyramids of champagne glasses. Even though the atmosphere is breathtakingly gorgeous, all the guests' eyes suddenly shift to one side. They whisper in awe, "Look over there." Suho and Yu Yeonha appear in stunning, intricate outfits. Even though their faces are hidden behind mysterious masks, the aura they radiate is impossible to conceal. Their entrance sets the whole ballroom buzzing with chatter. Are they celebrities? Even with masks on, I can feel their insanely cool vibe. Seeing everyone showering her with praise, Yu Yeonha proudly remarks, "Hey, hear that? It's the outfit that makes the person. Dressing up is definitely rewarding." But the guy next to her, X, doesn't think so. Exhausted, he thinks to himself. Dressing like this is so suffocating. Seeing how lively the atmosphere is, she suggests, "Wait a second. We've come all this way. Aren't you going to dance?" X sheepishly replies, "But I've never danced before." The ballroom sinks into the melody of gentle music, with couples dancing under the dazzling crystal lights. Yet, they have no idea that in the building opposite, a dark shadow is watching their every move. From a hidden corner on a high floor, Hajin uses his power to carefully monitor the ball. It's 5:30, Yoon Sung-a has arrived, and so far, there haven't been many changes. The masquerade ball is being held at an ancient castle on the outskirts of Paris. His mission today is to help the story progress smoothly, but through his ability, Hajin suddenly detects something strange. In the distance, a fiery red dimensional portal suddenly appears. Spinning violently, he exclaims in shock, "That's a magic portal!" He thought tonight would be peaceful, but its appearance leaves Kim Hajin incredibly worried. Damn it, I really thought everything would be fine. He stares at the portal, trying to guess who is behind this. Only a demi-human could create an artificial portal like that. Plus, they must have had significant help from a devil to have enough mana to pull this off. Right after that, Hajin immediately scans the ballroom, trying to flush out the demi-human. That means somewhere at this party, there's a demi-human who created that magic portal. Suddenly, the computer next to him makes a noise, cutting off his train of thought, and a comment pops up. The system provides Hajin with a clue, the humor ring, a mythological artifact. It's a huge mistake to think a mythological item is worthless just because it hasn't awakened yet. Another change is added. The setting has been changed to include a group of villainous demi-humans infiltrating the Paris storyline to hunt for the artifact. After reading the tips, he ponders the situation. The villainous society? No way. The system explains. The villainous society, a terrifying group of demi-humans led by a guy named Kim Black Bio. They are known for stealing artifacts, causing riots, and sparking wars. These demihumans from the villainous society have committed countless atrocities in this world of Che Nayun. Hearing that, Hajin shouts in anger, "Thanks for letting me run into such dangerous people. No more time to waste." He activates his power and moves quickly into action. As he speaks, a pitch-black mask covers Hajin's face, and he radiates a dense, murderous aura, ready to hunt his prey. This time, things won't go the way you want them to. Finally ready, Hajin takes off. "Now, let's go find that demon." Inside the party, in a deserted corner, a man is being strangled until he can't breathe. After struggling in vain for a moment, the man runs out of air and passes away on the spot. The culprit, disguised as a waiter, quietly takes them out one by one. After neutralizing them all, he quickly proceeds with his plan. The waiter leans down and puts his eyes to the scanner. The system quickly gives him access. The door in front of him slowly opens. Seeing everything go so smoothly, he smugly says, "Easy as pie." The waiter quickly steps inside, his eyes glowing with excitement as he sees the only object emitting light in the dark room. So, this is the mythological artifact. Inside a strictly guarded glass case, a sparkling gold ring stands out with a radiant diamond in the middle, making anyone who sees it want to possess it. He gasps in astonishment. The humor ring. But just as he is about to touch the ring, a cold voice rings out from behind him. A woman's figure steps inside. "What do you think you're doing?" Jiren's face goes pale as his plan is exposed. Jiren slowly turns his head, filled with fear as his identity is revealed, trembling as he says, "Vice President, what are you doing here?" Contrary to Jiren's sheer terror, Yun Sung-ah just smiles gently and replies, "I came here to find you. My secretary position can't just be abandoned, right?" As she speaks, she steps closer to Jiren. Suddenly, Sung-ah hugs him tightly from behind, leaving Jiren completely shocked, not understanding what she wants to do. His face turns pale, stunned by Yun Sung-ah's action. Jiren is flustered, not knowing how to handle this situation. He is so surprised that he can't even speak. "Vice President, what are you doing?" Yun Sung-ah calmly holds him even tighter, replying in an eerie, seductive voice, "You know exactly why, Jiren." Suddenly, her attitude shifts completely, and she shouts coldly, "I can't be fooled a second time." Before Jiren can even react, his entire body is lifted into the air. Yun Sung-ah uses all her strength to slam him straight onto the floor behind her. A sound like a thunderclap erupts, tiles shatter, and debris flies everywhere. The hall, previously filled with music and lights, suddenly erupted into chaos, with terrified screams echoing everywhere. When the dust finally settled, the scene before everyone's eyes left them stunned. The once luxurious and magnificent building was now just a pile of rubble. A massive hole had been blown into the back wall, and everyone was panicking. What was that? Was there an explosion? Suddenly, a figure shot out from the thick haze of dust. The person's face was distorted, like melting candle wax. Gradually, the features reshaped, and the details of Che Nayun's face became clearer. It turned out to be her, the one who had been impersonating Jiren. As she ran from Yun Sung-ah, she said excitedly, "How did you figure it out? My disguise skills were perfect." Yun Sung-ah didn't bother answering. In a flash of lightning, she swung her sword straight at her. Even with such terrifying speed, she parried it effortlessly, as if nothing had happened. Yun Sung-ah roared in anger. "Didn't you switch places with Jiren after we arrived in Paris? Did you think I wouldn't notice the change in the way my right-hand woman walks and talks?" Hearing that, she flashed a sly, mocking smile. "I don't remember you being one for such small details. Does my betrayal hurt that much?" Those words were like a knife twisting in Yun Sung-ah's heart. The pain of the past flooded back, causing her to freeze. Suddenly, a whip lashed out from behind, cutting into their duel. The whip coiled tightly around Yun Sung-ah's arm. The grip was so strong that no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. The owner of the whip spoke, grabbing the attention of both. "Sorry," Yu Yanha said, tightening her grip on the whip as a warning. "I don't know who you people are, but why don't you take your lover home to have your arguments?" Kim Suho, standing nearby, had already drawn his weapon, ready for battle. Being interrupted in the middle of a fight made Yun Sung-ah incredibly irritated. She barked, "Who are you people?" Yu Yonha introduced herself while holding the whip tight, refusing to let go. "We're the members of Cooper's unit. If you put down your weapons, no one has to get hurt." Hearing this, disgust was written all over Che Nayun's face. She found this interference incredibly annoying. Yun Sung-ah stopped struggling and immediately activated her ability. A wave of intense heat suddenly radiated from her body. In an instant, the once sturdy whip was incinerated by the searing heat into fragments, leaving Yu Yonha stunned. She stood there, completely bewildered by what had just happened. With the obstacle removed, another killing intent surged toward Yoon Sung-a's back. Taking advantage of, she lunged forward like a gust of wind, her blade aimed straight at her. But fortunately, with amazing reflexes, Yoon Sung-a dodged just in time. Not missing a beat, Yoon Sung-a immediately countered. She poured all her strength into her sword, and a blazing aura enveloped the blade. In a flash, she was face to face with her. They clashed like a whirlwind, neither yielding an inch, leaving Yu Yonha absolutely terrified. The sound of metal clashing rang throughout the hall, with one attacking and the other defending, making the fight increasingly intense. But the momentum was shifting toward Yoon Sung-a. She put everything she had into her sword, knocking her opponent back, sending her flying into a nearby wall. The other woman tried to block, but it was futile. After the horrific impact, her sword began to crack, and fragments of metal fell to the floor. Her weapon was completely destroyed. Yoon Sung-a didn't show a shred of mercy and swung her sword to finish her off. But just as her blade was about to touch her, another sword blocked the strike. Kim Soo-ho stepped in quickly to stop her. Seeing her moment of victory ruined, she shouted angrily, "And who are you supposed to be? Get lost, or I'll kill both of you right now." Regardless of Yoon Sung-a's cursing, Kim Soo-ho stood his ground. "No, even though I don't know why you two are fighting, I won't let anyone get caught up in your mess. You'd better stop now." But that only made her even more furious. Yoon Sung-a gritted her teeth, now even more enraged, and suddenly swung her sword to knock him aside. Yoon Sung-a growled, "So annoying." But just as she was about to continue, her target had already vanished. By the time Yoon Sung-a realized it, she was already long gone. Where did she go? She chased after her instantly. "Get back here." The imposter, full of excitement, mocked her. "If you were me, would you come back? See ya." But before she could finish, a dark, eerie aura suddenly appeared from nowhere, shrouding Chae Na-yoon. But it didn't stop there. The black fog continued to spread across the hall, covering every corner, turning the luxurious space into a dark, suffocating trap. It moved like lightning, sweeping everything in its path, even making Yoon Sung-a stagger. In an instant, darkness engulfed the space, drowning everything in gloom. Yoon Sung-a and the imposter stared in panic at the intruder. The one who had seized the ring said gleefully, "I finally found it." The villain had finally appeared, and he looked nothing like a human. His lower body consisted of long, slimy tentacles that made one's skin crawl. Silas held the treasure high, exclaiming excitedly, "Homer's ring!" Hajin, watching from outside, observed everything that had happened so far. Seeing that the villain had arrived, he clicked his tongue, sensing trouble with this guy. Right in the middle of a luxurious restaurant on a bustling street, Chae Na-yoon pulled at her hair, screaming in frustration. Again? Back here again? After a while, despite following the directions, she was stuck in the same place. Chae Na-yoon cursed angrily. "I followed the map's instructions perfectly, so why am I back here again? What a useless piece of trash." After fumbling for a while, she finally gave up. What kind of idiot company made this thing? She was determined to complain, but after venting her rage, Chae Na-yoon realized, "Wait, this is my dad's company." Seeing that she couldn't make it to the social event, she decided to call for help. But after several attempts to get through, the person on the other end wouldn't pick up. Chae Na-yoon sighed in exhaustion. "He won't pick up, and he won't even read my messages." She cursed in anger. What the hell could he possibly be so busy with? Chae Na-yoon had no idea that Yu Yonha was currently facing a terrifying demi-human at the auction. Yoon Sung-a was stunned, keeping her guard up as Silas, a demi-human, appeared. But the fear only lasted a fleeting moment. She quickly regained her confidence and pointed her sword straight at her. A fierce aura erupted from her body, and the intense killing intent made the air heavy with tension. Yoon Sung-a commanded sharply, "Hand that over to me right now." Silas scoffed at the threat and mocked her. "That isn't something someone like you could ever get your hands on." The more she spoke, the more delighted she became, refusing to hand the ring over to Yoon Sung-a. "Our evil organization will be taking this ring." Kim Hajin felt very uneasy when he heard her say that. If that evil organization managed to get the ring, the chances of them getting it back, even if everyone here worked together, would be incredibly slim. Realizing the consequences would be dire, he had to take action. There was no other choice. He had to go with Plan B. Hajin immediately activated his hidden power. In a split second, a shimmering golden liquid, like molten metal, poured out and wrapped around his arm. Hajin grabbed the liquid and stretched it out like a rope. He spun it around to gain momentum and threw it into the hall. "All right, this should be enough." At that very moment, he poured all his strength into it, muscles tensed, and whipped it forward. While Silas was still rambling on about her organization, The liquid successfully entered the room and lashed out directly at her. If anyone dares to get in my way, the liquid shattered the glass, aimed straight at her face, but Silas noticed it in time and dodged it easily. She screamed in panic. What the? Who did that? Even though she dodged, it left Silas wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Sung-ah lunged forward to attack. Chaos erupted inside the hall, and nobody noticed the treasure had been snatched away. After finishing his task, Hajin turned to leave. Nice. Thanks to her, she won't be chasing me anymore. He stood there, fiddling with the ring in his hand, wondering if he should just take off now. From behind Hajin, pure white feathers fluttered in the air, when suddenly a blade of wind sliced through cutting them apart as if signaling something. Hajin quickly sensed a thick wave of killing intent near the severed feathers, followed by a deafening explosion that blew everything nearby away. The blast was so powerful that dust and debris filled the air, blocking all visibility, with rocks and rubble scattered everywhere. The explosion was just a few meters from Kim Hajin, but he was lucky enough to dodge it. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. No, you can't do that. The mastermind had finally revealed himself. He calmly approached and warned, now that you've got that, where are you in such a hurry to go? Seeing his plan exposed, Kim Hajin spoke up in frustration. Damn it, there are 2 demi-humans? The demi-human walked up leisurely and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Silas. With his orange hair and matching outfit, he stood out remarkably well in the dark. Silas continued, if I told you I was also a member of the evil organization, would that make things easier to understand? Not giving Hajin a chance to answer, he kept rambling about his technique, saying, that trick you used to steal the ring was quite good. Silas was completely speechless. Kim Hajin, not expecting him to talk so much, helplessly replied, it wasn't that impressive. In a flash, Silas's attitude changed completely. He radiated a thick, murderous aura and threatened, you're full of tricks, aren't you? You probably know what I want, don't you? Hand over the ring. Kim Hajin felt a bit of fear, quickly hid the ring inside his jacket, and firmly replied, I'm afraid I can't do that. Seeing him being so stubborn made him furious, and he started lashing out. Just as I said, there are always people like you who want to get in the way of our perfect plans. Realizing that words weren't working, Silas drew his weapon and gritted his teeth. No other choice then. The hilt of the sword in his hand suddenly sparked with small electric currents, and in an instant, a glowing blade formed. Silas, seeing that everything was ready, loudly declared, if words don't work, we'll just have to use force. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure descended immediately. Silas swung his sword hard, and a surge of red and black electricity shot straight toward Hajin. That energy, carrying brutal killing intent, swept everything in its path. A deep crimson flame erupted, engulfing the entire rooftop. Hajin immediately lunged to the side, but the pressure from the attack was so intense that he tumbled to the ground. Thankfully, he had dodged it. That horrifying power could have taken Hajin's life. He panted, staring in horror at the wreckage it left behind. Seeing Hajin's state, Silas mocked him. Are you scared yet? He was exhilarated, twirling the glowing sword in his hand as he bragged, this is a magic sword worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars. As long as the user can provide mana to it, its power can even surpass that of a low-grade holy relic. You'd better hand that ring over to me before you end up as a pile of mush. Hearing this, Kim Hajin secretly marveled. One of the benefits demons get from their contracts is exponential mana growth. That sword was undoubtedly the best weapon a demon could have. He pondered, trying to think of a way to deal with that sword. But Silas wasn't about to let Hajin get his way. He immediately launched his next attack. The sword was raised high and brought down with all his might. A wave of dark energy surged out, sweeping everything in its path, but Hajin reacted just in time and managed to dodge it. Even though he dodged, the shockwave was so strong it almost blew Hajin off the rooftop. Realizing his power was truly terrifying, he offered, hey, why don't we talk for a second? If you agree, I'll give it to you. But Silas flatly refused. Why would I do that? I can just kill you and take it. Kim Hajin didn't give up and retorted, didn't you try to negotiate with me just a moment ago? Silas remained unmoved, frowning and replying, your rambling is really annoying. No matter how much you try to stall, you can't defeat me. He watched him for a moment and continued with disdain. I can tell, just by looking at you, you're much weaker than the others fighting inside, aren't you? Silas grew more heated as he spoke, radiating a thick, murderous aura, preparing to finish him off. Your only weapon is a single gun, and your stamina is only enough to dodge my attacks. Where do you get the confidence to stand before a demon like that? Since you've dragged this on long enough. He instantly activated his sword, ready to deliver the next blow. Enough is enough. Silas put all his strength into this finisher, screaming triumphantly, say goodbye. He thought he had finally finished Hajin off with that last strike, but the moment he swung the blade, nothing happened, just a heavy, awkward silence. Both of them froze, completely baffled by what just happened. Silas's blade suddenly vanished, and he frantically tried to reactivate it. What's wrong with it? Hajin said nothing, watching him struggle in silence. After a moment, he seemed to realize something and said, "I'm afraid that sword isn't working today." Silas looked at him, confused. "What?" Hajin replied in a low voice. "Because I'm a lucky person." As he spoke, he pulled up his status window for him to see. "Your extreme luck has been activated and has weakened the magic sword's effectiveness." Silas refused to believe it, mocking him. "Listen to you rambling. Equipment malfunctions happen all the time. But even without a weapon, I can still kill you easily." Kim Hajin, seeing he still didn't believe him, didn't bother arguing back. "Is that so?" He silently tightened his grip on his gun, calculating his next move, planning to use the full power of his stigma. While speaking, Hajin channeled his ability. In a flash, his gun transformed into a higher-tier weapon and infused with magic light energy. Silas seemed to sense something and lunged at Hajin. He lowered his center of gravity, poured all his strength into his legs, and aimed straight for his head. "What are you planning?" But just as Silas was about to reach him, Hajin quickly dodged backward and whipped out his gun. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, tearing through the space, a blinding light erupting in the dark night. After that terrifying blast, everything returned to a heavy silence. Elsewhere, far from the chaos, Che Naun was on her game screen, taking down zombies one by one. The player was none other than Che Naun, who had given up on finding the party location after getting lost. But the siren from a police car nearby caught her attention. Those police cars had been blaring around here for a while now. Where were they even going? Che Naun looked down at her watch again, feeling dejected that no one from the party had reached out to her. She stared at it, waiting for someone to remember her. After a while, with no response, Naun thought angrily, "Why do I feel so disappointed?" She was deep in thought about her own attitude. Not noticing the figure appearing beside her, she must have eaten something strange. Kim Hajin, exhausted from the battle, slumped into a chair. That was when Che Naun finally noticed, shouting in panic, "Kim Hajin? What is this? Why are you here?" His face had several scratches, his hair was a mess, and he said wearily, "I'm so tired." She heard his mutterings but didn't understand, asking, "Huh? What did you say?" Before he could respond, Hajin suddenly collapsed, startling Che Naun. What on earth? Seeing him lying motionless, she panicked, not knowing what to do. "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" But no matter how much Che Naun called out, Hajin didn't respond. Kim Hajin, in that state of delirium, lights kept appearing before his eyes. But as Hajin slowly regained consciousness, he saw crowds of people bustling by. "Where am I?" Observing for a moment, he gradually realized he had just finished his assassin certification here. Suddenly, someone in the distance called his name, Hajin. Hearing that familiar, loving voice, he turned around, startled. Hajin's family was standing there, beaming, congratulating him on finishing his exam. He gasped in surprise. "Mom, Dad?" Hajin asked, full of worry. "Why did you two come all the way here? It's so cold today." Before he could finish, tears blurred his vision. Hajin sobbed, "I ruined everything." Tears streamed down his face. Hajin said in despair, "My test." At that, his emotions overwhelmed him, and he cried harder. His mother quickly came over to comfort him. "My son, there's nothing to cry about over something like that." She hugged Hajin tightly, his father standing by, both of them gently reassuring him. "It's okay, Hajin, it's okay, but even the sweetest dream must come to an end." Hajin jolted awake, but tears were still rolling down his face. He was alone in a large room. Hajin looked around for a moment, wondering, "Where am I?" Suho, Naun, and Natasha had appeared outside the door at some point. Naun walked in to check on Hajin. "Oh, you're awake?" Seeing the three of them, Hajin was surprised. Naun put her hands on her hips and scolded him. "Do you have any idea how hard it was to get you here? Take care of yourself for once." Naun saw Kim Hajin's flushed face and teased, "Wait, were you crying? Are you that sick?" When Hajin heard her, he shyly raised his hand to wipe away his tears. "No, it's not that." Suho turned to reproach Naun. "Naun, you can stay outside, you know." She got angry and questioned him back. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Ignoring the two of them bickering loudly, Natasha brought a tray of food to Hajin and checked his condition. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah, I'm okay now." Natasha didn't forget to remind him. "You're completely exhausted. Don't push yourself too hard anymore. Try to get some more rest." Night fell over the villa. Only one room in the entire mansion had its lights on. Hajin wondered where he was. Where am I? Natasha, who had just brought the tray over, explained. We're at the mansion. This is your room with Kim Suho. So, we're home? The clock had just struck 10:30. It's already 10:30. Do you want something to eat? Oh, no. I'm not hungry yet. Kim Hajin remembered the note someone had left behind earlier. By the end of this week, we're going to take your life. So, the assassination arc was starting. It's a relief I woke up before that scene began. Natasha smiled and told him before leaving the room. Then get some good rest. I'll head out with Naun now. Huh? Natasha led Naun out of the room. She seemed annoyed. What? Why is everyone picking on me? Well, it's late. Suho waved goodbye to the two. See you guys tomorrow. Suho was calmly peeling an apple in his hand, peeling the apple while not forgetting to ask about Hajin's health. Are you really okay? Are you sure you can walk? Hajin touched his watch and turned to answer. I'm really feeling better now. Hajin seemed to be doing something on his screen. That's good. The system reported an incident involving a demihuman near Paris, showing the progress of the case being resolved with the help of the cadets. At about 7 in the evening, on the 20th, a demihuman appeared at a palace, and the cadets there handled it. According to witnesses, the demihuman attacked the palace ballroom. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured or killed. Some of the dance attendees suffered scratches, but there were no life-threatening injuries or fatalities. Meanwhile, the authorities haven't yet identified the mastermind behind this scandal. Currently, the incident is being investigated jointly by the Paris Police Department and those present at the scene. From the information just now, it seems Hajin already guessed that Che Naun escaped during this incident. It looks like they have nothing else but this. Che Naun must have escaped safely. Suho, Hajin wants to ask something about this but stops himself. Huh? Oh that. Suho hands a slice of apple to Hajin, then he explains. I can't go into details, but nothing too terrible happened. Wicked, but they escaped before the heroes were deployed. Oh, that's good then. Eat this apple. Thanks. Hajin puts the apple slice in his mouth and eats it slowly. Suho continues to sit and peel apples for him. Kim Suho's fingers are almost all injured, yet he still sits there calmly peeling the apple. Hajin also advises him that he needs to take care of himself too. Hearing Hajin say that, Suho looks up at him in surprise. Huh? Hajin adds that since he is the protagonist, he can't afford to get hurt. Hajin recalls the struggle this morning between Suho and Yoon Sung-ah. Today, he charged at Yoon Sung-ah without fear. Yoon Sung-ah's killing intent was real, and if the villain had appeared a bit later, he would have been severely injured. Of course, I understand he has his own principles. Suho is standing before a great light, because Kim Suho is the only male protagonist following Che Naun's path of righteousness. However, Hajin feels apprehensive for Kim Suho. Can a protagonist who only wants to do good things and act with integrity overcome the difficult circumstances caused by an unidentified creature? Hajin bows his head, his eyes vacant, and Hajin also remembers the scene of reuniting with his family earlier. Can he really be taken home? At this moment, Hajin stares at Suho with an emotionless face. Protagonist, what the hell? How can such a thing exist in this world? He owes a gentle, teasing smile to Hajin. If I am the protagonist, then you are one too. Hajin widens his eyes, seemingly surprised by what Kim Suho said. No, everyone in this world is the protagonist of their own life. Upon hearing Kim Suho's words, Hajin just sits silently and answers gently, is that so? He reaches for a piece of apple. Hajin? Just as Hajin puts the apple into his mouth, he hears news from Suho. The report you wrote about Che Naun. I've read it. Suho thinks Hajin was a bit too much. It was a bit too harsh. I wasn't being harsh at all. Che Naun really isn't a born archer. Now Suho knows why Hajin made that bet with Naun. That is why he was betting with Naun. Ah, right. And if I win, she will have to give up being an archer. But Suho thinks that is the path she chose. I don't think encouraging others to quit is a good thing. Hajin lowers the hand holding the fork and questions Suho back. So, you want me to encourage and motivate her to the end, even if it's a dead end? A bow has been snapped in two, and thousands of arrows have broken along with it. Just saying nice things, like you, doesn't mean it's a good way for every situation. No matter how hard she tries, only failure and disappointment await her. Will you be the one responsible when that time comes? That question from Hajin makes him deep in thought for a long time. Suho still firmly believes that Naun's archery is her innate talent. So how can you be so sure that Naun doesn't have a talent for archery? Are you willing to take responsibility for saying such things? A lot of documents were compiled by Hajin to talk about Naun. I've thought a lot about this, more than you guys. And I have observed Che Naun for a very, very long time. Hajin confirms with Suho, so I understand her much better than you do. Hearing Hajin say he understands Naun, Suho finds it hard to believe. What? There seems to be a sound coming from behind Kim Suho. He turns around, sees nothing, and wonders, what was that sound? Hajin used his skill to find out what it was. Damn, one of the archer skills I have. Stealth. Turns out it was Naun using stealth and standing outside the door eavesdropping on the two of them. When discovered, she immediately runs away. I guess I didn't learn it for something as meaningless as this. Naun opens the room door. The sound is so loud that Yu Yunha, who is sleeping, suddenly startles. Naun is trembling all over, her face fearful, not expecting Hajin to do that to her. Is he crazy? He must be crazy. What is that idiot rambling about? Yu Yunha, with a sleepy face, sits up and calls her name, making Naun panic too. Naun. Yonha doesn't understand what's going on and wonders, what's wrong? Why are you being so loud? Naun scratches her head, looking embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing. The room lights turn off, and Yonha continues to drift back to sleep. If there's nothing, go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Yeah. Good night. Naun climbs into bed and covers her head with the blanket. She can't sleep, her heart still anxious about what she just heard. She reassures herself. Calm down, Che Naun. What you just heard, if you continue to ignore it, like usual, Naun recalls the words Hajin said earlier. And I have observed Che Naun for a very, very long time. She curls up, her face flushed with embarrassment. Naun is silently scolding Hajin, wondering what the hell he is thinking. Before she can even finish her thought, suddenly a piercing scream rings out from outside. Is that it? Some hand is trying to touch Naun, and she feels, what is this? Naun looks behind her and her hair stands on end because Yu Yonha, with a gloomy face, is very angry at her scream just now. Che Naun. Seriously, I told you to be quiet. No, this isn't my fault. Yu Yonha calms down and wonders, then what is it? Naun doesn't say anything, only points outside, and both of them look out. Is it someone's scream? Over here, a servant has discovered something terrible. She trembles and covers her mouth with her hands. Oh, that servant discovered that Jerome Miller had been murdered right on Che Naun's bed. Master, the door is thrown open. Everyone, upon hearing the desperate scream, opens their doors to see, wondering, did you hear that? Was that a scream? They realize the scream came from downstairs. Suho bolts out like a flash of lightning. He grabs the railing, intending to jump down to the surprise of everyone. He quickly jumps down. People at Che Naun's railing call out his name. Kim Suho, Hajin, with a gun in hand, walks out. Witnessing that action, he is also stunned. Is he a monster or what? This is the third floor. The villa is now plunged into the silent night. Suho walks up and kicks the door open. He opens his eyes wide and stands frozen there. The scene of Jerome Miller murdered on Che Naun's bed, along with the crying servant sitting on the floor, hits his eyes. When the servant sees Suho, tears stream down her face as she cries for help. Help! He was murdered! Jerome Miller lies on Che Naun's bed, his blood soaking into the blankets and pillows. Mr. Jerome Miller? How could this happen? Natasha rushed to her father's side, heartbroken by the sight. She bowed her head, delivering the grim verdict. The wound in his abdomen, he's lost too much blood. It's too late. He's the maid, witnessing the scene, buried her face in the butler's chest and sobbed. Wah! The butler, his face streaming with tears, insisted, I'm sure of it. This must be the work of someone who held a grudge against him. How could they do this to such a kind man? Everyone was stunned to hear Jerome Miller had passed away, calling out for Mr. Jerome Miller. A heavy, somber silence fell over the room. Natasha finally spoke up, cutting through the heavy air. All right, everyone, get out and call the police and an ambulance. All cadets, return to your rooms. Suddenly, a hand reached for the switch and flipped it. It was Hajin. The light flooded the previously dark room. Seeing Hajin turn on the lights, Natasha immediately turned and glared at him, demanding, Kim Hajin, why did you turn on the lights? All eyes were now fixed on Hajin. He slowly walked toward Jerome Miller. Seeing this, Natasha screamed, Hey, don't touch the crime scene. She reached out, trying to push him away. Get back. Hajin simply pointed his gun at her face. Suho and the others gasped in shock. Che Naun yelled angrily, Hey, have you lost your mind? Hajin kept the gun aimed at Natasha, and she recoiled in fear. Natasha, you're lying. Hajin placed a hand on Jerome Miller, sensing he wasn't dead. He said, Jerome Miller isn't dead. He began to explain. Jerome Miller, a villain, was using a fake death to escape a tight spot. He would go on to become the most brilliant strategist after joining the demons. Hajin didn't lower his weapon, thinking to himself, since he's a new villain, I don't know what happens next. If I can, I should take him out right now. The maid and butler were both wide-eyed with shock. Everyone witnessing the scene stood frozen. Kim Hajin's pensive gaze made it difficult for them to believe him. I don't know how much my interference will disrupt the plot, but I'm not the protagonist, so that shouldn't happen. If I were the protagonist, maybe, but you're the one who is. Hajin recalled what Kim Suho had said earlier. Hajin smiled. A pure, innocent smile because obviously, some fools would easily overcome such chaos. Hajin kept his gun aimed at Natasha, concluding that Mr. Jerome Miller wasn't dead. He was just faking it to fool everyone. Natasha screamed back, refuting his claims. What are you talking about? I'm a doctor. I already checked, he's dead. Hajin calmly pointed out the oddities. First, the wound. It's too shallow for a direct stab. The blood pooled right under where I'm standing. He pointed out another discrepancy. And, look at the blood loss. It was supposedly a fatal blow to the heart, yet his blood has soaked the entire bed and even spread across the floor. He tapped his watch, and the most important evidence was revealed. Chae Na-yoon and Yu Yunha were stunned by the image before them. Hajin had projected Jerome Miller's wanted poster for everyone to see. Jerome Miller, the swindler, on the global wanted list. He looks just like Mr. Jerome Miller, doesn't he? Hearing the evidence, Natasha panicked. She turned to the butler, questioning him. Butler, you called the police and the ambulance, right? Yes. Natasha reverted to her usual mask, smiling as she explained. Then let's just wait for them to arrive instead of arguing like this. A professional's opinion is naturally more credible than a cadet's. She gestured for everyone to wait. Hajin's finger tightened on the trigger. Hajin now aimed his gun directly at the prone Jerome Miller. Natasha turned around, shocked. The barrel of Hajin's gun was inches from Jerome Miller's head. Everyone panicked, shouting his name. Hey, Kim Hajin! Cadet Hajin! What are you doing? Hajin looked at them, his expression unchanging as he made his decision. I'll shoot on 3. If he's already dead, then shooting him shouldn't matter, right? He started counting. 1. Hearing him count, Natasha grew terrified. She turned and screamed at the crowd for help. Someone stop him. Why would you do that to a corpse? Hajin moved the gun toward Jerome Miller's temple and continued. 2. Natasha spun around, shrieking for Hajin to stop. We already called the police. Whatever you want, just put the gun down. Her words didn't faze him. Hajin reached the final number. Natasha, tears streaming down her face in absolute terror, let out a scream. She lunged forward, shielding Jerome Miller with her own body, begging Hajin. No, don't shoot, don't shoot. She couldn't hold back her tears as the truth slipped out. He's my father. Don't shoot. Everyone was shocked to learn the truth. Natasha, even the butler, was stunned. A bullet whistled past the butler's head. He shrieked in terror. Gah! The butler collapsed to the ground in fear. Kim Hajin didn't lower his gun, telling the butler, Don't call the police, call the heroes. His face was stern as he commanded. Tell them we've caught a wanted criminal. As the sun began to rise over the villa, the bright light of a new day dawned. Someone's hands were cuffed by the authorities. Natasha was being escorted away in handcuffs, and Jerome Miller was taken away by the medical team. The truth was finally brought to light. This murder case was nothing more than a play directed by Jerome Miller and Natasha. Jerome Miller, who was wanted across Europe for his crimes, had staged this elaborate plot to escape the tightening net of the police. The fact that Chae Na-yoon, his daughter, or rather, Natasha, who happened to get dragged into this, was a cadet at Cube, only made his plan easier to execute. The plan was dubbed Resurrection After Clinical Death. Even though the herbs needed to induce such a state were incredibly expensive, a doctor at Cube like Natasha could easily obtain them. The next steps were simple. Once Jerome Miller was in a state of clinical death with the help of an illegal mage, Natasha created a fake wound on Jerome Miller, and sprinkling blood around the scene was all it took. She used bags of blood on the bedding and the floor to stage the scene. The arriving emergency responders wouldn't be able to tell he was faking his death. And because all the police in the Paris district had already been bribed by Jerome Miller, a corpse with a similar build had been prepared to be swapped with Jerome Miller along the way. They're planning to swap her with another dead body to fool everyone. Natasha manipulated Cadet Cooper to carry out her plan. After that gullible Cadet Cooper will give his testimony. And of course, Cadet Cooper's words are 100% reliable. Just like that, Chae Na-yoon will be officially dead on paper. In reality, she'll start a new life under a new identity. However, the story has changed now, because Hajin discovered their plan and exposed it immediately. On Chae Na-yoon's computer, a website called the Truth Information Center popped up. I will answer any question you have. Please enter your inquiry. Someone's hands were quickly typing into it, and the website responded instantly. You have requested information on the heroes who were captured by the guilds and are currently being transferred. You are the chosen one. You are the first member to ask a question today. Therefore, you will not be charged any fees for this answer." Hajin hummed a tune with a cheerful expression, unable to help but marvel inwardly. Who would have thought his first question would be about this? But it's also great that his reputation is growing because of it. Yu Yonha appeared out of nowhere, leaning against the door to Hajin's room, teasing him. "Are you Sherlock Holmes or something?" Yu Yonha couldn't help but marvel at his deductive skills. "That little incident with Junhyun and now this today, I feel like you could open a private investigator agency already. A marksman must have a keen eye, obviously." Hajin turned to look at Yu Yonha because of her question. But how could he know the faces of those criminals? He replied guiltily, "It's a family secret. Why are you suddenly being so formal?" Kim Hajin suddenly fell silent when she mentioned the words family business. The man was intently staring at his fish tank, thinking about, wait, his family. What exactly is Kim Hajin's family history? Silas placed her hand on her chest, reporting to the person in front of her. A masked stranger blocked our path. He was extremely skilled at stealing items, and even Silas was defeated by him. When the man heard Silas report that Silas had also lost to that person, he just stood there silently. He questioned her. He didn't act like a demon at all? Yes. And he didn't seem like a hero either. The man ordered Silas. Then, pay attention to investigating the heroes and hunters. If you find any information about him, do not even think about trying to catch him alone. Report to me first. Yes, sir. The man turned away without saying another word. The man's furious voice echoed again. And why do you keep going around advertising that you are a demon like that? What do you mean? Silas looked up. That face of yours. He was now extremely enraged. The power he emitted was immense, and he questioned her with an angry crackle of electricity. I'm asking you, why do you act like you're just strolling around as if we weren't demons? He took a step forward, and Silas apologetically apologized. I apologize, my lord, he instructed her. Remember to find him as quickly as possible. The man continued to question Silas. And by the way, did you retrieve that magic sword? Silas, you used it. Hearing him ask about Silas, she immediately trembled in fear. About that, Silas is currently in someone else's hands. Hajin held Silas up to the sky, trying to figure out how to use it. How am I supposed to use this thing? Truth be told, this weapon is basically useless to me, because I can't properly control any power that doesn't involve holy energy. I feel like selling this would probably fetch a decent amount, but doing that feels off somehow. I'll just leave it for now. Kim Hajin placed Silas on the table and continued his work. There was another ring on the table. Next was this item, Homer's ring, a divine artifact. Unable to identify the ring Homer once wore, its true power was hidden. The ring emitted a mysterious energy, Homer's ring. According to the original story, to verify its power, one must inject a certain amount of magic power into it first. But for him, it wasn't that troublesome. Hajin intended to modify a few words to get the ring's stats. Just by spending a few points to edit a few words, Homer's ring changed its settings. Unable to identify has been identified. You will have to spend 49 points. Hajin clicked the confirm button to complete it. A burst of energy radiated from the cracks in the ring. Homer's ring, an ancient artifact, has been identified. Increases intelligence. The wearer's intelligence will increase by 0.001 points every 24 hours, up to a maximum of 0.365 points. Increases high-level magic power. The ring Homer once wore. The system announced that it could resonate with the natural environment and, through that, provide the wearer with a source of pure energy. Additionally, the wearer will receive a portion of Homer's wisdom. Hajin put the ring on his finger, an artifact that increases both magic power and intelligence permanently, and it's not bound to the user, so he could pass it on to someone else later. A massive sword created by someone. Hajin also felt his magic power was still lacking, especially compared to someone whose magic power wasn't even enough to use. Kim Suho or Che Nayun would clearly use it much better, especially Che Nayun, who possesses more magic power. Admiring the ring on his finger, Hajin was curious. Alright, I wonder how much my stats will increase. A system stat window appeared. Variable stat points. Strength 2.56, Stamina 25.75, Agility 32.50, Intelligence 4.215, Health 26.65, Magic Power 19.25. Permanent Intermediate Marksman. Continue leveling up. Proficiency level 6. Excellence point EXP. Proficiency 0%. Effective proficiency level. Marksman. You can use all ranged weapons more proficiently. Looking at the stat table, he felt a little disappointed. Other than agility and intelligence, the rest didn't increase much, and his magic power didn't increase at all. but at least the number of gift points increased. An arrow hit the wooden board, shattering it. I'm starting to feel like I've hit a wall. I guess I'll have to work much harder than before if I want to break past my own limits, right? Hajin slowly closed the computer, sighing and pondering to himself. However, with his current level, he could probably still defeat Che Naeun. He suddenly calmed down and realized, oh right, I still need to look into Kim Hajin. Hajin went online to access the Violet Society app to look into Kim Hajin. There was no way Che Naeun could fake those movements to hide his past. After searching, Hajin still couldn't find out what Kim Hajin looked like. Kim Hajin joined the Cooper Guild. Even though he was just a side character in his own novel, in the real world, he was actually quite elite, which means it's highly likely his parents weren't just average Joes either. He kept searching Che Naeun on his computer, but information about Kim Hajin from her side was really scarce. Trying to find info on that will be tough. The fixer, Oh Jin-hyuk, an expert at tracking down people, hideouts, movements, assets, criminal records, goods, Q&A, and contacts. He's a legendary guy when it comes to finding information. Oh Jin-hyuk is famous for being the best at digging up every little detail about someone, but his fees are ridiculously expensive. Hajin was still happy to spend the money to hire him because he's just that good at these kinds of investigations. I'll hire him. But suddenly, he froze as he realized something. Hajin had dumped all his cash into investments, and now he didn't have a single penny left. Ah, right. I invested all my money, didn't I? Come on in. Haha. He put his hands on his head and sighed. I totally forgot about this. A glowing egg was wiggling around. Che Naeun, sitting at the table with Hajin, noticed it moving too. Is it time for it to feed already? It was really wriggling around. All right. The sun began to set, and the twilight painted the sky a beautiful shade of orange. Yu Yonha was doing something on her watch when suddenly, Oh Jin-hyuk called her. Uncle Oh Jin-hyuk Yu Yonha stared at the incoming call for a while without answering. Scene changed to a different place, covered in cold, beautiful snow Norway. Hajin was deep in thought, staring ahead, lost in contemplation. Why are we in Norway all of a sudden? That's a long story. Just as he was relaxing, Hajin was hit in the face by a snowball. From out of nowhere, cutting his train of thought short, his two friends were having a snowball fight. Che Naeun threw it on purpose, annoying Hajin. Haha, wait, you hit Kim Hajin. I totally aimed for him. Hajin then explained why they were here. Club activities, which were delayed after the Sven incident, had resumed. The hunting club borrowed a cabin on the hill to host an event. The manager stepped up to remind everyone. All right, quit messing around. I'll explain the event now. She started announcing the rules, pointed at a flag, and said, the seniors have hidden numbered flags like this all over the forest. Each number comes with a different prize. Everyone was hooked by these rewards. There were VR sets, vouchers, and various other prizes, so she told them to give it their all. Finally, she gave the closing instruction before the game. Everyone had to draw lots to form teams. Che Naeun held a small piece of paper in her hand, gripping it tightly, clearly unhappy. She was quite annoyed because she'd been paired up with Hajin. She questioned him. Did you do this on purpose or what? Che Naeun huffed and walked ahead, warning Hajin. Don't you dare get in my way. Hajin didn't even care. He called out to her. Worry about yourself. Don't forget there are traps at your feet. No sooner had he said that than Che Naeun tripped on a trap. Hajin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two kept walking. Che Naeun noticed Kim Hajin wearing only a thin layer and asked with concern, Hey, you're only wearing that one jacket. Aren't you cold? Do you want to freeze to death? Hajin replied briefly. This jacket is really versatile. He seemed to love it. It was probably the perfect piece of gear for him. This jacket was incredible. A royal black coat, a piece of holy relic gear, high-end temperature control, intermediate durability, sound dampening skills, adjustable length. It was crafted by a royal British tailor and had a holy relic imbued into it. Plus, it was a very meaningful gift Hajin had received. He recalled Rachel giving it to him when he was struggling and couldn't afford one. She said it was a thank you gift for his midterms, or something like that. Hajin felt deeply touched and grateful toward Rachel Elizabeth Louis. She's so kind. I really should have created 100 characters like Rachel Elizabeth Louis. Suddenly, Che Naeun pointed toward the mountain peak, where a flag was located. She turned to him and said, Hey, look over there. Is that it? Kim Hajin agreed. Yeah, that's number 1. Che Naeun was excited. Oh, that's awesome. But Hajin realized something was off. He said, But why is it all the way up there? What kind of idiot would climb up there? The idiot was actually Che Naeun herself, which was hilarious. She was so impatient that she urged him on. Hey, what are you muttering about? Hurry up. He reached into his pocket to pull something out. Hajin pulled out a dagger. Che Naun was completely baffled by his approach. She asked in amazement, "Huh? What are you doing? Do you think a string-tied knife is going to do anything?" But Hajin was extremely confident. He replied, "Of course, not just any string works. This string is infused with a bit of my mana." He immediately flicked the knife toward the towering mountain peak. Sure enough, the knife followed the exact trajectory Hajin controlled. No matter where it flew, as long as he controlled the mana within it, the knife started to work its magic. It emitted a burst of power, hit the target, and successfully retrieved flag number 1. Witnessing this, Che Naun had to be impressed. Whoa, it actually worked. The number 1 flag fell right in front of them. Hajin picked it up. Che Naun chased after him, excitedly asking, "What's the prize?" Hajin replied, "There's a piece of paper here." The paper had a phone number and the following message. "Number 1 prize. My phone number, Jun Sun. You know who I am, right? If you need help, feel free to give me a call. I'll do my best to help you." Che Naun was thrilled with the gift. Wow, that's amazing. But Hajin, on the other hand, didn't seem too interested. He handed the paper to her and said, "You take it." Che Naun couldn't believe it. She asked again, "Huh? You're giving it to me? But this is the number of the vice president of the number 1 guild." Hajin kept placing the paper in Che Naun's hand, answering quite nonchalantly, "I don't need it. I already know her number." Holding the paper, Che Naun felt a bit flustered, and after thinking for a moment, she decided to give it back. "Forget it. You're the one who got it, so why give it to me?" Hajin was surprised too. "Huh? Oh, if you don't want it, fine. Now that we found number 1, let's head back to the cabin." All right. Scene changed to another place, filled with modern skyscrapers. Yu Yonha was working, but she couldn't focus on her writing. She was reflecting on her previous interaction with Hajin and pondering his words. How could he have recognized the criminal's face? That's a family matter. Yonha rested her chin on her hand, looking clearly distressed. She wrote on a piece of paper, trying to find commonalities regarding Hajin. The wanted criminal BB mostly committed crimes in Europe. That guy shouldn't have had any connection to Kim Hajin. So, the only possibility is that he memorized the faces of all internationally wanted criminals. Yu Yonha, however, was extremely skeptical about this. She wondered to herself, why would he do something like that? But the more she thought about it, the more it seemed like the only logical explanation. It was the only theory that made sense. Yu Yonha had no choice but to guess. After all, no one knew who had done those terrible things to Kim Hajin in the past. That was why he memorized all the internationally wanted criminals, hoping to track him down. Subconsciously, she scribbled the word murder on a piece of paper and speculated that Kim Hajin was an orphan. The theory seemed plausible, perhaps his parents had been murdered. Yu Yunha grew even more convinced that her hunch was correct. So, he kept faces of criminals in his mind and hid his true strength, waiting for the right moment to find the culprit and take him out when he least expected it. She felt a swirl of complicated emotions, and her pen scribbled more frantically across the page. But this is just a theory, she told herself. Kim Hajin's past might not actually be like this at all. Hajin's image popped into her mind, appearing like an opportunity. If Kim Hajin really did have a past like that, and she was the one to uncover it, it would be a major advantage. She started forming a plan to gain the upper hand when she eventually recruited him into her guild. She froze for a few seconds, then let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. Ugh, but I really don't want to contact him. Cut to a large corporation, where a phone was ringing incessantly in an office. Oh Jin-hyuk walked in and scolded the secretary, asking why she hadn't picked up. But since she didn't answer, he had to take the call himself, grumbling the whole way. What's the point of having a secretary if she just collects a paycheck and does nothing? He muttered. He immediately recited his professional slogan as he greeted the caller. People, information if you want it. I can find it. This is Yu's office. But then he recognized the voice. Oh, hello? Oh Jin-hyuk's attitude instantly shifted to a cheerful tone. He asked, Who is this? Is that you, my niece Yu Yonha? You rarely ever call me. Yu Yonha got straight to the point. Actually, I want to hire you to investigate someone. She immediately provided the details. His name is Kim Hajin, 17 years old, a cadet at Cube. I want to know everything from his past to every place he's ever been. With your ability to see the past, uncle? This should be easy, right? Everyone was stunned to see Kim Hajin holding the number 1 and number 4 flags. What? You're the one who ranked first? I'm so jealous. I wish I had been faster. Things would have turned out better. But Hajin didn't seem to care for the special prize. He said, Actually, I think the reward for 4th place is better than the one for 1st. After a day of games, everyone gathered for a barbecue. They had done a great job, so it was time to celebrate with some drinks. Grilled meat that looked delicious was laid out on Che Nayun's table. Hajin offered to handle the grilling. "Let me take care of the meat and the snacks. You guys go take a break." "What?" "Oh, okay. Thanks." The young man who had been helped looked at Hajin with a newfound sense of respect. He was truly different from the rumors. Kim Hajin clearly had a talent for grilling, and he felt quite proud of it. "If I ever open a Korean-style barbecue restaurant, I'll definitely be confident in my skills." Suddenly, the manager brought up a certain topic. "Oh, now that I think about it, your final exams are coming up soon, right?" She then gave them an important warning. "You all must be careful. Never trust anyone while the exams are ongoing." One of them exclaimed in shock, "It's really that intense?" She gave an example to highlight the severity. "It's not like normal times. I've seen many friendships fall apart during these exams. After all, it directly affects the final grades, so everyone is very sensitive." She kept giving them warnings, which made even Hajin pay close attention. "And you all know about the remedial classes, right? Those are dangerous, you have to be on guard against them." Hearing this, Hajin remembered a few things about that class. The remedial class was exactly what it sounded like, a class for cadets who didn't score high enough to move up. Each class had about 200 cadets, and 20% of them were either contracted with demons or fell into the high-risk category. And the source of all the trouble during the final exams usually came from them. As he sliced the meat, Hajin kept thinking, especially now that the co-author had started interfering. The chances of danger were even higher. It was just more proof of how rotten Cube truly was. She took the initiative to invite him. "Kim Hajin, your grilled meat is amazing. Take a break and come try some." Hajin declined. "No need. I've been eating while I grill." "Oh, is that so?" Everyone else tried the meat and found it delicious. They raved about how good it was. Hajin felt happy inside. He thought to himself, "Just because I grill good meat, their attitudes have all become so friendly. Am I really that good at this?" After eating their fill, they all made a decision. "Since we've all had such a wonderful dinner and we're stuffed, let's just stay here tonight instead of going out for the night hunt." They chatted and played games, having a great time. During one of the games, Che Nayun was accused by everyone, and her face looked hilarious. She was furious when she found out the mastermind was Kim Hajin, but he just looked at her with a mischievous smile. Under the beautiful night sky, with a bright round moon, Che Nayun looked at the aurora. Hajin watched the night view, feeling incredibly relaxed. "It's been a long time since I've felt this happy." Suddenly, a new message on his computer caught his attention. The message read, "I heard there's a scammer named Jerome Miller. He was working as an asset manager before he suddenly took the money and ran. Can you tell me where he is? I've attached his photo and information below." Hajin was a bit suspicious. The name sounded very German. This order must have come through a referral from his previous client. He had to use the Book of Truth and his wristwatch to track the information. The book opened and began searching for clues. The information revealed that since yesterday, Jerome Miller had been wandering the streets. After disguising himself, he left the hotel and went to a government agency. He disguised himself again and headed to the city center. Hajin tracked his every movement, feeling a massive headache coming on from all the work. He sighed. "I'm so dizzy. Earning money is great, but I really hate the side effects of using my ability." The information appeared on the screen. Jerome Miller was at a cafe in the suburbs of BL. Immediately, his account notification chimed. "You have received 500,000 points." Hajin beamed. "Nice. That was a quick payment." Hajin closed his laptop after finishing his work. He spent the remaining time taking in the stunning night view of Norway. It's so beautiful." Out of old habit, his hand instinctively moved toward his mouth, as if to smoke. Hajin immediately realized he'd already quit. His hand kept twitching, as if he were savoring a real cigarette. "I think back then, I must have smoked at least half a pack a day. And yet, since coming to this world, I've completely forgotten about smoking." Che Nayun had seen the whole thing. She immediately questioned him. "You used to smoke, didn't you?" Fresh footprints were left on the ground. Hajin was startled and jumped. "Since when have you been standing there?" She replied, "I've been standing here for quite a while." What a blockhead. For some reason, Che Nayun was angrily scolding him. "You used to smoke, didn't you? What a thug. You definitely have a tattoo too, don't you?" These questions left him completely speechless. Seeing no reply, Che Nayun pressed him further. "What? A tattoo? Really?" Hajin denied it. "I absolutely do not." Che Nayun stayed silent, giving him a judgmental stare. Hajin couldn't deal with her calling him a thug, honestly. Suddenly, she threw him a question. "But, are you confident you can actually beat me?" Hajin shot a question back at Che Nayun that left her stunned. "Are you confident you can give up archery if you happen to lose?" This line sent her into deep thought, though Naun tried to act unfazed. She confidently stated, "The word lose isn't in my dictionary, so there's no need to think about what to do if I happen to lose." Kim Hajin purposely teased her about the game. "If you lose, will you cry?" "You almost cried today, too," Che Naun angrily replied. "Why do you guys always pick on me?" Che Naun pulled out a new article and said, "Forget about that. Did you know a French paper ran a story about you today?" Hajin was surprised. "A news story?" Che Naun recounted. "Yu Yunha showed it to me. It says you're the Korean Sherlock who exposed the notorious con artist." The article reported that a Korean cadet apprehended the notorious swindler, BB. BB was recently caught at a villa in the suburbs of Paris. This guy was a notorious con artist who had carried out thousands of schemes over the last 20 years, even though BB had tried to fake his death and bury everything related to his identity. A Korean cadet with exceptional observational skills and brilliant deductive reasoning had discovered and apprehended him. Hajin looked on, dazed. "I can't believe they actually wrote all that." Che Naun couldn't believe it either. She scoffed. "I think what's truly unbelievable is that they called a thug who's always picking fights with me and is a nicotine addict Sherlock." Hajin was left speechless. "You've got to be kidding. Just go to sleep already, would you?" Che Naun ran off. She didn't forget to flip him the middle finger to provoke him. "As if I need you to tell me," Hajin thought, giving up. She was such a kid. Che Naun turned back, instead of leaving completely. She turned back to ask Hajin, out of curiosity. "So, what's it actually like to smoke?" Out of nowhere, she was curious. Scene changed to a different space. At a church in the middle of a winter snowstorm, Oh Jin-hyuk finally arrived. He seemed to be waiting for something. "How much longer do I have to wait?" "I'm reaching my limit." While waiting, he sighed. "In just a little while, my magic will be completely drained." A woman approached the church door, catching his curious gaze. She was carrying a baby wrapped in a blanket and left it quietly at the church door. Oh Jin-hyuk was incredibly surprised. Just a baby? Suddenly, a wave of dark pressure washed over him, leaving him stunned and frozen in place. "Damn it, that's some heavy pressure." He immediately became terrified, backing away and wondering, who on earth could that be? Scene changed to an older-looking office, where dark tiles added to the aged atmosphere. Jin-hyuk walked quickly toward the office. His shoes had fresh traces of snow on them, as if he had just returned from somewhere. His assistant was checking Che Naun's data in the system, and instinctively turned around when he saw his boss return. "Oh," Jin-hyuk took off his hat, revealing some unmelted snow on his clothes. The assistant welcomed his boss back. He replied, "Hey." The assistant seriously asked about his scouting mission. "How was the target's behavior this time?" "Ah, it was a bit strange." But, before he could give the details, Oh Jin-hyuk rushed to the restroom. "Before we discuss this in detail, I have to go to the bathroom first." Jin-hyuk recounted in detail. "Currently, 17 years old, used to live in an orphanage. I even investigated the exact day the target stepped into the orphanage to find more info, but I couldn't find any information about the target's parents. Instead, a child had come, dropped off the target, and ran away." The assistant looked skeptical. "A child?" Oh Jin-hyuk recalled the back of that figure and replied, "Yeah, that's right." He stroked his chin, deducing like a detective. "I couldn't dig deep enough, and the target's past is like it's covered in fog. It seems I'll have to give it my all to find the truth." Having just experienced the relief of using the bathroom, he sighed. "Either way, it's going to take a long time. Even if the client asked me to do it, this case is too difficult to do for free." The assistant opened the door and held his nose, saying that the boss had to do this case regardless. Oh Jin-hyuk didn't quite understand, and just gave a blank look. The assistant held up a piece of paper and explained that someone else had just requested a background check on Kim Hajin. Oh Jin-hyuk immediately looked incredulous. "What? A request?" He continued. "It gets worse. This request came from a high-ranking member of the Violet Guild, a Red Jade-level client." Oh Jin-hyuk was shocked. "The same level as me?" He picked up the paper and started reading it carefully. "Oh," Jin-hyuk assessed. "The person who wrote this letter is very polite. Plus, this is a rare fee." The letter requested information about someone's past. If he agreed, he would be paid 100 million points in advance. Upon completion, he would receive another 500 million points. If the target finds out or any trouble arises, the deal is off. Oh Jin-hyuk quickly guessed that this was certainly a request from the Information Guild. His eyes filled with greed. Looking at the photo of Hajin, he couldn't help but speculate that Kim Hajin really was suspicious. Scene changed to Friday morning. The instructor announced to all students that the final exam was just 4 weeks away, so he gave some notes and reminders about the exam regulations. The practical portion will be harder than the midterms. You will be tested on what you've learned this semester. So prepare thoroughly. Hajin listened intently to every word the instructor said. Midterms were more about entertainment, but the finals? There's no stadium or arena for that. The final exam is going to be held on some remote island in South Korea. An illustration of an island appears so the students can get the picture. A survival exam is about to go down, with Chae Na-yoon on an island crawling with monsters and beasts. Hajin is getting a headache just thinking about all this. He quietly mulls it over. If his assistant author had a hand in writing this, things are bound to change. Just the thought of that makes his head spin. He's got his suspicions, and since there are so many people besides that assistant involved, he really needs to stay on his toes. To wrap up the lecture, the instructor concludes that while he can't give them any more details about the exam, the professors, both general and elite, will do their absolute best to ensure everyone's safety during the test. Just focus on the exam, he says, not forgetting to wish them all good luck. All right, dismissed. Have a great weekend. Hajin starts packing his bag to head home, but suddenly, Chae Na-yoon calls out to him from behind. Hey, she says, jogging his memory. You haven't forgotten about our bet, have you? Hajin doesn't miss a beat and hits back with a jab, making Chae Na-yoon turn red with frustration. And you haven't forgotten that you'll have to give up archery if you lose, right? Don't go crying from shame when you lose, okay? Chae Na-yoon says, acting tough. Fine, let's go. Cut to the archery center at Cube. The two of them look ready, bow and arrows prepared for the showdown. Chae Na-yoon speaks up first. Ready? Yeah. All right, but wait, behind them is a whole crowd of people cheering, which leaves Kim Hajin wondering, why are they all here? Yoo Yeon-ha strolls in and drapes his arms over both of them with a wide, cheeky grin. Hey, were you two planning on ditching us? Everything is more fun with an audience, don't you think? Kim Hajin glares at him like he wants to kill him. Yoo Yeon-ha, is he seriously not embarrassed about what happened last time? But Yeon-ha acts totally natural. Don't tell me you're still mad at me? We're still best buds, right? Suddenly, he hits Hajin on the head like a bolt of lightning. It seems like Yoo Yeon-ha is trying to send Hajin a warning. He grabs his hair and says, his tone heavy with hidden meaning. You said Chae Na-yoon would stop shooting if she loses, right? What if you lose? No more studying at Cube? Deal? But Chae Na-yoon steps in and breaks them up. She snaps at them. For heaven's sake, quit meddling in this. We're about to compete. Chae Na-yoon sets the distance at 50 meters. She says the goal is to hit the target. She explains the setup in detail. See that target launcher? The target will fly out from there. She lays out the rules. We'll start shooting at 100 meters. Every time we hit the target, we'll back up another 50 meters, and we'll keep going like that. Chae Na-yoon looks super confident, trying to provoke Hajin. There, that's it. Are you scared because it sounds too hard? But Hajin isn't fazed at all. No, it's actually simpler than I thought. Chae Na-yoon looks annoyed. We'll see how long you can stay that confident. They both raise their bows on command. All right, let's start. With a lethal look in her eyes, Chae Na-yoon shouts, Fire! 2 arrows fly towards the target, fast. The machine launches 2 targets. Chae Na-yoon's arrow is incredibly precise. It hits the bullseye, and the target shatters into pieces. Seeing her perfect performance, she grins with delight. Huh. Chae Na-yoon turns to Hajin and flicks her hair at him. 100 meters was way too easy. She sounds like a total pro, but Hajin just looks calm. Oh, sorry. I was so surprised I forgot to shoot. Let me try again. Watching Hajin show off his skills leaves Chae Na-yoon stunned, her eyes wide as saucers. Everyone, even Chae Na-yoon and the crowd, can't hide their shock. They're completely floored. Some are even left speechless. That's because they can't help but laugh their heads off at Hajin's disastrous performance. Haha, look at that clumsy idiot. Chae Na-yoon is left completely frozen. She mocks him. Even your stance is all wrong, no matter how many times he tries. The crowd just keeps on laughing at him. A fellow student has to remind them, okay, that's enough laughing. Hajin gets into position and raises his bow. His eyes are filled with pure determination. Even though Chae Na-yoon has a better stance, none of that matters to him. His arrow glows with a brilliant light. He is incredibly confident. It's not like someone can just climb to the top just by standing correctly. That's just a basic requirement for a leader. In this world, talent is the raw power that decides who comes out on top. With steady eyes, Hajin shouts, Fire! The machine launches a target. Hajin is so proud of his talent, he lets the arrow fly. It tears through the sky and hits the bullseye so perfectly that the target shatters instantly. The system reports that his archery talent assisted in hitting the target. This time, everyone is caught by surprise. Chae Na-yoon is left stunned, speechless. Hajin says it like it was his first time trying. I think I get the hang of it now. He looks excited and suggests, "Let's do it again." Flashback to the past. At a dojo, students are crowded around, trying to catch a glimpse of someone. "Move, don't push me." They can't help but gossip out of pure curiosity. "Look over there. Is that her? The hero in training?" The whole crowd huddles around a small crack in the door to peek at Che Nayun, whispering, "It's the prodigy, Che Nayun." But what's going on? Because inside the room, Yu Si-hyuk is, at his wit's end, looking at his student, who is sitting seriously in front of her sword. He really can't understand it, and demands, "Are you being serious about this? Switching your weapon to a bow?" Even so, her eyes remain fixed firmly on her master. Just then, he remembers something and asks, "Is this because of your mother?" But before he can even finish, she startles and cuts him off. There's no reason at all. Che Nayun then shyly scratches her head, smiles brightly, and says, "I just feel like changing. Even a prodigy like me, if I switch to the bow, I'm sure I'll become the best archer anyway." Hearing this, he points a shaky finger at the sword in front of her and says, "But I already gave you that sword." She doesn't know what to do, so she just says, "I'm sorry, master." However, the moment she says that title, Yu Si-hyuk explodes in anger. "Who's your master? I don't have a student as fickle as a weather vane, changing her life's path like this." But in a flash, he calms down and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Finally, Yu Si-hyuk resignedly accepts it. "If you've made up your mind, I won't stop you anymore." Still, he looks at his young student and gives her a final piece of advice. "Are you sure this is what you really want? Think carefully. Don't do something you'll end up regretting." Back in the present, Che Nayun is staring blankly at the arrows piercing the bullseye, shattering the targets with every shot. She watches the debris fall away, while Kim Hajin, standing right next to her, is still excitedly knocking an arrow and shouting for the next launch, leaving her frowning and lost for words. Once again, the arrow hit the bullseye, and the target shattered into 100 pieces, sending the students watching from the stands into a frenzy of cheers. Even the two archers from the Veritas class looked on, dumbfounded. Turns out Kim Hajin is way better than I thought. He's practically neck and neck with the top of the class. The student sitting next to them chimed in, sounding disheartened. "That's a 400-meter distance, man. My personal record is only 450 meters. Suddenly, a student sitting behind me couldn't hold back and argued, "You think he's just neck and neck? He's been keeping pace with Che Nayun ever since she hit her mark. And that was a while ago." He pointed to the two down below, who were intensely focused on their competition, and said with awe, "If it were just 1 or 2 shots, maybe. But to keep that up under the constant pressure of a match, don't normal people usually crumble under the psychological weight?" And yet, looking at this mental battlefield, Kim Hajin looks completely relaxed and calm. After analyzing for a moment, he suddenly came to a realization. Don't tell me, is Kim Hajin actually going to win this bet? Hearing this, Shin Jong-hak, who was sitting in front, had his eyes blazing with rage, and he muttered a curse under his breath, leaving the group around him pale and dead silent. He quickly turned his gaze back to the match. Seeing her draw her bow again, he couldn't help but worry, silently whispering, "Che Nayun." However, this shot of hers only shattered the target without hitting the bullseye. Finally, Che Nayun couldn't keep her composure and cursed, "Damn it." Deep down, she felt a pang of regret she'd missed the bullseye. Just then, Kim Hajin, standing nearby, spoke up, grabbing her attention. "I told you, didn't I? The bow just doesn't suit you." Hearing that, she became even more annoyed and stubbornly fired back. "What? Are you scared? Why are you resorting to such cheap psychological tricks? Just shut up and shoot already." You looked at her angry expression and thought to yourself, Che Nayun's personality isn't stable at all. The slightest provocation is enough to shake her or set her off. That's exactly why she isn't suited for the path of an archer. Every arrow she's missed, the bullseye with so far has proven it. Even so, you still didn't understand why on earth did she choose to be an archer. A thought suddenly crossed your mind, and you spoke up directly. Is it just because you're too scared? Too scared to hold a sword and head into battle? That hit her hard, and she froze mid-draw. Her gaze shifted as Che Nayun silently lowered her bowstring. She then glared at you with flaming eyes and a deathly expression, demanding, "You better watch your mouth." But Kim Hajin didn't stop. He kept pushing. "Isn't that right? That's why you keep looking for excuses to justify it, isn't it?" These words made her recall scenes from her past, and she unconsciously retorted, "My talent for the bow is the same as it is for the sword. I'm good with a bow, and I can become the top hero using it too." Regardless, you kept going. "Yeah, well, you're pretty good for someone who switched to the bow halfway through." At this, Che Nayun, now incredibly agitated, repeated, I told you to shut up. She didn't even notice her drawing hand shaking violently. Even so, you provoked her further. But at this level, you couldn't even kill a single demon, let alone avenge your family. That hit her right where it hurt most. In a moment of shock, she carelessly fired the arrow and watched it fly toward the target. But just as it was about to hit, it clipped the edge and veered off completely. This scene left everyone in the stands stunned. Even Shin Jonghak stared in complete disbelief. But the most shocked of all was Che Naeun. Her eyes had completely lost their focus. Kim Hajin calmly watched her slowly collapse. And so, in the glow of that day's sunset, everyone had to admit, Che Naeun had lost. Cutting to a moment later, in a quiet, secluded corner of the academy, Yu Yunha was slowly looking around. Finally, she spotted Che Naeun sitting slumped over on a stone bench. She let out a sigh of relief and quickly approached, asking, "What are you doing here, Che Naeun? Everyone is out looking for you." Even so, she didn't look up and replied dejectedly, "You heard, didn't you? That bastard even dared to bring up my family." Just then, Yu Yunha noticed her voice trembling, because her face was drenched in tears, pouring out her sorrow. Why would he act like that? He helped me before. Even though we weren't super close, I knew he wasn't the absolute trash everyone rumored him to be. But why on earth does he have to act like this? These thoughts left her confused. She wondered silently, what does Kim Hajin even gain from saying things like that? However, she immediately began to analyze the situation. Wait a minute. A logical conclusion suddenly clicked in her head. Do I need the talents of both Che Naeun and Kim Hajin? Yes. If their relationship sours, will my recruitment plan be affected? Yes. If I let this happen, I'm definitely going to be in a tight spot. Thinking of this, her face went pale. She scowled and muttered to herself, why do I always have to deal with this stuff? Still, Yu Yunha said calmly, he doesn't have a family, either. Seeing Che Naeun suddenly look up at her, she continued, I'm sure it's for the same reason as you. Che Naeun stared at her in disbelief, as if asking, really? Yu Yunha then voiced her thoughts. This is just my guess. But maybe Kim Hajin saw himself in you. He hopes you'll understand him, even after he did those things to you, and he wants you to live well. These words were like a ray of bright sunlight. Seeing the shocked expression on Che Naeun's face, Yu Yunha knew things would be okay. She prepared to leave, but didn't forget to add a word of advice. You'll probably need some time to think about this, so I'll head off first. Don't stay out here too long. In a flash, the surroundings sank back into silence. But Che Naeun's thoughts were completely different from before. She suddenly remembered a conversation with her older brother. That day, he had asked, Che Naeun, why did you suddenly switch to the bow? And she had replied, no reason. I just got bored of the sword. That's all. Even though he was worried, he reassured her with a smile. Ah, I see. Then he ruffled her hair so hard that Che Naeun blushed and yelled at him. Then he encouraged her. No matter which path you choose, I'll support you. Because I know you'll definitely do great on that path, Che Naeun. But then, his voice turned serious. However, can you promise me one thing? That made her nod enthusiastically, eager to know what it was. Then he held up his pinky finger and gently said, later, when you're truly ready, I want you to really think about what it is you truly want to do. Promise me. In the end, they pinky promised. Suddenly remembering this promise, a breath of fresh air seemed to blow through Che Naeun's heart. Her gaze also became more determined. Just then, Kim Hajin received a system notification. Great fortune had taken effect regarding his relationships. Your product points have increased to 253, leaving him confused as he read it. Huh? What's this? Meanwhile, Che Naeun had also found her own path and was bravely moving forward once again. That evening, Yu Yunha contacted Ju Jinhyu and told him everything. Afterward, he agreed with her that this Kim Hajin guy really seemed shady and that he needed to investigate further. It seemed like he was mixed up with a crime syndicate. This only made him more certain of his suspicion. Perhaps it wasn't time to talk about the Chameleon Troop yet. Just then, he suddenly asked, Yu Ha, should I continue investigating this guy? She replied without a second of hesitation. Of course, I've already decided. I'm going to drag him into the depths of despair. Hearing this, his expression quickly changed. He became even more excited and didn't forget to tease her. Oh, look at you. Maybe I need to use my secret weapon. She shyly stopped him. What the heck are you thinking? Early the next morning, Kim Hajin hurried to the training grounds. Seeing that the training ground was empty, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He remembered the scene where that person interviewed him. What was his talent? Was there any reason he switched to the bow? Kim Hajin broke into a sweat. There were too many spectators at the archery competition. No wonder the rumors spread so fast. But with someone actually coming to interview me, I'm afraid to go to class now. Should I just practice this morning and then skip class? Suddenly, a noise in the training ground caught his attention. Kim Hajin curiously hid behind the wall, wondering, who else hasn't gone to class at this hour? But the scene before him made his eyes widen in surprise. It was Che Naeun, practicing swordsmanship alone. Seeming to sense that someone was watching her, she suddenly turned around. As soon as she saw him, Che Naeun blushed, shouted in embarrassment, and immediately hid the sword behind her back. Kim Hajin was stunned by her reaction but played along, not mentioning it, and asked, "Looks like you're training, huh?" However, she didn't get his meaning and shouted defensively, "Huh? Yeah, so what?" Seeing her flustered expression, he just said, "I didn't mean anything by it." Suddenly, he looked at Che Naeun and added, "But by the way, your hair." This comment only made her more annoyed, and she frowned, asking, "What? What about my hair?" Kim Hajin naively pointed at her and continued, "You didn't cut it yourself because of that bet, did you?" Hearing this, Che Naeun felt guilty and retorted angrily, "I cut it because it was hot. Do you think I care about that nonsense?" However, he smiled gently and said, "If that's not it, then it suits you very well. It's very refreshing." This comment made Che Naeun stop arguing, and her anger vanished. She blushed and tried to cover it up, just as he pointed in a direction and announced, "Well then, I'm off to practice." She subconsciously agreed. "Oh yeah." Che Naeun watched him slowly walk away and fell into deep thought. I heard Kim Hajin used to be a swordsman. Seeing him heading toward the archery room, she looked at the sword in her hand, wondering what it would be like to give up something you had pursued for so long and choose another weapon. I wonder how he feels. Suddenly, she touched the tip of the blade, and unexpectedly, a blue surge of power enveloped it. Then, the power erupted, shooting straight toward Che Naeun. Seeing this, Che Naeun immediately snapped out of her thoughts and shouted excitedly, "Yes, I finally reached the limit." Even so, she still remembered his words. "Will you continue to use the bow? Surely you must have felt it today." She pensively looked at the clear blue sky through the window. She truly wondered to herself, was he right, from the very beginning? That night, Kim Hajin was browsing the shop, wanting to buy some camping gear. After choosing a few items, he said lazily, I think this should be enough." He pressed the buy button. In a flash, a notification appeared on his bracelet. "Your order is complete. Delivery is en route." He read the notification and surmised, "They'll check our supplies before the test begins. That's to discard self-defense weapons. But it probably won't be a problem if I say it's for an emergency." At this moment, the Evandel egg screamed in protest. Seeing it acting like an angry puppy begging for food, he replied, speechless, All right, I'm getting your food." As he watched it eat, Kim Hajin gazed at it and suddenly said, "This little one is getting so big, huh? Is it going to hatch soon?" Imagining an Evandel as cute as a loli clinging to him, he reassured himself, "A newborn Evandel will look like a toddler. It should be fine if I raise it in the dorm as long as I convert it into small magical power, like raising a cat or dog." Then he affectionately petted the egg. It felt it too, and excitedly moved, making him laugh out loud. The two of them just played together like that. He looked at it and hoped, "That's right. Hurry up and hatch." The scene shifts to a hotel room in the city of Sun. Ren asked in disbelief, "Is the leader serious? Are you planning to dress like that and sneak into the final exam?" Li Xiaofeng ignored her, looking at the glowing city through the window, and replied, "Yes, that's why I need your help, Ren." She asked, confused, "Do you really have to go this far? Oh, did you get yourself mixed up in something strange again?" "Ah," she replied coldly. "There's a guy I want to check on myself, and there's something I need to retrieve from that place." Hearing this, she could only sigh helplessly and deploy her power. She added, "Fine, if that's what you want, who can stop you?" In a blink, her power enveloped her like a pool of mud. Before leaving, Ren didn't forget to remind her, "I'll give you the information on the person you're impersonating. Memorize their habits, personality, and way of speaking. You'll need to remember it." Even though she said so much, she just replied neatly, "Got it." Che Naeun frowned, suspicious, having a bad feeling about this. Li Xiaofeng laughed mockingly. "You're worrying over nothing, Che Naeun. This is basically nothing." And so, on a new day at the academy, the female students were cheering non-stop. "Lai Jin, is that really you?" Two girls linked arms with her, excitedly asking, "You still don't have a boyfriend, do you? You didn't reply to my messages yesterday. I was so lonely." "You really don't have a boyfriend, right?" A friend even fed her a piece of food, saying, "Come on, have a bite." She thought triumphantly. So these are the friends mentioned in Du Yan's profile, huh? I get it now. Her gaze turned cold as she calmed herself down. This isn't hard at all. I'm just masquerading as a naval cadet. In the blink of an eye, she changed her expression, becoming friendly with her peers. She even winked and replied in a sweet, pampered tone. Oh my God. Which boyfriend are you guys talking about? She didn't notice Kim Hajin slowly entering the classroom. He watched her respond to her friends with that fake, syrupy voice, and the air around him seemed to freeze. He stood there, panicked and horrified, witnessing the whole scene. She quickly spotted him, and he thought to himself, did she see me? But looking at her expression, he was certain she had. Desperate to survive, Kim Hajin silently stepped back and quickly slipped away toward the back. He moved so fast the female students didn't even notice, turning back in confusion to ask her, what is it? Are you looking at someone? Once he sat securely in a spot far away, he stuttered to himself. What the hell was that? He frowned, sweating, unable to understand. How is this possible? He stared at her back as she chatted happily with her classmates, wondering, is the leader here too? A few days later, the written exams concluded, and the final semester began. All the cadets were gathered. Che Na-yun stood on a state-of-the-art ship, cutting through the waves. Li Xiaofeng was still in disguise, laughing and joking with her classmates. Kim Hajin really didn't know what to do. He watched her acting so comfortable in another person's body, and thought, the boss is still down there under the identity of S-Jin. Meanwhile, he recalled their previous conversation, and his expression darkened. I didn't think I'd run into her again after the midterms. She keeps reappearing, acting a bit different from the original novel. I don't know why, but I should probably keep an eye on her. But when he saw a classmate poke Li Xiaofeng's cheek and she didn't get angry, he went pale, wondering, will I even be okay? However, to gain more intel, he tried to strike up a conversation whenever he had the chance. He remembered carefully meeting her alone by the vending machine, where a soda can dropped out. She had smiled kindly and handed it to him. In the end, the only thing he got back was that soda can. He had kept it in his fridge. At this point, Kim Hajin couldn't help but be suspicious. Is she here to investigate X and Shin Jong-hak, just as he was lost? In his thoughts, Kim Soo-hyuk suddenly announced loudly, listen up, everyone. The rules for the final exam are simple. The cadets quickly gathered around the instructor and listened silently. Next, he pointed to a nearby island and declared, survive on the island for 5 days, Che Na-yun, and keep track of your points. Points can be earned through monster hunting or by stealing from others. You can also use them to trade. He then sternly pointed at his own name tag and reminded them, for any cadets who want high scores, you can earn up to 200 points if you defeat an examiner. This made Kim Hajin sigh in resignation, as if anyone would want to fight an active-duty hero. Finally, the instructor shouted, I'll drop you off at the designated points. Follow me. Even though they didn't want to, the cadets answered loudly, yes. By the time the sun had set in the west, everyone stepped foot on the island. While his classmates had quickly found teammates to travel with, Kim Hajin finally found the person he was looking for and whispered, there she is. He immediately called out to Rachel, surprising her as she turned around. He quickly approached her and asked, would you like to pair up with me for the exam? This caught her off guard, but his internal reasoning was completely different. I didn't seek out Rachel Elizabeth Louis instead of other protagonists by chance. I've studied many situations that could be altered by the co-author. With the appearance of a villain who holds a grudge against Rachel Elizabeth Louis, she is the one most likely to be in danger during the exam. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke up. I prefer to be alone. Faced with her polite rejection, he felt a bit defeated, but it was something he had anticipated. I knew she would say that. High-ranking people usually prefer to be alone. However, her bracelet suddenly chimed with a notification. He quickly pointed to his own bracelet and explained, in that case, I'll share my location with you. I'm determined not to let the co-author do whatever they want. Although surprised, she opened the map display and didn't forget to say, all right, thank you. In the blink of an eye, the island sank into darkness. The ground was covered in footprints left by the cadets. Inside the forest, someone was hunting alone. It turned out to be Che Na-yun. She had to stay extremely alert and vigilant of her surroundings. Suddenly, a monkey lunged out of the forest to attack her. Not only that, it shrieked to call for its pack. But she didn't flinch. She unleashed power around her sword and ended them all with a few quick, precise strikes. Then, she checked the area to make sure nothing was left behind before calmly sheathing her sword. However, she suddenly chuckled and finally looked up at the sky, letting out all her frustration. Where on earth am I? She sighed, hanging her head and muttering, I've been killing monsters non-stop since I got here. Where are the food and places to rest? If this keeps up, I'll be the first one to be eliminated. But just then, unexpectedly, a beam of light appeared. Certain she wasn't seeing things, her heart soared. Her eyes lit up as she rushed toward it. While doing so, she caught a scent and couldn't help but think, something smells delicious. Someone already found food. Perfect, a lifesaver. But waiting for her was Kim Hajin, calmly grilling meat. Seeing it was him, she was just as surprised. As Che Nahyun angrily shouted, "Hajin," he was quicker, reminding her, "Combat isn't permitted for another 12 hours. Unconvinced, she pointed at the pieces of meat on the grill and asked, "What is this? Where did you get that?" Kim Hajin didn't hide anything and replied honestly, "I bought it just in case. The exam is quite long, you know." Although angry, she had to admit, "Right, I forgot this guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve." Just as Che Nahyun was about to compliment him on being smart, her stomach betrayed her by letting out a loud growl, making her close her eyes and blush, too embarrassed to say anything else. He played along and asked, "How many points do you have?" Even though she didn't fully understand, she answered anyway. 25, Kim Hajin said. "I'll give you the food, but it'll cost you half your points." She frowned, annoyed, and repeated, "You want half? Are you serious?" She thought it over carefully. In the end, she had no choice but to agree, sat down, and replied, "Fine, it's a deal." Seeing that, Kim Hajin also checked in. "Can you handle eating the stomach part?" By now, Che Nahyun didn't dare to be picky and replied, "I'll eat it. Beggars can't be choosers, after all." She then quickly and delightedly enjoyed the meal. So delicious. Meanwhile, he felt a bit of regret, thinking that he ended up meeting Che Nahyun instead of Rachel Elizabeth Louis. Regardless, he didn't give up and swiftly performed a few actions on his laptop, hacking into the drone's server and logging in. In the blink of an eye, everyone's movements appeared on his screen. Just then, one camera finally caught the image he was looking for. Joe was slowly approaching a group of people gathered to grill meat, and this scene didn't differ much from the original story. Over there, Rachel Elizabeth Louis was also slowly assessing this group. Suddenly, one person in the group asked, "Do you want to buy some food?" Another disagreed and countered, "There's no need for that. You can just eat. Trading between cadets is unnecessary." He even stared at her confidently, asking for her opinion. "Don't you think so?" Outside the tent, it was still dim. Kim Hajin stretched as he sat up, yawning. It was morning. He glanced out of the tent window, lost in thought. Seeing the sky outside was still quite dark, Kim Hajin wondered, "Is it a white night today?" A moment later, he looked at the sleeping bag quietly resting nearby, assuming Che Nahyun was still asleep. The small seed on the table suddenly lit up, making Kim Hajin chuckle. "Oh my." He reached out his finger to stroke it. "Good job. You're hungry, aren't you?" Lifting it carefully in his palm, he smiled until his eyes crinkled. "How are you so cute?" Having said that, he tucked the seed straight into his pocket. "Stay in my pocket while I'm out." Now, fully awake, Kim Hajin called out, "Hey Nahyun, still sleeping? Get up and scout. I'm packing the tent." Seeing Che Nahyun didn't respond, he grabbed the tent to pack it away, thinking to himself, "Doesn't matter anyway. I just need to get the tent cleared." As he neatly folded the tent, Kim Hajin thought that finally, the cadets were allowed to face off against each other. If possible, he should start by taking down the dangerous ones first, but he shouldn't hurt anyone. In his mind, the image of a certain person appeared, because the cadet he suspected was a demihuman, but not actually one yet. Because Kim Hajin knew there was a difference between a demihuman who made a pact with a demihuman and one who made a pact with the devil. The former were treated like pawns or even test subjects, but because they were supplied with magical power from the demihuman pact, they might not go insane, and the pact was also more fragile. And the white pawns, like the others, were considered core members, but not many could overcome the side effects. In this place, the only cadet who could survive the side effects was Jun Ayun. Kim Hajin hoisted his bag and looked in one direction. He should start heading toward higher ground. He remembered that glowing big tree. The goal was the world tree in the center of the island. Once decided, Kim Hajin quickly leaped away, leaving the other sleeping bag abandoned in the woods. I should hurry. As for Che Nahyun, she was still lying motionless, as if she were asleep. Elsewhere, on a nearby rocky cliff, a small light flickered from the high treetops above Che Nahyun. A sharp arrow was knocked onto a bow, accompanied by a female voice from behind the leaves. "Gotcha." The target below was none other than Kim Hajin. She spoke up. "I found someone." Suddenly, she was stopped by Yu Yunha. "No. Stop." Her expression turned serious. "You shouldn't attack him." Rose couldn't help but wonder. Why not? He's only ranked 934. Below, Kim Hajin still walked casually, as if he hadn't noticed he was being targeted. Yu Yonha sighed. No, you can't beat him. Rose, right? Down below, Kim Hajin had lowered his center of gravity to gather momentum. Rose frowned in disbelief, thinking, he's preparing to jump. Is he planning to climb the world tree? Kim Hajin let out a soft breath, energy concentrating around him, and his body shot forward as fast as light. He continuously stepped on tree trunks to gain momentum, leaving not even a shadow behind. Yu Yonha watched him and said to the wide-eyed Rose beside her, "See?" She let go of the bowstring, her mouth stuttering. How? In a flash, both their gazes turned toward another dense canopy. Yu Yonha explained, "Rank is just a number to him. Now you know." Rose let out an ah, not knowing what else to say. A moment later, she received a warning. One final piece of advice was to keep it a secret just how strong he was. She started to ask, confused, "Why?" Yu Yonha looked straight ahead, with a determined gaze. "He will become a member of our team one day." Rose was slightly startled and replied immediately, "Yes, I swear to keep this secret until I go to the grave." Suddenly, a call appeared on the watch on Yu Yonha's wrist. She calmly turned it on to listen. "I have a call from Yin. Let's go back." On Kim Hajin's side, he was stopping at a tree fork. His eyes sparkled with the green light of the 1,000-mile eye. He scanned the others below one by one, men and women, standing in groups of 2 or 3. And he even found the figure of that person. Kim Hajin looked back and forth for a long while, and finally, he said to himself, "Found you." A small branch nearby was broken off by Kim Hajin, his face filled with excitement. It was time to claim the reward. He thought to himself, while carving some information onto it. "I need to prepare a branch with a message and coordinates. That's all I need." Once done, he threw it in one direction, like throwing a dart, only with a speed that was impossible to see. The sharp tip of the branch flew forward like tearing through the wind, aimed straight at a figure below, using holy mana. That person seemed to feel something coming toward them, but before they even needed to dodge, the sharp branch had already buried itself deep into the ground near them. Seeing it, they were stunned, not knowing what to say, but still pulled the branch out. After reading those lines, they turned their head toward the direction the branch came from, but the direction they looked had only a large, dense tree. There was no one there. Kim Hajin had long since hidden in another tree fork, his eyes glowing intensely. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Che Nayun's abandoned sleeping bag still lay quietly in the middle of the woods. Inside, she bit her lip tightly, as if suppressing something, and finally, she suddenly jerked awake, shouting with a flushed, flustered face. She placed a hand on her chest, remembering the words she had just heard. "Why?" Her face was filled with astonishment mixed with embarrassment. "How are you so cute?" Che Nayun's brain was spinning. "I've heard so many comments about my appearance since I was small, but what is wrong with that guy?" Saying that when someone was asleep, her mind conjured up a scene of Kim Hajin stroking some puppies, and she tried to convince herself. No, perhaps it was just some stray dog or cat that came by. She guessed, or maybe he was a narcissist. So Kim Hajin had held up a mirror to look at himself and said, "How are you so cute?" She gripped the blanket in her hands. If that wasn't the case, she touched her burning hot face. What's he rambling about? Kim Hajin felt something off, waving his hand away as if he'd misheard, and muttered to himself, "Is someone talking trash about me?" Meanwhile, deep in another part of the gloomy forest, a group of 5 walked in a line. Everyone seemed relaxed, except for Rachel Elizabeth Louis, who looked like she was worrying about something. She recalled the day she sought them out. Ever since that night, she'd been traveling with Ju Yun and his squad from the re-enrolled class. Even while eating, she couldn't shake her unease. They had refused the points she offered, shared their food, and looked after her, always checking if she was uncomfortable. Rachel Elizabeth Louis pressed her lips together, but there was something about it. She had been observing the team, noticing that while other cadets were doing everything possible to rack up points, they didn't lift a finger to earn any. Seeing their relaxed way of talking and walking, she reached a conclusion. It seemed they didn't care at all about the points other cadets were collecting. Rachel Elizabeth Louis' eyes darkened. If that were true, she felt like she was standing in the crosshairs. Their target was her, not the points. Her steps slowed down. This was highly suspicious. She thought, "I shouldn't be here anymore. I need to meet up with Hajin." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind a tree, startling her. "Rachel, wait. I spotted a gray bear worth 10 points. Want to take it down with me? I don't think I can handle it alone." Even though she hesitated, Rachel Elizabeth Louis agreed. Fine, she thought, already calculating. I'll slip away as soon as I help them. She followed them as the others watched. Yun was still laid back. I'll lead the way. Follow me. Rachel looked at the trees, thinking, I hope I can get away. A moment later, they both stopped. Yoon pointed straight ahead. There was supposed to be a large bear there, but ahead of them, a stranger's figure was clearly visible. Seeing the figure hooded from head to toe, Yoon couldn't help but wonder, "Huh, who's that? Doesn't look like an instructor." Sensing something, Rachel jumped. She shouted a warning and shoved him aside. "Yun!" The demi-human's hand was a set of razor-sharp claws, each one like a jagged knife. When the attacker lunged again, Rachel Elizabeth Louis didn't hesitate to throw her own body in front of him to push him out of the way. "Watch out!" Once she was momentarily out of danger, she turned back, eyeing the demi-human closing in on them with caution. She racked her brain, wondering how a demi-human could have tracked her all the way here. She decided then and there that she needed to retreat first. She turned to ask, "Yoon, are you okay?" He was clutching his right arm, where the demi-human's claws had grazed him, stuttering. "I'm bleeding. It hurts so much." Rachel Elizabeth Louis stared, confused. "What? It hurts that bad? Doesn't look like it." Suddenly, he shrieked, "Oh no, it's a demi-human." Then his figure vanished, leaving only his voice echoing in her ears. "I'm running." Rachel stared in silence, then let out a sigh. What a terrible actor. With the burden gone, she leveled her sword at the demi-human. I should have known something was off. Her eyes were filled with resolve, but she never imagined a half-breed cadet would be prey for a demi-human. That was her mistake. The creature didn't say a word. Seeing her take a stance, it lunged forward, claws swinging. The shockwave from its energy ripped through the ground. The energy clash caused an explosion where she stood, forcing her to leap away. Suddenly, the demi-human surged forward again, catching her off guard. She raised her sword to block its claws. Taking the hit head-on required every ounce of her strength. So strong, her hands trembled as they gripped the sword. A glow of energy began to gather around her blade. She swung with everything she had. "I can do this!" They fought, evenly matched. The creature parried every strike. A moment later, she quickly changed her stance and lunged straight forward. An opening, but her blade missed its mark. Rachel froze for a second, sensing something wrong. It felt like something was dragging at her feet. The demi-human had retreated behind her with a triumphant smirk. She looked down at her feet, her face filled with terror, as two more demi-human shadows appeared, leaving her panic-stricken. From both sides, an energy blast lunged toward her, looking to end Rachel Elizabeth Louis' life. She realized, no, I can't dodge this. Suddenly, a blue starlight-like energy manifested from the distance. It slammed into the creature's neck before it could even blink. Rachel, bracing for the end, was stunned to see it collapse. It tried to lunge up again, desperate for blood. Its claws unleashed an energy strike toward her, one that seemed to carry something strange. With her legs pinned, Rachel Elizabeth Louis couldn't dodge even if she wanted to. Suddenly, someone else appeared, drawing their sword from its scabbard. Kim Soo-ho's blade appeared in front of Rachel Elizabeth Louis, shattering the sharp claws along with whatever was holding her feet down. He shouted, "Che Na-yoon, now!" The demi-human looked toward the shout, startled. Che Na-yoon's arrow had been aimed at him the whole time. As she released the string, it whistled toward him with tearing speed. It erupted into a blast of energy that knocked him off the cliffside. Behind Rachel, familiar faces appeared. She looked at them, taken aback. They ran over to check on her. Those weren't instructors, were they? "Are you okay?" She hesitated for a moment. "I'm fine, thanks guys." But Kim Soo-ho, observing below the cliff, cut her off. I think he jumped off the cliff before the arrow hit. He turned to Rachel Elizabeth Louis and advised, "You never know when you'll be ambushed again. We should team up until we get out of here." Che Na-yoon looked annoyed. Why was he being so polite? Rachel hesitated, then finally replied, "Fine." She followed Kim Soo-ho's group, but suddenly, something sparkling on the ground caught her eye. She stepped closer, wondering, "What's this?" A solitary shell casing lay on the ground. Over there, Che Na-yoon was rushing Rachel Elizabeth Louis to hurry up, but she was busy inspecting what was in her hand. A bullet. Huh? She thought of the high tree canopy, wondering if she had missed the massive scope hidden in the leaves. She slowly realized the first shot hadn't come from Che Na-yoon. That person was still watching Yoon, who had left Rachel Elizabeth Louis to run for his life earlier. Kim Hajin was hidden in the tree branches, not hesitating to pull the trigger, just as he had helped Rachel Elizabeth Louis escape danger. In the dim night, a voice from the group spoke up. "Have you ever thought about trying the sword?" Che Na-yoon looked like she'd been hit where it hurt, sitting there in silence. After processing the question, she flared up in embarrassment. Is this just for show to you? I thought it would be too difficult if I were stuck holding onto a bow during the exam." Kim Soo-ho just laughed. All right. Rachel, standing beside her, was still deep in thought. turning the shell casing over in her hand. He's the only one I know who uses a gun, but I've never seen him use a sniper rifle before. Beside her, Rachel was still lost in thought, fiddling with a shell casing in her hand. He was the only person she knew who used guns, but she had never seen him use a sniper rifle before. The cartridge in her hand felt just as tangled as the questions swirling in Rachel Elizabeth Louis's head. How did he know I was in danger, and why would he even help me? And why did he just vanish after saving me? Suddenly, a voice called out, making Rachel jump and clench her fist tight. Rachel turned to ask, "Che Naeun, what is it?" Che Naeun casually invited her. "Let's team up. Like a secret squad or something. What do you think? Kim Soo-ho is coming with us too." Before she could even finish, Rachel quickly shook her head. She hesitated, then stood up and refused. "I'm sorry. I need to handle this on my own." Kim Soo-ho looked a bit surprised and reached out to stop her. "Wait, it's still way too dangerous. Stay a little longer." Rachel looked at Kim Soo-ho, dead serious. "No, there's someone I absolutely have to find." Elsewhere, Kim Hajin was busy calculating his score of 22. "I got 12 points from Che Naeun, and now I've added 10 more from hunting those monsters." He slumped down under a tree. To be absolutely safe, I still need to grab another 50 points. After crunching the numbers, he pushed himself up, resting on his knee. Man, to pull that off, I've got to catch a few more. Just as he stood up, Kim Hajin froze, stunned to see someone approaching. The words "a few more monsters" were still on his lips. Che Naeun stood silently before him. Seeing her cold, expressionless face, Kim Hajin couldn't help but think, "Boss, why is she here? Is she here to pick a fight?" He started breaking into a cold sweat. There is no way I can win this. Should I just run? But that's not really an option. Kim Hajin tried to calm himself down. "All right, stay cool. Maybe she's just here to watch." After a moment, he hesitantly asked her, "Did you need something?" Deep down, he was still praying she didn't actually mean business. If she wanted to fight, though, Che Naeun already had her sword drawn. Seeing that, Kim Hajin put on a fake, awkward smile, while internally he was practically sobbing. She gave a short, sharp command. "Pick up your weapon." Kim Hajin's fingers twitched with tension. What does she mean? He calculated rapidly. Wait, my chances of beating the boss are basically zero. But Kim Hajin tried to stall for time by asking a dumb question, while his hand quietly released something wriggling. "Weapon? What are you talking about?" Kim Hajin knew exactly what was happening. In a duel between two cadets, the key to victory, that golden thread, had already slithered down to the grass by his feet. Che Naeun didn't mince words. "You know what I mean." He kept stalling. "No, I really don't." Just as he finished speaking, she cut him off. "If you don't pick up your weapon, I'm afraid I won't have any choice." The golden thread by Kim Hajin's hand started crawling forward. He hurriedly replied, "I just wanted an explanation, that's all." Despite being confused, Che Naeun paused, not noticing the golden thread inching toward her. "Are you just trying to stall for time with that nonsense?" While the watch on her wrist was being swiped by the golden thread, she kept on rambling. "Don't come complaining to me when I start attacking." Seeing his plan was working, Kim Hajin let out a sigh of relief. Good. The golden thread quickly curled around the watch and brought it back to Kim Hajin. Che Naeun squinted at him, silent. She saw him holding the watch, and she mocked him. "Are you planning on surrendering?" But Kim Hajin retorted smugly, "Does this look like my stuff to you?" Che Naeun looked like she'd been turned to stone. She stood there, dumbfounded, before slowly looking down at her own wrist. Che Naeun let out a loud gasp. Kim Hajin held up her watch triumphantly. In a duel between cadets, the first one to take the opponent's watch wins. You know that, right? Once I press this, you'll be eliminated immediately. This thing has a fingerprint scanner, you know. Che Naeun gritted her teeth and yelled, "What? What are you doing?" Kim Hajin chuckled. "Don't tell me you plan to attack me without even knowing the rules?" Kim Hajin smugly tossed it back to her, watching her scramble to catch it. "Scared yet?" Kim Hajin acted magnanimous. "I'll let you off the hook this time." Che Naeun stared at him, bewildered. You're letting me go?" Seeing her still stunned, Kim Hajin took the chance to spin around and bolt. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I'm heading out." Che Naeun shouted to stop him. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Left all alone, Che Naeun stood in silence for a long time before asking, "Jin, did you see that?" A voice replied, Me? What about?" "Sorry, I was a bit busy with something else." "Dran? You idiot." She heard him say that, so she just brushed it off. It's nothing. Deep down, she was still calculating. Even though Jin's ability might have dulled more than half of her senses, she still couldn't believe a Navy cadet could have that kind of agility and precision. Che Naeun looked at the watch in her hand and the symbol on her wrist. That technique, maybe I should leave one behind. The soup pot bubbled away. Kim Hajin sat there, dazed, massaging his shoulder. That was a close call. If I had stayed any longer, I probably would have ended up dead. I guess I should be glad she was still holding back. Looking at the pistol in his hand, he consoled himself. Well, I found a decent spot to set up camp, so at least I'll be safe for now. Might as well eat first, then check my score. Kim Hajin opened his interface to calculate. The points I got this time are, suddenly, rustling at the edge of the forest caught his attention. Kim Hajin was surprised to see Rachel. She looked just as shocked to see him. Oh, so you're here, Hajin. Kim Hajin stood up and walked toward her. Oh, were you looking for me? Rachel had indeed been looking for him, so she nodded. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her stomach let out a loud growl. Kim Hajin paused for a second, then offered, "You want a bite?" Rachel stammered, embarrassed. Is that okay? I'll give you some of my points." A while later, the two sat in front of the campfire in silence. Feeling the awkwardness, Kim Hajin spoke up first. "So, when you were on your own, what did you do?" Kim Hajin answered casually, "Oh, just wandered around trying to rack up some points." Hearing that, Rachel Elizabeth Louis obviously didn't know what else to say. Seeing her hesitation, Kim Hajin wondered, "Looks like she wants to ask me something. I'm the one who saved you." No, that's way too blunt. Watching her for a moment, he spotted Chae Na-yoon's mark on Rachel Elizabeth Louis' neck. Is she hurt? Well, she had to fight those monsters, so that's not really a surprise. On the surface, Kim Hajin quickly invited her to eat. Seeing the food, Rachel Elizabeth Louis couldn't help but gasp. Suddenly, the nut inside Kim Hajin's bag started shifting. He yelped in surprise. "Hey, what are you doing? Standing up all of a sudden. Just sit still for a second." But before Kim Hajin could reach for the bag, the nut leaped out. He lunged straight toward Rachel Elizabeth Louis, while she was cheerfully asking, "How did you prepare all of this?" Kim Hajin gasped, his jaw dropping as he reached out. Seeing something slither into his body, Rachel froze, knocking over her glass of water. Tears welled up in her eyes, her expression a mix of fear and sheer terror. A second later, Rachel Elizabeth Louis' shrill scream echoed through the forest. When she finally pulled that thing out, it was still vibrating as if it were having a great time. Kim Hajin turned away, covering his face in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. It's just an almond I was growing." He was blushing furiously. "An almond?" Kim Hajin quickly corrected himself. "No, I mean, it's a type of pet seed." Rachel interrupted him gloomily. "Wouldn't it be better if you just buried it in the dirt?" Kim Hajin reached out to take the almond back. "Sorry, let me handle it. Give it here." After a moment of awkwardness, Kim Hajin forced a polite invitation. "Let's eat together." Rachel Elizabeth Louis was still a bit shy. "Okay." As Kim Hajin opened the pot, he heard her call out, "Hey, Hajin?" He shot her a puzzled look. Rachel nervously twiddled her braids. "It's getting kind of late, but do you want to form a team with me?" She looked frazzled with worry. "Like, some kind of private cooperative group." Kim Hajin frowned. "You sound just like Chae Na-yoon." Jumped in surprise. "What? Did Chae Na-yoon already invite you to team up like this?" Kim Hajin thought to himself, "I am the author, after all," but kept a nonchalant expression on the outside. "It's not like that." "Well, I don't mind though," Rachel asked joyfully. "Really? Oh, wait, but I'm actually still in another group." Kim Hajin was left with question marks in his head. "What do you mean?" he asked her back. "Do you even know?" But Rachel didn't answer, only letting out a soft, "Ah." Then Kim Hajin continued. "Don't pay him any mind," Rachel asked, a bit surprised. Yet she heard him say calmly, "You don't need to worry about him. Just team up with me." On the battlefield littered with corpses, a mysterious, hazy silhouette appeared. Yoon was visibly shaken and panicked upon seeing this tragic scene, shouting, "What is this? What the hell?" He thought to himself, "Is Shin Jong-hak here?" Just then, the mysterious figure smiled and spoke, "You there," and he threw his spear as fast as a flash, heading toward Yoon, leaving him completely stunned. Before he could process what was happening, he could only gasp reflexively. Yoon noticed a message inscribed on Chae Na-yoon's sword. "If you think you can win, come face me." Yoon cried out in a panic. "I didn't send that. You've got the wrong guy. It wasn't me, it was someone else." Shin Jong-hak smiled calmly, responding to Yoon's frantic excuse. "I don't care." Yoon felt a chill run down his spine. "What?" Shin Jong-hak activated the staff in his hands and stepped closer to Yoon. "I just don't like trash like you." Yoon was now so terrified he couldn't even speak as Shin Jong-hak gripped his throat, and Shin Jong-hak threw in a few extra words for Yoon. You people are nothing but a pack of vipers. His gaze grew even more intense and furious. And you don't even know your place. Scene shift to the northwest watchtower at the edge of the island. Yun Sung-ah was taking a walk, enjoying the view, when a voice spoke up behind her. Yun Sung-ah. A long-haired man walked up to her. He turned to look at her. Who are you pining for? She replied to him bluntly. Kim Hajin. The long-haired man felt confused and curious. Who? Aren't you head over heels for Kim Soo-ho? Yun Sung-ah replied calmly. Of course, Kim Soo-ho is my favorite cadet. But I just found out some rather interesting information. 2 days ago, I received a top-secret report, a report from Yi Yeonha. In that report, she assessed that Kim Hajin is actually even more outstanding than Kim Soo-ho. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that the info is wrong, but we already know that Kim Soo-ho is a special case, right? He can use light mana? Yun Sung-ah thought to herself. A cadet like him is allowed to trick us once. The long-haired man asked if there was any way to confirm that info. Yun Sung-ah said she would try to find a way when she had free time. He felt quite curious. What are you planning to do? Challenge him to a one-on-one? Then she pointed to her chest and said, I have this. She seemed confident that the 200 points in there would be enough to lure him in. Scene shift to the forest at night. Rachel was sitting next to a hut, warming herself by the campfire. She picked up a bullet to examine it. The person protecting her then was likely Hajin. But more importantly, why wouldn't he admit he was Hajin? Also, how did he know she was in danger? Hajin's voice and image surfaced in her mind. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Princess, today's ambush was definitely his doing. Rachel thought deeply. At that time, I should have just dragged them down to die with me, right? It was now the middle of the night in the deep forest. Wild beasts began to roam, and a wolf appeared with a fierce howl. Kim Hajin paused for a moment and told himself, today's hunting trip isn't too difficult. Suddenly, he recalled the scene with Rachel Elizabeth Lewis that morning, the image of the two of them enjoying delicious meat together in the deep woods. He thought that even though Rachel Elizabeth Lewis didn't seem to be in a good mood this morning, it seemed she recovered her spirits quickly after he gave her some meat. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw something shimmering. Kim Hajin looked down at the vast water in front of him and marveled, a lake in this place? Kim Hajin pulled out his gun, intending to move forward. There must be some monsters down there for me to earn points from. Are they crocodile monsters? He took out a spirit orb. He figured it would be easy to lure them out if he shone this light orb all over the lake. Suddenly, Hajin heard a strange noise. He tensed up and shouted, Who's there? He thought to himself, I don't know who they are, but they're good at tailing me. Still, now that I've spotted them, they won't be able to escape my sight. Suddenly, where did someone appear from? Hajin saw someone acting all mysterious and aimed his gun at Che Na-yun. Che Na-yun panicked when Hajin pulled the trigger. Immediately, Che Na-yun spoke up just before Hajin fired. Hey, Kim Hajin. He looked surprised to see her. Oh. Hajin asked Che Na-yun. Why are you following me? She covered his mouth with her hand and shouted angrily. I am not following you. Hajin was puzzled. Then why? Che Na-yun's expression changed, becoming more bashful. Well, Hajin took the opportunity to tease her. See? Hit the nail on the head, and now you don't know how to answer, right? Che Na-yun exploded with rage. No, not at all. More importantly, what did you just do to me? Hajin stepped closer to talk to Che Na-yun. Answer me first, why are you following me? Che Na-yun flushed with embarrassment, waving her hands as she shot back. I told you already, I'm not stalking you. I'm following Yun Sung-ah. Hajin was intrigued by her reply. Yun Sung-ah? You mean the Yun Sung-ah I know? Che Na-yun retorted with a huff. Exactly. And why are you acting so familiar with me anyway? Hajin turned away to rummage through his bag, pulling out a package. Che Na-yun, jumping to conclusions, blurted out, What's this? We were just talking normally. Why are you kneeling suddenly? Are you sick or something? Hajin stayed focused on his search. Wait just a second, Hajin thought to himself. I know exactly where Yun Sung-ah is supposed to be in the novel. On the first and second day, she monitors Kim Soo-ho. By the third and fourth day, she'll definitely be watching the other top-tier cadets. Her following me must mean she's been tracking Yun Sung-ah's movements via the cameras. Hajin assumed he was on Yun Sung-ah's list of top cadets. Meanwhile, Che Na-yun, still curious, kept pressing him. Hey, how did you even do that just now? Was that an ether orb you just created? Hajin checked his device while replying. Yeah, you got it, but don't try to dig any deeper. Che Na-yun stared at Hajin, imagining him standing in a romantic garden, looking at her and saying, If you understand, then just zip it. Che Na-yun was completely flustered. What? What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'm not even interested in you, as if anyone asked. Hajin was also taken aback by her comment. He thought to himself, She's the one who asked me first. Hajin spoke up. Since I got here first, why don't you find somewhere else to go? Che Naun agreed and walked off, just as he wanted. Hajin felt a bit awkward. He thought to himself, I might have come off too arrogant, but I can't tell her the truth. If I explain the stigma's mana, I'd have to reveal the truth that this world is just a novel. The forest grew darker as the canopy overhead blocked out the light. Hajin checked his watch, thinking, it's been 2 hours since I split up with Che Naun. By hunting low to mid-tier monsters, I've already racked up 15 points. But suddenly, someone rushed up, cutting off his train of thought. Hello there. It was Yun Sung-ah, wearing a bright smile. This is the first time we've met since I got rejected, isn't it? Hajin stared at her, stunned. I guess so. Her smile was even more captivating than he remembered. Oh dear. Did I pop up too suddenly? Relax. I'm actually just here to manage the event and help evaluate the cadets' abilities. Hajin was curious. Yun Sung-ah explained. The rules are simple. I'll stand right here and only use my left hand. You can attack me however you want. She held up one finger to demonstrate. And if you manage to land a hit on any part of my body except for my left hand, or if you force me to take a step back, I'll give you my name tag. She looked at Hajin. Simple, right? Hajin thought, a supervisor's name tag is worth 200 points. I'd be number 1 immediately if I got that. It's an incredibly tempting offer. Hajin eyed her name tag, but his opponent was an elite. An actual hero? Can I really pull this off? Yun Sung-ah called out. So, what's your decision? Are you going to give up? Or take the challenge? Hajin laughed. This is actually a lucky break. He crouched down, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it straight at Sung-ah. Surprise. Yun Sung-ah remained calm, though her guard went up. She thought, let's see how strong you really are. Unexpectedly, Yun Sung-ah swatted away the bullet, and an orb appeared between them. Yun Sung-ah channeled her inner energy, thinking, he has the ability to create aether orbs and possesses that kind of power with just a pistol? The reports weren't baseless. Suddenly, Yun Sung-ah smiled, her eyes squinting. That kind of stings. Hajin was impressed by her, he thought. She deflected a mana-enhanced bullet that easily, without even using her own mana? A direct assault is useless. Hajin quickly readied 2 knives behind his back and launched a fierce, surprise attack on Yun Sung-ah. Yun Sung-ah agilely dodged the blades. She thought, was he a swordsman before he became a gunner? Using a sword and gun simultaneously, that's a smart move. Hajin immediately followed up his knife strikes with a barrage of gunfire. Yun Sung-ah used her left arm to deflect the bullets. She realized, the firepower is way stronger than a standard training pistol. Yun Sung-ah kept her smile on. I guess you're quite talented with a handgun. Suddenly, Hajin attacked her with another knife, but her reflexes were too sharp. Hajin smiled, thinking, the distance is too great for her left hand to reach. It was over. A massive barrier of fire now surrounded Yun Sung-ah, bending the trajectory of the knives that were meant to strike her. Hajin stood there, dumbfounded. Man, I'm out of my league, he muttered. Yun Sung-ah said to him, that was amazing. You changed the trajectory of the knife with mana, right? She looked genuinely excited as she spoke, using her whole body to express it. What kind of technique is that? You're like an onion no matter how much I think I know about you. New sides of you just keep popping up. Do you have any other talents? Hajin put his gun back in his holster, leaving Yun Sung-ah speechless. Then, without a word, he turned and started walking away decisively. I'm heading off now. Yun Sung-ah watched his back, stunned. She felt like she was seeing one surprise after another from Hajin. Hey, she called out. Hajin, where are you going? Things were just getting interesting. Seizing the opportunity, Hajin whipped around. She moved, and Yun Sung-ah was shocked. What? Hajin replied. You said you'd only use your left hand, but you just used your foot. Yun Sung-ah froze for a second before saying, do you think my proposal was a joke? Hajin turned to face her. I was just testing my luck. Since the gap in our stats is so huge, this is just a waste of time. He turned around and waved goodbye. I'll give up here. But Yun Sung-ah wanted to keep him there. She cried out, Hajin! Listening to her footsteps approaching, Hajin thought to himself, I really wanted to insist that she lost, but she's just too scary, so I didn't dare say another word. Damn it, Yun Sung-ah is chasing after you right now, saying, Kim Hajin, you're gonna regret this. Meanwhile, over there, a girl with pink hair is talking to someone through her earpiece. A voice comes through from the other end. Captain, the infiltration was a success, right? She replies, yeah. The person on the other end continues. Still, I don't think acting alone is a good idea. Your friends are going to start thinking you're up to something suspicious. The pink-haired girl thinks teaming up with them is the worse option. As she stands on a tree branch, Che Nayun notices something strange. The person on the other end, hearing her silence, asks curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" She immediately gets on high alert. She realizes a butterfly tree is about to wake up. That butterfly tree is a spiritual type monster that acts like a parasite, draining energy from the trees. It's supposed to appear on the final day of the exam and be defeated by the main characters working together. During that process, Kim Soo-ho was supposed to receive the young tree's pollen, and Rachel Elizabeth Louis was meant to gain a spark of enlightenment. That's how the original story was supposed to go. But now, she's in a team with me. To make sure she gets that enlightenment, I need to lead her into the battle against the butterfly tree. But before I can finish that thought, a voice interrupts me. Hajin? Che Nayun has appeared right behind me. She speaks up. "Why have you been wandering around here for so long?" I'm still stuck thinking about how I don't even know the exact time and place where that monster shows up. I never wrote it down in that much detail. Sigh. Kim Hajin looks at the pile of monsters he just took down and says, "With this haul, we're definitely taking the top spot, right?" Now, Kim Soo-ho, Kim Hajin, and Yoon are all gathered here. Kim Hajin calls out, "Only 20 hours left until the exam ends, huh?" Yoon, panting and completely out of breath, says, I'm gonna go grab some water." Meanwhile, Soo-ho is staring at something intently when he hears someone call out to him. It's Kim Soo-ho. "Huh." The pink-haired girl asks him, "What do you think about Kim Hajin?" The two of them start discussing Hajin. "Hajin? Why are you asking about him all of a sudden?" "It's just, he seems like he's hiding a lot of things. Don't you think? He's been suspicious since the museum incident and the one in Paris, too. And it's even weirder because he looks so weak, yet he's ranked so high and is actually really strong. So, I'm guessing my hunch is right." Kim Soo-ho recalls what Hajin told him. "I actually know more than you do." Suddenly, Soo-ho smiles unconsciously, which leaves the pink-haired girl totally speechless and frozen. "What's with that expression?" Soo-ho laughs loudly and answers her. "What? I'm just saying. It's true that he seems to be hiding a lot of things." The pink-haired girl steps in front of Soo-ho and insists, "You know something, don't you? Tell me right now." Kim Soo-ho just keeps that dazed smile on his face. "You'd better figure it out yourself instead of asking me, don't you think?" Suddenly, a surge of power erupts, leaving both of them shocked and caught off guard. What the tree roots, they're moving. Massive roots from the butterfly tree shoot out like giant traps, forcing Soo-ho, Hajin, and Yoon to defend themselves. Out of nowhere, Rachel Elizabeth Louis appears. She takes in the scene and thinks to herself, "What on earth is happening?" Seeing her there, Hajin calls out to Rachel. Hajin says to her, "We're going to the source of these tremors and taking that monster down. You have to protect me while we get close to it." Even though Rachel has some doubts, she nods. "All right." Hajin pulls out his gun and says to Rachel that the other cadets who felt those tremors are probably rushing straight toward the butterfly tree right now. "I won't let them beat us to it." Saying that, he grabs his gun and takes off. "Let's go." The scene shifts to the butterfly tree as it starts to transform. A voice rings out. "A butterfly tree? That's an unexpected monster, isn't it? Should we call off the exam?" Yoon Sung-ah stands there, observing the butterfly tree. "Yeah, I think it'll be fine. The cadet's current abilities should be enough to take it down without any major trouble." Vi counters. "Yoon Sung-ah, your methods are too harsh." Yoon Sung-ah closes her eyes and thinks for a moment. "You really think so?" "V, don't underestimate them. These cadets are the seeds of heroes, and heroes are forged through hardship." Yoon Sung-ah imagines the heroic potential within the cadets. A small, blonde-haired girl boldly attacks those demonic roots and beams with a cheerful smile. "How was that?" Yoon and Kim Soo-ho are both awestruck. "That's incredible." Soo-ho smiles and says, "Ah, but your slash would be even more powerful if you channeled your sword energy closer to the blade." The pink-haired girl sees Soo-ho smiling like a goof again and yells, "Ugh, shut up. Keep that stuff for later." Yoon, facing these demonic roots, says, "But no matter how many we defeat, why do they keep appearing non-stop?" Soo-ho observes the butterfly tree closely and speaks up. "If beating the roots isn't working, we need to destroy the main body first." A cadet gasps in shock. "Hey, look at that tree. It's so weird. Something is moving inside that cocoon. It looks like something is expanding right in the middle." He exclaims in disbelief. "What? Is a giant butterfly hatching?" Massive butterfly wings sprout from the butterfly tree's trunk. The pink-haired girl starts feeling uneasy. She grits her teeth. "What is this? I'm losing my strength because of this pollen. I can't even stand anymore." The effect causes her to faint and fall backward. After that, Soo-ho catches the pink-haired girl and lets Yoon lean against a tree. He thinks to himself, they're just sleeping, right? It doesn't look like they've been poisoned. He turns back to look at the miraculous butterfly in front of him, thinking, I can't keep holding my breath like this. Can I take that thing down before I have to turn back? Kim Soo-ho panics when he sees someone else's silhouette. Chae Na-yoon, wait, is that? He exclaims in surprise. Hajin? And Rachel? Rapid footsteps approach. He looks over. Everyone has passed out from exhaustion. Those people are unconscious. Did Kim Hajin predict this and prepare for everything? Just then, Hajin calls out to her, Rachel. She is startled and answers, yes? He points up at the sky, indicating the purple butterfly flying above. See that butterfly monster over there? I'll handle it, but I need you to protect me from those roots. Rachel understands perfectly. Hajin puts on his mask, raises his gun, and takes aim. A shot rings out, hitting the massive insect directly. It lets out a piercing screech. Tentacles surge from the ground, rushing straight toward the two of them. A flash of blinding light sweeps past. Rachel only needs one sword strike to sever them all. She glances to the side. One of her feet has sunk deep into the ground. Jerome Millereathed them. Tree roots began to rise one after another. Sensing an ambush, Hajin quickly shoved Rachel aside, warning her, watch out. As she gripped her sword, another massive strike from the roots came crashing down. Unfortunately, Rachel Elizabeth Louis was hit. Hajin stared in shock at the scene, then turned around just as the roots surged forward to pin him down. A massive, terrifying explosion ripped through the air, and his legs gave out beneath him. Just in time, Kim Soo-ho stepped in, saving his life. Kim Soo-ho, what are you doing here? Kim Hajin was breathless and pale. Is it okay for me to catch my breath for a second? Soo-ho cautioned him. Stay right there. He turned toward their teammate, who had been unconscious for a while. Is Rachel out cold? What do I do? She can't fight anymore. Suddenly, the sprout inside him popped out, jumping out like a little kid, leaving Hajin stunned. He stared at it, eyes wide. Where do you think you're going? Rachel was out cold, completely unaware of what was happening. Hajin was so annoyed he could have turned black in the face. Soo-ho, behind him, wiped his face and asked, You're here to take down that butterfly, aren't you? I'll help you, though I don't think I can keep this up for long. Hajin calmly thought that he could only generate 3 more fire attribute bullets from his stigma's mana. I need to end this as soon as possible. He turned to see Soo-ho struggling to stay on his feet. All right, help me out with this. That purple butterfly keeps flying around. Did you see how it dodged my shots earlier? The butterfly moved with incredible speed. Nothing like your average spirit monster. Hajin and Soo-ho planned it out. To kill it, he would have to fire from the closest possible range. I need you to distract it until I can get close enough. Soo-ho gripped his sword tightly and nodded. Got it. Both men were ready for battle, their blades flashing with light. Kim Hajin looked at the glowing sword. The mana flowing through the saint's blade seemed even more powerful than it had back at the museum. Soo-ho looked at him with a gentle smile. This is amazing. Hajin didn't quite seem to get it. They looked at each other with the intensity of close friends. In Hajin's eyes, Soo-ho looked truly heroic. Even when I pull out my secret weapons, you aren't surprised at all. You're the one who discovered Chae Na-yoon's talent too, aren't you? Then Soo-ho opened up. Hajin, sometimes when I look at you, you have a smile as bright as the morning sun. I feel like I'm looking at someone who knows everything about this world. For a split second, the world in Hajin's eyes stood still. Immediately, he replied, You've got this. I'm leaving the rest to you. At that moment, the tree roots went berserk again. Kim Soo-ho soloed them, creating precise, decisive slashes. Hajin watched as the protagonist, Soo-ho, put on a show. He stayed quiet for a few dramatic minutes, then bowed his head slightly and scampered into the deep forest. How did I know that? Hajin revealed, simply put, because I'm the one who created this world. Me, the author. He grabbed onto vines to climb the massive, ancient trees. Despite the complications that kept arising, Hajin gently leaped onto the tree trunk, light grazing his face. The fictional world I once wrote. Hajin gazed at the magnificent, dreamlike scenery before him, now existing right in front of his eyes. I feel like I'm looking at someone who knows everything about this world. In that moment, I realized he had made many friends, whether men or women, or even the beautiful Rachel Elizabeth Louis, a character I had never written about before. Hajin raised the gun from Chae Na-yoon, aiming at his target. I am just a side character in this novel. The bullet pierced through the air, hitting the giant insect. It burst into flames and fell a fire attribute attack. Soo-ho recognized who that belonged to. It was Hajin, and that should be enough. The insect burned fiercely, its descent accelerating. Hajin gritted his teeth, shaking the gun in his hand. Still not enough firepower? He fired another shot, and with a flick of a hand, the creature crashed down, crushed to bits. It landed with a thud on the ground. Kim Hajin panicked. What the? A figure slowly approached, and Hajin realized who it was, the one who brought the weightless insect down. Was she chasing the butterfly's pollen? With a burst of force from her blade, Kim Suho's speed was like a flash, slicing through the insect's body. It hit the ground with a massive shockwave. Kim Suho's eyes turned hazy as he smiled, his strength spent, collapsing as the threat was finally destroyed. A woman walked toward the insect's carcass and stood there for a long time. Just as she reached down to take something from the body, Hajin suddenly tried to stop her. Give that back. Seo Yin turned around. Hajin emphasized once more that she couldn't take that item. He knew she didn't fully understand the function of the butterfly pollen. She only wanted it because spirit-dropped items fetched a high price. Hajin was determined to have it. To be able to fight the spirits that would appear in the future, Kim Suho had to have that pollen. Seo Yin looked at him coldly, without saying a word. Kim Suho was out cold, and their teammates were fast asleep under the ancient tree. Hajin was now face to face with Seo Yin. Even though the butterfly was dead and the sleep effect was fading, he didn't expect a cadet to still be standing. She narrowed her eyes. Kim Hajin is really strange. I need to keep watching him. At that moment, his face turned pale, as if something was stuck in his throat. Have I hit my limit? Using the host's defensive function, I'm starting to have trouble breathing. He hurried to put on his mask. I need to use the mask. Just then, Seo Yin exerted a powerful force that made it hard for her to even open her eyes. A dark, spatial circle opened up. Kim Hajin suddenly went silent. Li Xiaofeng asked unexpectedly, You know who I am, don't you? Hajin opened his eyes wide. Hesitating, he gestured with his hand, guessing. Li Xiaofeng Peng? Her brain took a moment to load. Who is L. Xiaopeng? Now she realized. She remembered that was the fake identity she had used to approach Kim Hajin in the past. Then Xiaopeng admitted, That's right. Why do you think I came here? Hajin asked happily. Aren't you the supervisor? Her attitude was far from friendly. How long have you known I was Li Xiaopeng? He was still trying to answer excitedly, but before he could finish, a bolt of spiritual energy zipped past his face. Of course I knew. Xiaopeng gritted her teeth, using a terrifying expression to threaten him. If you dare lie to me, I'll kill you, or at least beat you to a pulp. The bloodthirsty aura coming from her made Hajin shrink back to the moment she had stolen the watch. He calmed down and said, When I looked closer, I noticed you were a little different. Xiaopeng was skeptical. As she looked at him, Hajin pointed to his own eyes. I've got a great pair of eyes, you know. She stood there with a furious scowl. Good eyes, huh? Xiaopeng mused to herself. Talent is usually something you can only see with the naked eye. But Kim Hajin didn't just spot a talent. He saw right through interference devices. Wait, I'm thinking of something crazy. Don't tell me his mana is anti-magic? Hajin's eyes were radiating something, a specific phenomenon. Especially if all the mana in his body is anti-magic. If that's the case, I can understand why he could peer through and see Jiren Valerine's talent. He just needed to focus his mana into his eyes to pull that off. And if this theory holds up, he's a precious resource I can't afford to lose. The dark energy slowly dissipated. Kim Hajin noticed she had started to loosen her grip. Xiaopeng handed him an item, setting a condition for the exchange. Both of them fell silent. Someone nearby whispered, Boss, don't say anything weird. Just follow my lead. They even added, Don't rush, take it slow. She made a simple request. Give me your contact info. Kim Hajin let out a sigh of relief, feeling like his soul had almost left his body. I really thought I was a goner, he thought. He glanced at the item in his hand, feeling a surge of joy. He had secured a crucial object. Hajin gripped it tightly, thinking, how can I give this to Kim Suho naturally? The boss's sudden interference meant he had to rethink his plan. A spark of an idea flickered in Hajin's brain. He remembered someone right, the seedling. He saw Rachel Elizabeth Louis lying unconscious, glowing near the base of the tree. Don't tell me that light? It was pulsing right from her chest. He hadn't expected it to happen right now. Then, it emitted a blinding halo. It was so bright, Hajin had to cover his eyes. In her delirious state, she felt drowsy, vaguely thinking, I have to defeat that spirit quickly. I need to become number one and be the pride of the royal family. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling dazed. What happened? It's so bright. A laughing child appeared, a little girl, and hugged her tight. Who is she? Rachel felt a strange warmth. My wounds, they're healing. It's so warm. The child's eyes shimmered like rose quartz. Why does she feel so familiar? Even smiled. So innocent and pure. That's right. It's like me when I was little. The girl seemed to want to tell her something. Rachel widened her eyes. What is she saying? Even lay there in the warmth of Rachel Elizabeth Louis' breath. I need to ask her about it. She slowly opened her eyes after drifting in and out of consciousness. No, I can't, Rachel. Elizabeth Louis's eyes kept drooping. I'm so sleepy. Her voice trembled. What did you say? Hajin was slightly stunned. Evandel kept calling out. Mommy fell asleep again. The others who were sleeping by the tree finally woke up. Hajin carried the unconscious Kim Soo-ho back. Everyone called out to each other to board the boat after completing the exam. The large ship set sail. 4 days after the exam ended, at 9 in the morning the next day, Hajin gazed at the vast ocean. Everyone had recovered from the exam. Then, Hajin turned the conversation to the sword. There had been some chaos due to the butterfly tree. Because of that, the supervisors hadn't anticipated what happened. However, everyone agreed that the 4 cadets who contributed to destroying the butterfly tree would share the points. He looked at his watch. System. You have no new messages. Hajin felt a little down. There was no contact from the Chameleon Troop. He felt contemplative. But why was the boss interested in me anyway? With no clues, a voice suddenly called out. Che Naun asked seriously, how did it all end? Hajin looked confused. What do you mean? Che Naun had only heard rumors. I don't remember what happened after I blacked out, but according to Kim Soo-ho, you were the one who took that thing down. Hajin immediately denied it flatly. What? How could I kill that thing with just a gun? Yeah, even I couldn't do that. Suddenly, he noticed how strange Che Naun was acting. And hey, why did you use a sword instead of a bow? She stiffened. Che Naun shouted loudly in the middle of the deck. Hajin remained perfectly calm. I mean, you should have your own principles. It's dangerous to use a weapon you're not familiar with. She was brimming with frustration. What's with that? I'm not so bad that I need you to worry about me. Finally, Hajin compromised. Fine, whatever. He wanted to ask one more thing but hesitated. So how did it feel to use the sword? Che Naun didn't know how to answer. She looked away, and Hajin took a guess. Still scared? Having been hit right in the heart, Che Naun broke into a sweat. What? What are you saying? Who's scared? You idiot! Hajin didn't say another word. Che Naun really can't lie. That was one of the personality traits he had written for her. But he also understood it easily. He wondered why he had never thought about changing it. The blue waves drifted gently. Hajin looked out into the distance. But if you keep using the sword, your skills will get better, Hajin encouraged her. You're a natural-born swordsman, after all. Later, Yu Yonha analyzed the situation while eating. From my perspective, it looks like he likes you. Just as Hajin had said, Che Naun couldn't hide it. She jumped up. I didn't mean it like that. To verify, Yonha turned to ask, right, Kim Soo-ho? You're close with Kim Hajin, right? Soo-ho pondered. Are we close? He thought about it seriously. Well, Kim Hajin isn't much different from what you know. Hajin's image popped into his head. I understand him better than you do. Then, Yu Yonha sighed and said, Kim Hajin is always cold and keeps his distance from those who want to get close to him, but he acts differently with you. Che Naun jumped a few times. Hey Yu Yonha, aren't you close with Kim Hajin too? Yu Yonha poked at her salad, calmly replying, he only talks to me because I have something he wants, but doesn't he talk to you in a different way? She blushed and tugged at her shirt, acting flustered. I told you, it's not like that. Why is it so hot in here? Yonha asked again. So, what are you going to do? Che Naun froze. What are you talking about? While they were deep in conversation, Yu Yonha noticed him standing in the corner. Kim Hajin. They greeted each other politely. Hey, eating? Hey, Kim Hajin, hey. Yeah. Hajin watched silently, then turned away with no expression. Yonha teased her. See? He looked at you before leaving. Che Naun had felt enough embarrassment. Don't leave. This made her feel incredibly self-conscious. Kim Hajin returned home after a long, tiring day. He called out, I'm home. Are you in your room? Evandel ran over to Hajin adorably. He looked helpless. Come on, don't run. The little girl called out to him happily. Yay! Evandel threw herself into Hajin's arms. Where did Daddy go? He had told her he was going out to buy food for her, the little girl innocently asked. Food? Hajin picked her up, feeling that calling him Daddy wasn't quite right. Hey, you can't just call me Daddy. Evandel wondered why, and he explained, people will misunderstand, but why do you keep asking for things when you're already so rich? Can I just call you Uncle Hajin instead? The little girl kept pestering Hajin about his wealth, so he figured it was time to teach her a thing or two. She swayed in his arms, Evandel flashing an innocent, adorable smile. Even Hajin couldn't help but be affected by her charm. Evandel. Hajin recalled that day by Rachel Elizabeth Louis's side. She had looked up at him and said, Dad, Mom is sleeping again. Hajin had felt so awkward being called that. Dad, I just bloomed on my own, Evangel insisted. But you're my dad, aren't you? Hajin started to explain that he did raise her, but before he could finish, she snuggled into his chest. You're such a good dad. Hajin didn't know what else to do. Just then, a helicopter roared overhead. To keep her safe, he urged, Evangel, can you turn back into a seedling for a bit? Evangel looked confused. A seedling? Hajin described how she looked before. Yeah, round and small like you used to be. She still seemed worried about Rachel Elizabeth Louis. What about Mom? Hajin panicked. Stop calling her Mom. Mom, she's just busy. Evangel looked a bit sad and rubbed her eyes. Okay. Then she transformed back into a tiny seed. Hajin tucked her into his shirt pocket and walked around. That was how he kept her hidden in his memories. He really didn't know what else to do. He'd become a parent without even realizing it. Time to eat. Evangel cheered happily. Food. A super cute meal was set right in front of her. Evangel took a bite and found it absolutely delicious. Hajin reminded her, eat nicely, okay? I'm going over there to check on something. Okay. A small bag of blue powder on the table began to shimmer. What should I do with this? Butterfly dust clings to those with magical power and awakens their hidden potential. It's incredibly potent. The description is simple, but its effect depends on the target being awakened. In other words, it can awaken either a person or an object. He remembered the rules he'd written in the original story, that it was meant for Rachel Elizabeth Louis and Kim Suho. He placed his hand on the table, weighing who he should give it to. Meanwhile, Che Naun lay listlessly on her bed. Evangel's image was still burned into her mind. Who was that child I saw? Rachel felt so happy being with her. It was like a dream. I could actually feel her energy. She tossed and turned for a long time. Was she a spirit? I still don't understand spirit power. Should I look into it more, or was I just imagining things? Rachel remembered Evangel smiling at her, and she just couldn't believe it was all in her head. She smiled unconsciously. Rachel placed a hand on her chest, wondering, why? Why can't I stop thinking about her? She had a good feeling, like they would meet again soon. Elsewhere, a majestic, imposing statue stood tall. Yu Yonha seemed to be waiting for someone, and sure enough, footsteps approached. She spoke up. You're here? Yu Yonha teased him. I honestly didn't think you'd come. Then she added, there's still one more person who hasn't arrived. I think they'll be a little late, so let's head inside first. Hajin agreed. All right, but he was still puzzled. Who else could it be? On the way, the two chatted a bit. Oh, right. You did really well on your final exams, didn't you? Hajin replied modestly. I only got 67 points. If you didn't want to stand out, you should have kept your score under 20. Yu Yunha told him that other guilds were starting to keep an eye on him, but Hajin didn't pay much attention to her words. Found it. His eyes widened in surprise. Yu Yunha glanced toward where he was looking. A massive skyscraper stood at the heart of the Marine Essence City. Before arriving, Hajin had received information about the guild internship program. At 6 in the evening, every guild would announce the list of cadets selected for the experience. Cadets on the list would be contacted soon via their smartwatches. He read the new notification, thinking about the guild internship, a system that allows cadets on leave to shadow the work of active heroes. It was an activity many looked forward to, and domestic guilds had the right to choose the cadets they wanted. Starting with the highest-ranked guilds, Hajin, having just finished a shower, wiped his hair dry. I'm pretty curious about what the heroes are actually doing. There have to be some side missions outside of what I wrote. But the selection process was quite exclusive. Each guild could only pick 3 cadets from the first and second years. So, first-year cadets ranked below 300 didn't stand a chance. Hajin stroked Evangel's head while pondering. Given his entrance exam ranking, even if he did well on his tests, there was a high chance he wouldn't crack the top 300. What a bummer. Suddenly, his watch beeped. Kim Hajin froze for a second and stared at the watch. What? They called me? Who would? He opened his eyes wide, reading the text line by line. The message flashing before Hajin read, Marine Essence. You have been selected for a guild internship. If you do not wish to participate, please contact us privately. Back in the present. Entering Marine Essence, people were coming and going. Hajin and Yu Yonha were being given a tour. This event is often called a hero experience. So, as you can see, there are many indoor missions. If a mission exceeds a certain difficulty, it can only be completed after being brought back to headquarters for analysis. Hajin glanced behind him cautiously. He figured he knew the details. Yu Yonha must have added his name to the list. She was the guild leader's daughter, so she certainly had the power to do it. But wasn't that a total abuse of power? The 3 of them stopped in front of a room. All right, here we go. The door opened automatically, revealing people inside working hard and debating in the analysis room. A voice rang out beside him. I heard you ranked first in theory, right, Hajin? Sang-ho pointed into the room. That's why we wanted to show you this room first. This is Park Hang-seo, a mid-tier hero and Yu Yunha's right-hand man. He gave a friendly smile. He's the lead instructor in charge of this guild. Sang-ho chatted with Jonha happily. He seemed like a good guy. The two of them looked really close. You seem quite familiar with this room, don't you, Jonha? But who could know this guy's dark side? If I wasn't the author of this story, I never would have guessed he was a villain who would eventually stab Yu Yunha in the back. Can't leave him out. And the kids are here with you, Sang-ho? Lena walked over, looking arrogant. So, you're the cadet Kim Hajin? Let me introduce you, Lena. Also a mid-tier hero. Hajin had to marvel at it. This world is sure something, isn't it? A rank 934 cadet getting to participate in a Marine Essence Guild internship. She looked at him with disdain, but we all know who he should really be thanking. He felt a bit bothered by her attitude. Well, he couldn't exactly blame them for not being comfortable with this situation. Yu Yunha and Jin Sayuk were currently in a standoff. Sayuk was the right hand of Dung Hawk, the vice guildmaster of the Ocean's elite. She was openly hostile toward the guildmaster's daughter and successor. According to the original story, Sayuk would later become a powerful asset for Yunha, but that was only for now. Later on, Sayuk would work for Yu Yunha and become a vice captain herself. It was fair to say these two names were destined to cross. Sang-ho tried to explain, but Kim Hajin was top of the class in theory. Jane? Still acting like that? She didn't care. Who cares anyway? I was top of this theory class before too. And most importantly, Hajin was so angry his knuckles turned white. What's so important about being top of the cadet theory class? She looked down at him, sneering. Do you even think so? As the guy who ranked first in theory, Kim Hajin felt like he was about to clash with her. Just then, Sayuk grabbed a stack of documents, suddenly remembering something. That's right. She tossed the papers at Hajin. If you're so confident, why don't you try solving this? Sang-ho looked at Sayuk. Hey, how can you just give him internal info like that? She didn't care at all. It's fine. It's not that important. Fire burned in his gut as he flipped through the documents to see what he was dealing with. What do you think you can figure out, kid? All right. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. He reached his hand out toward Sayuk. Mind if I have those papers? Sayuk said in a challenging tone. Even if I gave them to you, it's not like you could solve them. Hajin was shaking with rage. Man, this woman is something else. Yu Yunha looked at her smartwatch. It seemed the last person had finally reached the first floor. The two of them turned to greet their guest. Seriously? Let's go greet them. Hajin was left alone in the room, surrounded by monitors showing data. He stared at the mountain of notes Che Na-yoon had left behind. These must be the calculations for variables that could occur when targeting dungeons. Surely, a regular cadet wouldn't be able to solve this. Hajin calmly tackled each number, but as long as he observed and read through, he just had to write out the equations that automatically appeared before his eyes. He was down to the very last line of the documents when the papers were snatched away. Sayuk stormed up to him, acting as if someone had deeply offended her. You're still working on this? Don't you see everyone else has already left? Stop wasting your brain on useless stuff and get moving. Hajin gripped his pen, furious, unable to even get a word out. Later, he stood by the wall, realizing he couldn't finish it. Next time, just ask me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The elevator arrived and the doors slid open. Hajin bumped right into Che Na-yoon. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? Che Na-yoon went ballistic, turning to Yonha to demand an explanation. What the hell is this? Why is he here? Yonha didn't know how to answer. Well, she actually found her reaction quite amusing. So, the last person was Che Na-yoon. This gave Hajin a massive headache. Why didn't Yonha say so from the beginning? Sunset fell over another location. Oh Jin-hyuk sat alone in the middle of the room. After spending an entire month digging into his past, all he had were a few scattered sheets of paper. On the desk lay investigation files on Kim Hajin, a man of deep mystery. Kim Hajin. He had searched everywhere but only had a handful of information. How many people in your past did you consider parents, and why did you become an orphan? No matter how much I dig, I can't find anything. Oh Jin-hyuk leaned back and sighed. This kid is really throwing me a tough one. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. Kim Hajin was sparking an intense curiosity in Oh Jin-hyuk. The more you hide, the more interested I become. A report on the massacre at the Wanggu shelter. 96 deaths, with one exception, a pregnant woman and her unborn child. Could this paper be related to Hajin? Sang-ho began briefing everyone on the day's schedule. Today's activity is a mission. We need to be ready when the order comes. He turned to ask Chae Na-yoon, "Why are you so late?" Chae Na-yoon couldn't hide her emotions and scratched her head. "I met my grandfather before coming here." Hearing this, Sang-ho became intrigued. "Really? You're talking about the great hero Chae Jum-chul?" Just then, Yoo Yeon-ha had something to take care of. "You guys go ahead. I need to make a call." She walked to another room and closed the door. "Hello, Mr. Oh Jin-hyuk." Yoo Yeon-ha was calling him. "Yes, sir. How was that request I asked about going?" He feigned ignorance. "That thing? I've been so busy lately. I haven't even started it yet." Yoo Yeon-ha was about to lose it. "What did you say? Are you kidding me?" "Oh," Jin-hyuk replied calmly. "Why do you want to investigate his parents anyway? Does he even want to find his parents in the first place?" Yoo Yeon-ha was suspicious of Hajin's every move. He definitely does. He remembers every name on the wanted list, so I think his parents were involved in that case. Oh Jin-hyuk glanced to the side. "The case, huh? The massacre at the One-Go shelter." Then Yeon-ha called him again, pushing him for a deadline. "So when will you get it done?" Oh Jin-hyuk took the chance to hang up. "Sorry, I've got another guest. Let's talk later." He hung up immediately. "Wait a minute." Oh Jin-hyuk fell into a state of doubt. Kim Hajin. Don't tell me he's actually related to that incident? That murder case back then was truly horrific. The massacre at the Wanggu shelter, 16 years ago. When monsters flooded the Wanggu area, an accident occurred at the shelter. 18 civilians and 9 heroes protecting the place were slaughtered. He leaned back and puffed on his cigarette. "I've tried investigating this accident for over 10 years, and everything leads back to the Yu family. Although the government and the association concluded it was caused by demons, it wasn't that simple. The true culprits had many high-ranking officials who could have orchestrated it. Like the then president of South Korea, Kim Seol-ho, the chairman of the Daeun Group, and the older brother of Yoo Yeon-ha's father, Yoo Jin-hong." Oh, Jin-hyuk clenched his fist. "The worst part is they actually hired assassins to cause that accident. To them, it wasn't even worth thinking about." He started thinking about the most impossible things. But what if there was a survivor from that incident? Were Kim Hajin's parents truly victims of that tragedy from 16 years ago? Is he suspicious of Kim Hajin, and now he's looking for revenge? Things are getting more complicated by the second. Jae-hyuk's hand clenched into a fist, trembling. "This is dangerous. This won't end easily if we keep digging deeper." He's terrified of facing a life-threatening situation. The moment that madman, Jun Chun, notices what I'm up to, I'm a dead man. I'll say it again. Hajin is exhausted, chasing after the people ahead. A massive group of stone golems has appeared. With the Northern Heroes District at level 20 under your control, I'm leaving it to you. Sang-ho asked worriedly, "Where's Hajin?" "And you?" he added. "You're too used to this kind of thing. It's fine, he'll catch up." Meanwhile, Yoo Yeon-ha's expression darkened. "But Yoo Yeon-ha, why are you making that face?" She growled in response. "It's nothing. I'm just pissed off about Jae-hui. You're such a jerk." Chae Na-yoon broke into a cold sweat. "Yeah, alright." Just then, Yoo Yeon-ha spotted something alarming. A monster had appeared and discovered the golems. The massive creature loomed in front of them and slammed a powerful blow downward, but a rope kept the golem from acting. Sang-ho couldn't help but praise. "In-ha, nice work." He hurled a spear toward the golem's position. Meanwhile, Hajin was still sprinting hard. He was panting heavily, but he finally made it just in time. Chae Na-yoon was aiming her arrow at the front of the golem. It was about 2 meters tall. A thought flashed through her mind. I could take it down if I used my sword. Chae Na-yoon lunged forward, throwing herself at the golem like a moth to a flame. She knew a golem's weak point was usually its feet, specifically the ankles. The moment had come. Chae Na-yoon unleashed her sword strike. This was it. But the golem had already spotted her and landed a punch right in her gut. She was sent reeling by the counterattack, blood spitting from her mouth. Chae Na-yoon collapsed to the ground, reeling from the blow. She struggled to stand up with the help of her sword, completely stunned. What the hell? How is this golem so fast? It prepared to strike her again. Just then, Hajin screamed, "Move!" Chae Na-yoon. What just happened left Hajin feeling a bit stiff. Both of them were hit with the same wave of emotion as she fell into his arms. What just happened? Hajin used his ability to pull her back toward him. Since my ability acted on its own to help Chae Na-yoon, creating an awkward situation, I need to say something to cover it up. "Oh," he tried to explain to Chae Na-yoon. "If you keep freezing up at the decisive moment, you're better off keeping your distance from it." His next words made her heart flutter. "Your sword can strike from further away, right?" She pointed her finger straight at his face, acting embarrassed to hide her true feelings. "That's my business. I only made a mistake because I was overconfident. Just stand there and watch. She turned away, but muttered under her breath, but thanks anyway. A golden light blazed from Che Nayun's sword. The reason she became such a powerhouse was that her mana reserves were many times greater than the average hero. Her special ability was exactly that massive mana capacity. Hajin's words from before only made her more determined. Her mana pool was even larger than Kim Suho's. When she used her sword, she could unleash an endless barrage. They fought for a while and basically handled the situation. Finally done. The rescue team will be here soon. Let's head back. Hajin noticed someone watching him and glanced back. It was Jin Ah, staring straight at Kim Hajin. It was definitely her. Che Nayun called out to him as he stood there, lost in thought. Kim Hajin, what are you doing just standing there? Let's go. Hajin hurried after her, though he couldn't help but look back once more, full of curiosity. Man, sorry for hitting you with that skill of mine earlier. She was radiating killing intent. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin Ah was stretching her shoulders and neck, complaining, my shoulders are so stiff. A colleague holding a cup of water stood next to her and asked, what are you planning to do? I think it would be faster to just tell those administrative people to handle their own specialty. She pushed up her glasses and said confidently, I'm much smarter than those people, don't worry. I'm almost finished too. She noticed the stack of papers on the desk. What's with this pile of paper? She thought for a moment and replied, I'm using pen and paper to calculate. These are notes about that bastard. As soon as she mentioned it, Jin Ah picked up the documents. We should organize this a bit, right? She read through every word intently. Girl, what is this? As expected, there was a series of messages Jin Ah had sent to Kim Hajin. Hello, Cadet Hajin. I'm Lee Jin Ah. We've met before, can we talk for a bit?